Chapter 682. Killing intent spread over the enormous open ground. A vast and mighty Do-Chi pressure descended from the sky. Dozens of elite Do-Dis fought and collided intensely in the empty space. The atmosphere in the arena had also become increasingly solemn until a certain moment. The instant the narwhal snake swallowed the golden light cluster that was heading toward it, everyone's bodies appeared to have instantly turned into statues. The atmosphere in the arena also suddenly became still. This extremely sudden scene in the arena caused everyone to be instantly stunned. The expressions of those elite Do-Di, who were still fighting for the Do-Chi inheritance a moment ago, suddenly changed drastically in the next moment. All of their faces involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. They did not expect that this Do-Chi inheritance would actually end up in the mouth of this beast. This fellow actually swallowed the Do-Chi inheritance. Seeing this dramatic scene in the arena, the muscles on the corner of the mouth of the elite Do-Di involuntarily twitched intensely. Their group had been fighting with each other for a while. There were even some who had paid quite a hefty price because of this. Wasn't it just this Do-Chi inheritance? Now, it was actually given away by Sun Shuro with a backhand slap. At this moment, the people present even had the intention to kill. Sun Shuro, who was currently in the empty space, was completely unaware of all of this. He, who was facing Xiao Yang, was currently imagining the tragic manner of Xiao Yang dying under his blade in his heart. "You dare to kill my son. This DI will definitely tear you into 10,000 pieces." Sun Shuro's body suddenly moved at the same time the roar sounded from his mouth. He raised the blade in his hand and slashed it down with all his might at Xiao Yang's head. The empty space was completely shattered wherever the blade passed. Before the blade landed, a frightening wind had already violently landed on Xiao Yang's head. It was just like an invisible sharp blade that randomly blew apart the hair on Xiao Yang's head. The powerful aura caused Xiao Yang to feel an intense piercing pain on his scalp. Kai, with a twist of his wrist, the enormous ruler was also lifted at this moment. It violently met the large blade that was descending from the sky above. Xiao Yang was not a person who was afraid of death. Even though Sun Shuro's strength was frightening, this was not a reason for him to be afraid and withdraw. Moreover, Xiao Yang clearly understood in his heart that he did not have the slightest path of retreat when faced with an opponent of this level. Instead of giving up so easily, it was better to go all out. At times, it was not impossible to fight for a chance of survival. However, just as the heavy Shen ruler in Xiao Yang's head violently collided with the large blade that was descending from above, a frightening energy storm suddenly attacked the two people from behind them. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of them. The frightening energy storm did not give the two of them any chance to react. Just as the weapons in their hands were about to collide, it had already arrived in front of them. It was like a frightening wave that instantly sent the two of them flying. They drifted with the wave until they were 1,000 feet away. Only then did the two of them recover in a solemn manner. However, when the two of them raised their eyes and looked over, they were shocked to discover that the source of this energy storm was actually the narwhal snake that was currently the focus of everyone's attention. This fellow, what did it do? Why is its aura? Xiao Yang frowned as he looked at the narwhal snake in the battleground. He involuntarily knit his brows. However, when he discovered that the aura within the latter's body had suddenly become extremely powerful, the expression on Xiao Yang's face instantly changed. Through the probing of his spiritual strength, the strength of the narwhal snake had actually been forcefully raised from its original 1-star Do-Di to an initial 3-star Do-Di for some unknown reason. Moreover, from the looks of this momentum, it seemed that it would continue to rise. This fellow, what exactly did it do? This change in merely a short moment caused Xiao Yang's heart to feel extremely shocked. Even if this was because it had swallowed the monster core of the snake-type magical beast, it was impossible for its strength to rise by so much. After all, even the strength of that snake was merely a 2-star Do-Di. However, the strength of the narwhal snake had been forcefully raised to the level of a 3-star Do-Di. This caused Xiao Yang to feel extremely uncertain in his heart. Of course, other than Xiao Yang, there was also Sun Shuro who was similarly shocked in his heart at this moment. Although all of this was caused by him, he was completely unaware of it. Hence, He did not have the slightest clue in his heart when he saw the strength of the narwhal snake becoming increasingly powerful. Damn it, why did the strength of this beast suddenly rise by so much? Sun Shoror frowned tightly. His face was filled with a deep solemnness as he involuntarily cursed. Sun Shoror, I'm afraid that I will have to ask you about this. Just as Sun Shoror spat out these words from his mouth, Bai Ying, who was in the crowd, suddenly laughed coldly and said. Once these words were spoken, the surrounding elite Do Di immediately threw numerous dense gazes at Sun Shoror. This caused the latter to involuntarily reveal a doubtful expression. What did this matter have to do with him? Humph, looks like clan leader Sun is still unaware of the good deed that he has done. In that case, allow me to explain it to you. Soon after, Hua Ba, who was in another part of the crowd, also laughed coldly at this moment. An icy cold smile was also revealed on his face. From that smile, it was not difficult to see that Hua Ba was suppressing a fury in his heart at this moment. What exactly do all of you mean by these words? Sun Shoror's brows were tightly knit together. Soon after, Hua Ba opened his mouth and described everything that had happened earlier. After hearing Hua Ba's description, the expressions on Sun Shoror's and Xiao Yang's faces were greatly different. There was naturally no need to say anything more about Xiao Yang. When he heard that the Do Qi inheritance had actually landed in the mouth of the narwhal snake, he naturally felt surprised for the latter in his heart. At the same time, he also rejoiced for himself. A 3-star Do Di who could contend against the 4 great clans had finally appeared by his side. In this way, Xiao Yang did not need to be too worried during this trip to the remains. A 3-star Do Di was sufficient to cause this group of people in front of them to be afraid. As long as the narwhal snake was present, even these 4 people in front of them would not dare to easily attack. As 3-star Do Di, they knew how difficult it was to deal with a strong person of the same class. Moreover, the narwhal snake was an ancient unique species. Its strength far surpassed an ordinary magical beast. If they were of the same class, even they might not be a match for it. At this moment, the expression on Sun Shoror's face had turned green after hearing Hua Ba's words. He did not expect that his unintentional attack would actually cause such a situation. A 3-star Do Di class narwhal snake was something that Sun Shoror naturally knew how troublesome it was. Immediately, the solemn expression on his face became even denser. On the other side of the crowd, the other 3 clans were also looking at Sun Shoror with cold and indifferent expressions. If it were not for this fellow, the Do Qi inheritance would definitely land in their hands. This was especially the case for Zhuo Lin. His strength had reached that of a 2-star Do Di and he was determined to obtain the Do Qi inheritance. Once he obtained it, his position within the sect in the future would be unshakable. However, all of this had been completely destroyed because of Sun Shoror. How could this not cause him to feel furious in his heart? However, he also knew that from the looks of the current situation, it was clearly impossible to deal with Sun Shoror here. Forget about the other 2 clans beside him, just Xiao Yang's clan alone was enough to cause him trouble. In order to consider the overall situation, he could only forcefully suppress the resentment in his heart. Xiao Yang, looking at Xiao Yang, who was currently standing together with the narwhal snake, Sun Shoror's heart was filled with murderous intent that could not be removed. His heart wished that he could tear Xiao Yang into pieces and swallow him. However, he also knew that with the narwhal snake beside him, it was impossible to touch Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, don't tell me that you only know how to hide behind other people. First, it was the puppet. Now, you even need to rely on this beast. Don't tell me that you only have this little trick up your sleeve. Sun Shoror, whose heart was filled with fury, clenched his teeth. Both of his eyes stared intently at Xiao Yang. The murderous intent in his eyes was about to overflow. It was a long while later before he finally spoke in a disdainful tone. Hearing this, Xiao Yang coldly smiled. His eyes revealed ridicule as he looked at the other party. He gently shook his head and immediately laughed coldly. Don't tell me that everyone from the Sun Clan is like this. With the strength of a Do Di, you actually have to say such words time and time again when facing a half Di. I'm afraid that your strength as a Do Di has really been cultivated to a dog's body. Xiao Yang. Just as Xiao Yang's words left his mouth, Sun Shuor's originally gloomy face instantly turned red. At the same time that an angry cry was emitted from his mouth, his body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yang. He waved the large blade in his hand and viciously chopped down on Xiao Yang's head. Roar! However, immediately after, in the empty space beside Xiao Yang, the huge narwhal snake suddenly twisted its body. Its huge snake tail viciously swung, and immediately after, a heavy blow instantly landed on Sun Shuor's chest. Bang! Following a muffled thump, Sun Shuor's body flew back uncontrollably. A large mouthful of fresh bright red blood was spat out. Only then did Sun Shuor stagger back 100 steps in the empty space before coming to a stop with great difficulty. The moment he raised his head, Sun Shuor immediately saw the huge body of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the latter's body was curled up as it protected Xiao Yang within it. From the looks of the aura and pressure that continued to spread from its body, the strength of the narwhal snake was actually still swiftly rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the strength of the latter had actually reached the middle level of a 3-star Do Di. It was not inferior to the people from the 4 great clans present. It was likely that if it was allowed to continue like this, its strength would have an extremely high possibility of breaking through to the 4-star Do Di class. Thinking of this, the people from the other 3 great clans present involuntarily knit their brows. This was especially the case for Zhuolin. After sensing the change in the aura on the narwhal snake's body, his heart became extremely depressed. If nothing unexpected happened, the Do Chi inheritance should have belonged to him. However, in the end, it was actually swallowed into the mouth of the narwhal snake in front of him. This was really something that he had difficulty accepting. Sun Shuor, at the end of the day, the accident this time around is all because of you. Once we return, the 3 of us will join forces to report this matter to the sect. I wonder just what kind of situation your Sun clan will face at that time. At this moment, Hua narrowed his eyes. His gaze stared at Sun Shuor as he spoke with an unknown meaning. The expression on Sun Shuor's face suddenly sunk when these words were uttered. Being one of the 4 great clans, he naturally understood the methods of the Sky Sword sect. Once the 3 clans in front of him really joined forces to report this matter, it was likely that his Sun clan would not have an easy time in the future, much less suppress the other 3 clans under their feet. What are you planning to do? It was a long while later before Sun Shuor finally spoke in a low and deep voice. It was likely that no one present would believe that Hua was still able to say such words at such a time. If one were to say that he had no motive, it was likely that no one present would believe it. Ha ha, Hua smiled faintly. His body moved and he brought Hua behind him to an empty space not far away from Sun Shuor. Following Hua's action, Bai Ying and the 2 people from the Zhuo clan also moved at this moment from the other 2 directions. They charged out of the crowd and took up a position in the north, south, east and west. The current Xiao Yang involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene. He glanced at the 4 factions in front of him and a bad premonition involuntarily rose in his heart. Xiao Yang was naturally not afraid of Sun Shuor's clan alone. However, if the 4 great clans were to join forces, even Xiao Yang would have difficulty dealing with them. Sure enough, at the same time this thought rose in Xiao Yang's heart, Hua on the opposite side looked at Sun Shuor with a cold smile. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. He snorted and said, "We can suppress this matter and act as though nothing has happened. However, since we have come, our 4 great clans will naturally not return empty-handed. Even if we are unable to obtain the Do Chi inheritance, if we are able to bring Xiao Yang back, it can be said that we have made up for our mistakes with merit." Hua laughed coldly. At the same time, the other 3 clans also immediately understood the meaning of his words. Without the Do Chi inheritance, Hua had now placed his target on Xiao Yang. "You want me to join forces with you?" Sun Shuor sighed in relief in his heart. However, he did not dare to be careless and could only carefully ask. At the same time, the Bai Ying and Zhuolin clans also frowned as they looked at Hua. The latter laughed mockingly and coldly said, "Join forces? Cuckoo, you can consider it as joining forces. However, Your target is the narwhal snake. As for me, or should I say, we will capture Xiao Yang. Hua Bie glanced at Bai Ying and Zhuolin beside him as his words sounded. If he were to attack, these two clans would definitely not be at peace. Hence, he could only say this. Why should we? You. Ha ha, Sun Shuro, don't forget your current situation. You do not have the qualification to quibble with us. Otherwise, if our 3 clans join forces, your Sun clan will be removed from our 4 great clans in the future. You dare. What do you think? The 2 of them spoke one after another. In the end, the Hue, Zhue, and Bai clans all looked at Sun Shuro. This caused the latter's anger to rise, but at the same time, a sense of helplessness surged in his heart. Although Hua Bie's words could not be completely believed, they could not be believed. His Sun clan might be one of the 4 large clans, but it was merely at the bottom. Even though this was the case, there were countless number of clans who coveted his Sun clan's position within the western region. Many factions were hoping that his Sun clan would fall. It was just that they did not have the opportunity to do so. Now, however, Sun Shuro's mistake had caused Xiao Yang's side to actually increase greatly. This was coincidentally a perfect excuse, an excuse that could push the Sun clan out of the 4 large clans. Sun Shuro helplessly thought in this manner in his heart. His body stood blankly in the same spot for a long time. The moment he thought of his son's death, the fury in his heart could not be suppressed. However, at the same time, he also knew that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to kill Xiao Yang. In front of him, these 3 clans had acted with their own motives. However, this could also be considered to have used another method to take revenge for Sun Hanshi. Helplessly sighing, Sun Shuro slowly raised his head after a long time. He looked at the people from the other 3 clans in front of him and said in a deep voice, "All right, I will stop the narwhal snake, Xiao Yang. Don't worry, as long as you can stop the narwhal snake, with our strength, we can naturally take down Xiao Yang." Hua Bie grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. The disdain in his words was self-evident. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 683. On the large square, there were many strong people standing. Numerous gazes of various colors were looking at the 7 figures in the square and the huge snake. These 7 people were Bai Ying from the Bai clan, Sun Shuro from the Sun clan, Hua Bie and Hua Tianyi from the Hua clan, as well as Zhuo Bentang and Zhuolin from the Zhuo clan. As for the huge snake, needless to say, it was naturally the narwhal snake. Xiao Yang's figure stood tall and straight at a certain spot in the square. Beside him, the narwhal snake, whose aura had become increasingly dense, was curled up. Its scarlet tongue was occasionally extended into the air. Gradually, a powerful aura spread from the narwhal snake's body. It was like an invisible storm that swiftly swept across the square, causing the faces of most of the people present to become extremely ugly. Even the people from the 4 great clans, who were currently surrounding Xiao Yang and Xiao Yang, had an unusually solemn expression on their faces. In just a short period of time, the strength of the narwhal snake was already close to that of an advanced 3-star Do Di. This kind of growth speed might be laughed at in the eyes of an ordinary person. However, one should not forget that the current narwhal snake was a Do Di. If it were to follow the most common training method, it would take an unknown number of years to break through from a 1-star Do Di to a 3-star Do Di. However, in just a short period of time, its strength had already risen to such a terrifying level. This was really unbelievable. In the square, Zhuolin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the narwhal snake. Every time he felt the aura within the latter's body becoming increasingly powerful, Zhuolin's heart could not help but tremble. His heart hated Sun Shuro to the bone. If it was not for him, the biggest winner in this trip would have been his Zhuo clan. However, now, there was no point in thinking too much. Zhuolin could only withdraw his gaze bitterly and land it on Xiao Yang's body. Zhuolin's eyes regained their sharpness. A thought passed through his mind and the Do Qi in his body swiftly flowed through the various Qi paths in his body. As long as he willed it, the powerful Do Qi would immediately surge out like a tidal wave. Even if he could not obtain the Do Qi inheritance, he must bring Xiao Yang back. No matter what, he could not return empty-handed from this trip to the remains. Of course, Zhuolin's family was not the only one with such thoughts in the square. The hearts of the members of the Hu clan were naturally filled with such thoughts. Only Bai Ying from the Bai clan had a similarly cold expression when he looked at Xiao Yang. However, deep within his eyes, there was a different expression. "Ha ha, Sun Shuoro, I'll leave that beast to you." Suddenly, Hu Bei looked at Sun Shuoro with a stern smile and said, "Humph, I know it." Hearing the latter's words, Sun Shuoro's heart was filled with anger. He could only reply coldly and turn his gaze back to the narwhal snake's body. "Do beast! Do you dare to fight with me?" Sun Shuoro's expression was dense as he stared at the narwhal snake. After enduring the increasingly powerful aura within the latter's body, even with Sun Shuoro's character, the muscles on his face involuntarily twitched. Despite this, Sun Shuoro could only brace himself and face it. Sun Shuoro's body moved as the words left his mouth. His feet stomped violently on the empty space. His body immediately shot up into the sky and looked down at the narwhal snake below him. Roar! With a low roar, the narwhal snake's body suddenly twisted. Soon after, it rose into the empty space and stood opposite Sun Shuoro. A low roar was once again emitted from its mouth. At the same time, a majestic aura swept out from the narwhal snake's body. The expression on Sun Shuoro's face involuntarily changed when he sensed the pressure of this aura. Within this short period of time, the strength of the narwhal whale snake had actually been raised to that of an advanced 3-star Do Di. Even when compared to Sun Shuoro, who had already unleashed his secret technique, it would only be stronger. Damn it! This damned beast! Sun Shuoro cursed furiously in his heart. However, before Sun Shuoro could do anything, the narwhal snake on the opposite side had already twisted its enormous body and charged toward Sun Shuoro. At the same time, Zhuolin and the others below once again moved closer to Xiao Yang. The 5 of them each took one side and formed a triangle shape, surrounding Xiao Yang in the middle. It is unexpected that you are Xiao Yang, whose name has shaken the Western region. In the past, I have only heard that a young man like you actually possessed such great ability and caused the 4 large sects to have a headache. Now that I have met you, you are really even younger than the rumors. It is really true that there are many heroes among the younger generation. Only after personally sending Sun Shuoro off did Hu Bei look at Xiao Yang with a smile that was not a smile. His tone also contained some surprise. Although he and the others had an enemy relationship with the black-robed young man in front of them, Hu Bei had no choice but to admit that the Xiao Yang in front of him was indeed an outstanding person of his generation. Being able to obtain such a battle result that shocked the entire Western region at such a young age really left one speechless. Hearing this, Xiao Yang coldly glanced at the latter. His gaze swept over the people from the 3 clans in front of him one by one. Only then did he look at Hu Bei and coldly laughed. "Elder Hu Bei really thinks highly of me. You actually need so many elite Do Di to personally come to deal with a Ban Di. Not only are you bullying the weak, but you are also bullying the weak with numbers. I can be considered to have seen the way the 4 large clans do things." At the end of his words, Xiao Yang actually cupped his hands toward the few people in front of him. The corner of his mouth parted into a mocking smile. This also caused the surrounding elite Do Di to begin to whisper. Hearing the whispers that were transmitted from the surrounding crowd, the expressions of the people from the 3 clans in front of him involuntarily sank. Hu Bei's expression was especially ugly. Soon after, Zhuolin coldly laughed and took a step forward. He faced Xiao Yang and coldly said, "If we were facing an ordinary Ban Di, there would naturally be no need for us to make such a big fuss. However, since you are able to cause the 4 large sects to regard you so highly, our 4 large clans will naturally not underestimate you." Moreover, Mr. Xiao Yang had relied on his own strength to fight against hundreds of Ban Di experts in the battle at Coldstream City a couple of months ago. Even a 9-star Ban Di was unable to withstand the might of one punch from Mr. Xiao Yang. How would we dare to treat Mr. Xiao Yang as an ordinary Ban Di? The surrounding crowd immediately turned into an uproar after Zhuolin's words were uttered. Everyone clearly understood the big battle at Coldstream City a couple of months ago. However, Xiao Yang's expression swiftly became gloomy after hearing Zhuolin's words. "Zhuolin, I am very curious. Just how did you recognize me? You sent Shui Bentang to attack me at that time. It is likely that no one would believe that you were unprepared. Xiao Yang's expression was gloomy as he spoke in an extremely cold tone. If it was not for Zhuo Lin in front of him, it was likely that no one would recognize him even if the situation had developed to this point. Cuckoo, it must be said that ever since Mr. Xiao Yang entered the remains, you have not revealed any flaws. Even when you met us, you were extremely careful. The strength that you have displayed also caused us to not dare to easily create any friction with you. Everyone nodded in affirmation after these words were uttered. Otherwise, it was likely that there would not be only one who recognized Xiao Yang's identity. Of course, Bai Ying was an exception. He had known about Xiao Yang's identity since the beginning. However, I'm afraid that you have forgotten that you had clearly displayed an extremely great strength outside of the remains. However, after entering the remains, your strength is limited to that of an ordinary Do Di. This is the first flaw. As for the second point that caused me to be suspicious, it is Sun Hanqi's death. Am I right? Zhuo Lin was just about to open his mouth when Xiao Yang spoke in a deep voice with a frown. This point was something that Xiao Yang had immediately thought of when he saw the smile on the corner of Zhuo Lin's mouth. Sun Hanqi's death allowed everyone to know that Xiao Yang was within the remains. Zhuo Lin, who had already suspected Xiao Yang, became even more suspicious of Xiao Yang after learning of this news. This was the real reason why Xiao Yang's identity had been exposed. Xiao Yang could not help but feel a fury rising in his heart when he thought of this. All of this was clearly being manipulated by someone else. The goal was to force Xiao Yang to show himself and attract attention, allowing him to achieve a deeper goal. Unfortunately, with the current Xiao Yang, it was still difficult for him to find the main culprit. At the very most, he could vaguely sense that this matter was inseparable from Bai Ying. Soon after, he helplessly dispelled this thought. Bai Ying had been traveling with his own clan members along the way. It was impossible for him to free himself to do anything else. As for the Hua clan, Xiao Yang had never met them. Moreover, they were the first to enter the remains. They did not even know that Xiao Yang had acted after that. It was even more impossible for them to frame him. Cuckoo, that's right. It is said that during the big battle in Coldstream City a few months ago, Xiao Yang ended up in the hands of the Bai clan. However, he managed to escape. According to the news that I obtained from the sect, it seems that someone robbed him along the way and saved him. Is this true? Suddenly, Zhuo Lin turned his gaze towards Bai Ying. His eyes stared at the latter as he spoke with a smile that was not a smile. Young Master Zhuo, there is a hidden meaning in your words. Why? After all this talk, it seems that this matter is related to the clan leader. Bai Ying's expression turned cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Seeing this, Zhuo Bentang, who was behind Zhuo Lin, immediately took half a step forward and blocked half of Zhuo Lin's body behind him. His eyes revealed a cold glint as he stared at Bai Ying. Cuckoo, why does clan leader Bai say this? I have only thought of it for a moment and casually mentioned it. Zhuo Lin gently placed his hand on Zhuo Bentang's shoulder in front of him, causing the latter to feel a little more at ease. At the same time, his mouth once again emitted a soft laugh. Humph. Bai Ying coldly snorted when he heard these words. He did not say anything else. His gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yang. On the other side, Hua Bai's eyes rotated back and forth. He watched the conversation between the two parties and a cold smile swiftly flashed across the corner of his mouth. Humph humph. Zhuo Lin smiled faintly. His gaze immediately turned and looked at Xiao Yang. On the other side, Hua Bai did the same. The expression on Xiao Yang's face gradually became cold when he saw the three of them turn their gazes over. A thought passed through his heart and the Do Qi within the vortex within his body immediately followed his various Qi paths and swiftly circulated. He clenched his large hand and the dark black heavy Shen ruler immediately landed in it. After doing all this, Xiao Yang did not dare to be careless. Soon after, he flicked his finger and a black light flashed. The Northern King's body once again appeared beside Xiao Yang. The people from the three factions involuntarily frowned when the Northern King appeared. They had all witnessed the latter's strength. Even though they were 3-star Do Di, none of them dared to underestimate the Northern King. Cuckoo, I wonder which of our three factions will take the initiative to step forward and finish off this damn thing. Zhuo Lin smiled faintly. His gaze swept back and forth between Huobi'ei and Bai Ying. The two of them frowned slightly when they heard this. However, they exchanged glances with each other. None of them moved. A short moment later, Bai Ying finally stepped forward with a somewhat gloomy expression. His gaze viciously stared at the two factions in front of him. Only then did he look at the Northern King beside Xiao Yang. Leave this evil creature to me. As for Xiao Yang, it will be up to you all. Bai Ying's body suddenly moved after his words sounded. He swiftly rushed toward the Northern King. At the same time, a thought passed through Xiao Yang's heart, and the Northern King by the side swiftly received the order. The purple-gold flowing light lingered over its body as it suddenly moved. Its feet heavily stomped on the ground. Immediately, the ground under the Northern King's feet cracked into numerous spiderweb-like cracks. At the same time, the Northern King's body shot forward like a cannonball. It swiftly charged toward Bai Ying, who was charging toward it. Bang! In the next instant, the two collided with a loud bang. As an explosion rang out, Bai Ying and the Northern King's bodies flew backwards. Soon after, they stood in the air. At a closer look, a clear palm print had appeared on the Northern King's chest. At this moment, strange pitch-black lightning continuously surged out of the Northern King's body. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the palm print on his chest rapidly healed. At the same time, Bai Ying's expression was rather ugly. Although he had the upper hand in the previous exchange, the Northern King's punch had caused the blood in his body to churn. When everyone focused their gazes, they could clearly see that a palm-sized hole had appeared on Bai Ying's robes. Even the skin below had turned scarlet red. Bai Ying tightly clenched his teeth. He could not help but emit a hissing sound. Soon after, his expression suddenly sank as he turned his head to look at the Zhuo and Hu clans on both sides. Don't tell me that all of you are just going to sit here and watch. The members of the two clans were involuntarily startled when these words were uttered. They immediately exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, Huobi'ei looked at Bai Ying. His eyes narrowed as he smiled and said, "Clan leader Bai, you are at the very least a 3-star DoDi. Don't tell me that you cannot even finish off a puppet. Me. If you can, why don't you come?" Bai Ying's eyes widened. His mouth immediately emitted a furious cry. Immediately, it caused the people in front of him to be speechless. They immediately became quiet. They were naturally happy to be able to send away the experts by Xiao Yang's side. How would they easily shoulder this rock? Zhuo Lin and Huobi'ei felt helpless in their hearts after Bai Ying spoke. Their eyes exchanged glances for an instant. Only then did they look at Xiao Yang. Puff. Soon after, a puff sound appeared. A Do-Chi light pillar that shot to the sky immediately rose from the bodies of the Zhuo and Hu clans. 4 pairs of eyes looked at Xiao Yang at the same time. "Xiao Yang, are you going to take the initiative to leave with us, or do you want us to personally attack and kill you here?" Huobi'ei's eyes emitted a dense Do-Chi glow. He looked down at Xiao Yang from above. The words that were emitted from his mouth were like a rumbling thunder that reverberated over the entire stadium. "Cuckoo, I'm sorry. I will choose neither." Xiao Yang coldly laughed when he heard this. His body, which was covered by a black robe, shook slightly. Immediately, a brilliant flame swarmed out of his body and swiftly wrapped around Xiao Yang. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang had transformed into a flaming person whose entire body was burning with a fierce heavenly flame. "Stubborn fellow. Since you insist on seeking death, don't blame us for being impolite." Huobi'ei's body moved after his cry sounded. His body suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot explosively towards Xiao Yang. At the same time, Hu Tianyi, Zhuo Lin, and Zhuo Bentang also turned their bodies and surrounded Xiao Yang in a half-encirclement. "Cuckoo, what a coincidence. I do not intend to be polite with all of you." A ridicule was involuntarily emitted from Xiao Yang's mouth when he saw the 4 people charging over explosively. The enormous ruler in his hand shook and a brilliant fire glow suddenly shot out from his eyes. Soon after, his body transformed into a fiery flowing light. It was like a falling star as it violently collided with the 4 human figures in the air without dodging or dodging. At this moment, the true battle had officially begun. Chapter 684. Xiao Yang, Die. The expression on Huobie's face became increasingly cold as he watched Xiao Yang charge over without dodging. He waved his large hand and Douqi spluttered from his palm. Soon after, it agglomerated into a large sword. With a twist of his wrist, Douqi immediately agglomerated on the large sword. A bright glow was immediately emitted from it. The tip of the sword turned and violently pierced toward the incoming Xiao Yang. Before the tip of the sword arrived, an incomparably sharp sword aura had already swiftly descended above Xiao Yang's head. A powerful aura and pressure descended from above. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down. Immediately, it caused Xiao Yang to have difficulty breathing. Even his forward charging speed was involuntarily affected. Die. Huobie's mouth immediately emitted a stern laugh when he saw this scene. The expression on his face became increasingly ferocious. At the same time, the hand that was holding the hilt of the large sword suddenly exerted a force. The turbulent Douqi within his body crazily surged out of his body and swiftly covered the large sword. The sword aura was strong, fierce, overbearing, but did not lose its sharpness. This sword was determined to take Xiao Yang's life. Behind him, Hua Tianyi, Zhuo Bentang, and Zhuo Lin also swiftly followed. All of them wildly surged out the Douqi within their bodies. The strength of an elite Dou-Di was fully displayed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the distance between these 4 elite Dou-Di and the current Xiao Yang swiftly closed. One could see that both parties would truly collide the next moment. At this moment, a vast and mighty spiritual strength suddenly swept out from between Xiao Yang's brows as he swiftly rushed forward. A brilliant heavenly flame spluttered out from both of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it swiftly agglomerated into a black-robed figure beside him. When the 4 people on the other side saw these 4 figures, the expressions on their faces involuntarily became sluggish. Even their bodies, which were flying forward, could not help but pause for an instant. The shock in their hearts was easy to imagine. This is Xiao Yang. Another Xiao Yang. How is this possible? This is definitely just an illusionary figure. At this moment, even with the mental fortitude of these 4 people, their hearts involuntarily felt a shock. Since the members of these 2 large clans were already in this manner, the hearts of the elite Dou-Di outside of the battleground were naturally even more shocked. As elite Dou-Di, they were naturally able to clearly sense that the second Xiao Yang that had suddenly appeared was emitting quite a strong aura and pressure. Although the strength of the pressure was merely that of a 5-star Ban Di, everyone present had some understanding of Xiao Yang. The strength of the latter's strength could not be determined by his cultivation level. It was just as Zhuo Lin had said. Xiao A. The moment the second Xiao Yang appeared, it took advantage of the absent-minded state of the 4 people in front of it to wave its large hand. A heavenly flame spluttered out and swiftly agglomerated into an enormous fire ruler. Soon after, the enormous ruler was swung downwards. It leaped and charged explosively toward the 4 people in front of it. At the same time, Zhuo Lin and the other 3 swiftly recovered. They swiftly suppressed the shock in their hearts. Soon after, Douqi shot out and violently collided with the 2 Xiao Yang in front of them. Bang! The next moment, an earth-shaking explosion was emitted. The 4 human figures in the sky staggered a couple of steps back. Soon after, their bodies shook slightly and the enormous force on their bodies was removed. They lifted their eyes and looked at Xiao Yang in front of them in a dense manner. As for the incarnation, it emitted a bang and burst apart at the same time Xiao Yang flew backwards. It turned into nothingness and disappeared from the open ground. Xiao Yang's feet violently stepped on the empty space. Numerous dark black spatial crack lines spread out from under his feet. An enormous force poured down. Soon after, the empty space suddenly collapsed. Only then did Xiao Yang's body come to a stop with great difficulty. Xiao Yang's mouth continuously panted. He sensed a faint bloody sweetness that was transmitted from his throat. The muscles on his face involuntarily trembled slightly. Compared to these 4 people, Xiao Yang was in an incomparably miserable state. The combined forces of the 4 elite Do Di actually did not give him the slightest chance to fight back. Only at this moment did Xiao Yang completely understand that the 4 great clans were after all under the same command. Even though they usually fought openly and covertly and did not look favorably on each other, they would still stand on the same front when it came to a critical moment. This was something that Xiao Yang had not expected. If the 4 great clans each had their own thoughts and did not cooperate with each other, Xiao Yang would have the opportunity to benefit from it. However, he was currently facing 4 elite Do Di at the same time. The current Xiao Yang was far from being a match for them. In the empty space, Xiao Yang's eyebrows were tightly knit together. A thought passed through his mind and the Do Qi in his body swiftly surged. Only then did he suppress the churning blood in his body. Xiao Yang had suffered greatly from the attack just now. Originally, he thought that by relying on the strength of his incarnation, he would still be able to clash with it. Unfortunately, Xiao Yang had underestimated the strength of a Do Di. Moreover, he was facing 4 elite Do Di. Haha, I thought that you had some tricks up your sleeves. Looks like you are only SOSO. It seems that I have overestimated you. Xiao Yang, I'll give you a forward evaluation. Unable to withstand a single blow. At this moment, Hua Ba, who was in the empty space opposite him, opened his eyes wide and stared at Xiao Yang. The corner of his mouth parted into a cold sneer. He waved his large hand and the huge sword in his hand danced. Immediately, a couple of sword glows with frightening auras shot explosively toward Xiao Yang. The whistling sound of rushing air spread over the open ground. Xiao Yang's expression suddenly became solemn. The hand that was holding the huge ruler once again exerted strength, emitting waves of creaking sounds. Soon after, a ruthless expression surged onto Xiao Yang's face. The Do Qi in his body swiftly flowed and the huge ruler in his hand was suddenly swung forward. Flaming, swallowing tsunami. At the same time that he let out a stern cry in his heart, the huge heavy Shen ruler in Xiao Yang's hand also continuously hacked out. In the blink of an eye, a couple of brilliant ruler glows also violently met the couple of sword glows. Bang bang bang. Successive explosions were emitted in midair. Following them, wave after wave of energy ripples swiftly swept over the open ground like a cluster of fog, causing the empty space between the two to fluctuate unceasingly. Just as the energy ripples scattered, Xiao Yang heard a kai sound. A strong figure suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of him. At the same time, a huge sword that was half the size of Xiao Yang's body also fell toward Xiao Yang's head. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 685. The sudden appearance of Hua Ba caused the expressions of all the elite Do Dis outside of the arena to instantly change. Such a ghost-like speed was something that even they had difficulty detecting, much less a mere Ban Di like Xiao Yang. What a frightening speed. This Xiao Yang is in trouble. At this moment, the only thought in everyone's hearts was that Xiao Yang would definitely die. At such a close distance, if one did not make any preparations beforehand, forget about Xiao Yang, even the surrounding elite Do Di would not be able to do so. Zhuo Lin's eyes were sharp as he stared at Xiao Yang from the empty space not far away from the arena. He believed that since Xiao Yang was able to survive in the hands of the leaders of the 4 large sects, he would not have been able to survive until now if he did not have a strong enough foundation. As expected, when the enormous sword was about to land on Xiao Yang's head in everyone's eyes, Xiao Yang finally gently lifted his eyes. A glint flickered deep within his eyes. Ha ha, Xiao Yang, die. I will help you hand your corpse over to the sect. A mocking laughter was emitted from Hua Ba's mouth. At the same time, the enormous sword in his hand heavily descended. However, in the next moment, when the enormous sword in Hua Ba's hand violently descended and pierced through Xiao Yang's body, the expression in Hua Ba's eyes suddenly changed drastically. This afterimage, how is this possible? Hua Ba's heart was filled with shock. This was simply unbelievable. A moment ago, Xiao Yang was clearly below him. How was it that in the blink of an eye, only an afterimage was left? This kind of thing was really too unbelievable. When this scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes, it was not only Hua Ba. Even the group of elite Do Di, as well as Zhuo Lin and Zhuo Bentang, who were behind Huobie, had different expressions on their faces. Zhuolin was still fine. Although he felt quite surprised in his heart at the scene in front of him, he had already expected it in his heart. His heart swiftly calmed down when he saw Xiao Yang's afterimage gradually disappear under the enormous sword. On the other hand, the group of elite Dodi, who were standing outside of the battle, suddenly felt their hearts tremble when they saw this strange scene in front of them. At such a close distance, Xiao Yang had actually disappeared without them noticing when facing an attack from a 3-star Dodi. Wasn't this a little too frightening? This guy. How did he do it? Even if it was the heavenly annihilation step, with his mere strength of a half-martial emperor, it was impossible for his speed to reach such a terrifying level. This guy, he's not human. The group of elite Dodi's faces were filled with shock as they stared at Xiao Yang's afterimage in the arena, which was gradually disappearing. The shock in their hearts was even greater. Young master, it is unexpected that this Xiao Yang is actually, Cuckoo, being able to become the joint wanted criminal of the 4 large sects. How can he not have some skill? Even what you have seen now is merely the tip of the iceberg of Xiao Yang's true strength. If he were to really use his full strength, it is likely that even the combined strength of our 2 clans would have difficulty taking him down. Before Zhuo Bentang's voice sounded, Zhuolin quickly shook his head and laughed softly. Zhuolin's eyes suddenly turned at this moment when he said these words. He looked at a certain empty space above this open ground. At the same time, a human figure wearing a black robe slowly stepped out of the empty space at that spot. From the looks of it, who else could it be other than Xiao Yang? When Zhuo Bentang heard Zhuolin's words, he involuntarily frowned on Zhuolin's behalf. His heart swiftly thought for a moment before looking at Zhuolin in front of him. He frowned and said, "Young master's words sound a little like you are destroying your own prestige." Zhuolin immediately raised his eyebrows and smiled when these words sounded. His gaze immediately glanced at Zhuolin as he replied with a calm tone, "You say that I am destroying my own prestige. Cuckoo, do you think that you can dodge that move of Huobie's earlier?" The expression on Zhuo Bentang's face involuntarily became slightly startled when these words were uttered. His mouth opened slightly, but he ultimately frowned and did not say anything. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Zhuo Bentang understood in his heart that even he did not have much confidence in dodging that move of Huobie's earlier. However, Xiao Yang had strangely dodged it in front of the eyes of so many elite Dodi. Just this point alone was enough to cause him to feel inferior. But young master, Xiao Yang is merely borrowing the might of the sky absolute steps. Otherwise, how can a mere Ban-Di like him compare with a 3-star Dodi like Huobie? H. You say that Xiao Yang is borrowing the might of the sky absolute steps. However, don't tell me that he is not relying on the strength of a Dodi. When exchanging blows with others, one should rely on one's own ability. Never place the word fairness in one's heart. Otherwise, why don't you also use the strength of a 6-star Ban-Di to fight with him? Zhuo Bentang was dull. He had yet to spit out the words in his mouth when Zhuolin continued to speak. You should feel fortunate that you are a 3-star Dodi. Otherwise, it is really difficult to say just what the result of this battle would be. Even Sun Hanshi, a 1-star Dodi, had died in Xiao Yang's hands. An opponent of the same level is just like mud to him. He can step on them as he wishes. Zhuo Bentang completely recovered after these words were spoken. He thought about how Sun Hanshi was ultimately an elite Dodi. Yet, he had died in Xiao Yang's hands. Just how great was the strength that Xiao Yang possessed? Zhuo Bentang's wrinkled forehead involuntarily overflowed with cold sweat when he thought of this. Only then did he understand that Xiao Yang's strength was far greater than he had imagined. He was already so strong when he was merely a Ban-Di. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening Xiao Yang's strength would be once Xiao Yang fully matured. Zhuolin's and Huobie's eyes looked at Xiao Yang, who had appeared at a certain spot in the empty space. The former's eyes contained a solemn expression. At the same time, it also contained some ridicule. On the other hand, Huobie's face was green. He was a 3-star Dodi. Yet, someone had actually dodged his fatal attack at such a short distance. The most infuriating thing was that the person who had dodged his attack was actually a mere 6-star Ban-Di. If it was an ordinary time, Huobie would definitely be able to kill such a person with a single slap. However, Xiao Yang had caused his heart to be both shocked and furious. Huff and puff, Xiao Yang, who had appeared, was panting with his mouth. It was as though he had experienced some kind of intense exercise. The aura of his entire body involuntarily rose and fell. Although Xiao Yang had perfectly dodged that attack from earlier, the other party was after all an elite Do Di. When Xiao Yang had used all his strength to activate the Sky Absolute Steps, it had naturally exhausted the Do Qi within his body. The action from earlier had exhausted nearly 1/5 of the Do Qi within Xiao Yang's body. This price could not be considered small. Of course, in proportion to this, Xiao Yang had also narrowly dodged Huobie's sudden attack. Even if you are lucky enough to dodge it once, there will definitely not be a second time. Huobie's expression was gloomy as he softly cursed. Soon after, his body suddenly shook and he once again charged explosively toward Xiao Yang. After the previous incident, this time around, Huobie did not dare to be careless. The instant his body flashed, his body transformed into a resplendent ray of light, just like the stars in the night sky. This speed was undoubtedly much more terrifying than before. Although the two of them were separated by 1,000 feet, this was merely a matter of an instant in the eyes of an elite Do Di. Soon after, Huobie's strong body once again appeared in front of Xiao Yang like a wall. The enormous sword in his hand was raised high above his head. The instant his body appeared, the enormous sword in his hand carried an incomparably sharp sword aura as it fell toward Xiao Yang's head. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yang's face swiftly became stern. He flipped his hand and stored the heavy Shen ruler into his storage ring. His feet moved and the Sky Absolute Steps was quickly unleashed. In the next moment, everyone present clearly saw that Xiao Yang's body had turned into a breeze the instant the enormous sword in Huobie's hand fell. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from this open ground. Soon after, the enormous sword in Huobie's hand once again slashed through empty air. Huobie's heart was suddenly shocked. Soon after, his eyes suddenly turned and looked at a certain spot in the empty space. Xiao Yang's figure had once again appeared. Xiao Yang, die. A soul-shaking roar was suddenly emitted from Huobie's mouth. At the same time, Huobie's body once again flashed with an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Xiao Yang's body also followed Huobie's violent movements and rushed up time and time again. The great Dao strength combined with the wonder of the Sky Absolute Steps allowed Xiao Yang to take the initiative each time, dodging all of Huobie's sharp attacks. In an instant, the latter was unable to do anything to Xiao Yang. Outside the arena, Zhuo Lin and Zhuo Bentang quietly observed the situation. However, they had no intention of intervening. Huobie was naturally aware of this. He knew that the hungry wolf from the Zhuo clan would not intervene unless there was meat. Therefore, he stopped Huotianyi, who had originally intended to step forward to help. His goal was to have someone on his side restrain the Zhuo clan at this moment. Otherwise, once Huotianyi and his strength were mostly depleted by Xiao Yang, even if they managed to capture Xiao Yang at that time, they would only end up benefiting the Zhuo clan. This was not something that Huobie was willing to do. Bang! Finally, after a long period of chasing, Xiao Yang was ultimately unable to dodge Huobie's shadowy pursuit. Although the two of them had only clashed for a short moment, Xiao Yang was blasted back by Huobie's attack. With this attack, he actually landed at the edge of the arena. At this moment, behind Xiao Yang was an endless abyss that stretched as far as the eye could see. His foot coincidentally stepped on the edge of the arena. Although he did not miss, Xiao Yang seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly shrank back. Xiao Yang, aren't you very good at running? Now, I want to see where you can run to. Huobie's body moved. In the blink of an eye, he was standing a short distance away from Xiao Yang. His gaze was dense as he stared at Xiao Yang in front of him. It was likely that the current Xiao Yang had suffered quite a serious injury after receiving his attack. After all, no matter how one compared him, Huobie was an elite 3-star Do Di. In front of a true elite Do Di, no matter how strong a Ban Di was, it would pale in comparison. The enormous sword in Huobie's hand suddenly shook with force. An incomparable sword aura immediately surged apart, causing the empty space around him to bend and hum as it trembled. Soon after, an extremely frightening aura swept out from Huobie's body and heavily pressured Xiao Yang at this moment. Soon after, Xiao Yang sensed the frightening aura and pressure that had suddenly descended from above his head. His face, which was already somewhat pale due to his lack of dou qi, had become completely bloodless at this moment. His nose involuntarily emitted a muffled snort. Xiao Yang frowned. A thought passed through his mind and the dou qi that was flowing within the veins in his body began to circulate. He wanted to use this to block the latter's aura and pressure. Unfortunately, under Huobie's powerful aura and pressure, even the circulation speed of the dou qi within Xiao Yang's body was greatly affected. It was impossible for him to contend with it. Ha, this is really a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself if you intend to resist the pressure of my imposing aura with the strength of a mere quasi-emperor? Sensing the unusual movement within Xiao Yang's body, Huobie parted his mouth and smiled. His smile was filled with disdain. At this moment, Zhuolin, who was outside the arena, could not help but frown slightly when he saw this scene. Zhuo Bentang by the side also raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. He immediately smiled and said to Zhuolin, "Is young master thinking about this Xiao Yang again?" "Yes." Zhuolin nodded his head gently as a reply. "Haha, young master, you think too highly of this Xiao Yang. Even if his strength is extraordinary, his training talent is extremely good, and even if he defies the heavens, reality is ultimately cruel. His strength is ultimately only that of a Ban Di and not a Dou Di. A Ban Di will never be a match for a Dou Di. Even if he killed Sun Hanshi, this only proves that his puppet is extraordinary. I'm afraid that young master is a little too focused." Zhuo Bentang's eyes focused on Zhuolin in front of him as he spoke in a respectful tone. "Oh, have I really thought too highly of him?" Hearing this, Zhuolin finally slowly turned his head and stared at Zhuo Bentang. His eyes were so calm that it was frightening as he spoke. Seeing Zhuolin once again reveal this gaze that caused one's hair to stand on end, Zhuo Bentang felt a chill run down his spine despite his age. Zhuolin's expression did not fluctuate at all as he withdrew his gaze. It once again landed on Xiao Yang in the arena. Sticking to the old ways and refusing to change. This is the reason why my Zhuo clan is unable to replace the 4 large sects. This sudden sentence caused Zhuo Bentang's expression to abruptly change drastically. Before he could say anything to stop Zhuolin quickly opened his mouth and continued. "It is not that I think too highly of Xiao Yang. Instead, it is all of you. Do you think that no one on the continent is a match for you just because you are an elite Dou Di? Do you not know that there is always someone better than you? Have you seen a second person other than Xiao Yang who has comprehended the great Tao at the Ban Di class? No, you have not seen it before, but it does not mean that there is none. My Zhuo clan is merely a frog at the bottom of a well in the entire Yuanwu continent. However, do you think that these so-called 4 large sects are any better?" The cold reprimand was filled with self-mockery. Being the eldest son of the Zhuo clan, Zhuolin, who could be considered a genius in the entire western region, naturally possessed his own wild ambition. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the 4 large sects were already the top factions in the western region. Being able to join them could be considered extremely fortunate. This point was something that quite a number of people in the Zhuo clan that Zhuolin belonged to also had such thoughts in their hearts. However, the difference between them and Zhuolin was that from the way he saw it, it was his destiny to become the future leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. Even though this was the case, the Heavenly Sword sect was merely a starting point for him. In the face of his great strength, the so-called 4 large sects were merely stepping stones in his eyes. His future would definitely not be limited to this. Of course, this would also depend on the choice of the clan behind him. If the entire Zhuo clan was willing to accept him as their leader and use the strength of the entire clan to send him to the top, the Zhuo clan would definitely rise in status in the future. Otherwise, it was likely that their Zhuo clan would be trapped in this tiny corner of the continent for generations to come. If a real man wishes to accomplish something, he must not be constrained by small details. Moreover, he must not be complacent and stubborn. As for now, let's just wait and see. Xiao Yang was able to survive under the combined attack of the 4 large sects. How can he be easily dealt with by a boorish fellow like Hubei? After the cold reprimand, Zhuolin finally quietened down and no longer spoke. Beside him, Zhuo Bentang's eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Zhuolin in front of him. He had never imagined that the young master of his clan would actually possess such a temperament at such a young age. This was something that even he could not compare to. Admiration was revealed in his eyes as he sighed in his heart. Luo Bentang also turned his gaze towards Xiao Yang, who was currently in the arena. After Zhuolin's words, he firmly believed in his heart that the Xiao Yang in front of him was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. Of course, the other people in the arena were naturally unaware of the conversation between the two of them. Numerous pairs of eyes stared at Xiao Yang in the arena. Their eyes were either filled with suspicion, pity, or cold laughter. It was as though Xiao Yang had already entered a certain death situation. Humph humph. At this moment, the corners of Hubei's mouth lifted into a disdainful smile. He glanced at the 2 Zhuo clan members behind him from the corner of his eyes. When he saw that the 2 of them were actually not moving, he could not help but secretly feel suspicious in his heart. At the same time, Hubei held the giant sword in his hand as he slowly walked towards Xiao Yang with heavy footsteps. He took a full 2 minutes to cover the distance of 100 feet. Hubei arrived in front of Xiao Yang. At this moment, the latter's expression appeared grave. There was a frightening pressure above his head. His entire body was dripping with perspiration. However, it was all cold perspiration. Hubei focused his eyes and looked over. The thing that caused him to feel uncertain was that Xiao Yang's originally pale face had appeared swollen red at this moment. Soon after, Hubei casually skipped over these details. He slowly extended his left hand, and the cold smile on the corners of his mouth gradually widened. In the end, he slowly pressed his hand on Xiao Yang's chest. A mere Ban-Di actually dares to act so recklessly in front of this emperor. Wouldn't it be extremely easy for me to kill you? It would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. Hubei's tone was filled with ridicule as he coldly laughed. At the same time, the hand that was imprinted on Xiao Yang's chest shook slightly. Soon after, an extremely frightening Do Qi erupted from his palm like a volcano. Soon after, it completely penetrated Xiao Yang's entire body from front to back. Chapter 686. Seeing that Xiao Yang's body had been penetrated once again, the expression in Hubei's eyes suddenly hardened. His palm, which he had shot out, was tightly clenched into a fist. Damn it! It is actually an after-image again, Hubei viciously cursed in his heart. Soon after, his body suddenly turned back. A pair of eyes that were filled with fury instantly looked at a certain spot in the empty space behind him. At that spot, a human figure, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, was slowly appearing. The instant this human figure appeared, Zhuolin, who had been staring intently at Xiao Yang, could not help but frown at this moment. A suspicion involuntarily rose in his heart. Zhuolin's heart was filled with endless doubt as he stared at the gradually disappearing afterimage in front of Hubei. Earlier, he had clearly sensed the fluctuation of aura within Xiao Yang's body. From the looks of it, it was clear that he was already prepared to attack. However, the current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. What exactly is he planning to do? Even I am unable to guess his intentions. Zhuolin's heart was filled with shock. In his memory, there were only a handful of people who could cause him to be unable to guess the actions of others. Even those few people were people with extraordinary statuses in the entire Western region. However, the Xiao Yang in front of him really caused his heart to be filled with doubt. At this moment, Hubei, who was in the arena, stared intently at the black-robed human figure that had suddenly appeared in the empty space. He suddenly waved the enormous sword in his hand and his strong body immediately turned into a cannonball that shot explosively towards Xiao Yang in the empty space. Ha! Xiao Yang! Die! A furious low roar was emitted from Hubei's mouth. His rushing body once again shook. Do Qi poured out, causing the empty space around him to fluctuate intensely. In the blink of an eye, Hubei's body appeared in front of the black-robed person. Huobie waved his large hand. The sharp edge of his sword heavily landed on the black-robed person's head with the force of breaking bamboo. The moment the terrifying sword aura came into contact with the black-robed man's black robe, it seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the air, Zhuolin stared at the black-robed man. He did not dare to be careless. As the saying goes, a person closely involved in a situation is baffled while a bystander sees it clearly. He had already sensed the swiftly draining Do Qi within Xiao Yang's body earlier. However, from the situation before his eyes, it was clear that Xiao Yang had yet to make a move. The more this was the case, the more Zhuolin could not be careless in his heart. Immediately after, the huge sword in Huobie's hand pierced through the black-robed man's body under the watchful eyes of the crowd. When the crowd saw this, they could not help but feel shocked for Xiao Yang. They could not help but reveal a stunned expression on their faces. Dodging the attacks of a 3-star Do Di in succession. Such a frightening speed was something that very few of the elite Do Di present could achieve. However, this was something that even they were unable to do. Yet, a 6-star Ban Di had done it one after another. This speed could really be described as frightening. Another afterimage? Huobie's expression involuntarily became gloomy when he saw the black-robed man in front of him explode into a cream-white fog. His entire body trembled intensely because of the fury in his heart. He, a dignified elite Do Di, had merely killed a 6-star Ban Di. Yet, he had been toyed with by Xiao Yang. His repeated attacks were all dodged by Xiao Yang. How could he remain calm in his heart? Where would he put his face as an elite Do Di? The fury in his heart caused the fury in his heart to become even greater. He did not expect that Xiao Yang, a Ban Di, would actually be able to bring him such great trouble. Zhuolin had another guess in his heart when he saw the black-robed human figure explode in front of Huobie. If that black shadow was really just an afterimage, it should have dissipated with the wind, and not explode into a thick fog like this black-robed man, wrapping Huobie in it. No, this is not an afterimage. It is impossible for an afterimage to be like this. Since this is the case, where is Xiao Yang? Where is Xiao Yang's actual body? Zhuolin knit his brows tightly. The doubt in his heart grew even greater. Since this was not an afterimage of Xiao Yang and was not his actual body, where was Xiao Yang at this moment? It was impossible for him to have disappeared into thin air from this open ground, right? Damn it. Xiao Yang, are you a loach? If you have the ability, fight with the old me. A furious roar sounded in the open ground. Huobie's body shook and the Do Qi within his body immediately swept out. It swiftly scattered the thick fog that surrounded him. An extremely frightening force and pressure also swept out from Huobie's body. It was just like a storm that swiftly swept over the open ground. At the same time, a slight kai sound was also emitted. However, it was perfectly covered by the former's voice. Even though this was the case, this slight sound was still detected by Zhuolin, who was completely focused at this moment. Zhuolin's heart was slightly startled. Soon after, the frowning Zhuolin's eyes suddenly turned. He looked at the edge of the open ground, which was the spot where Xiao Yang had been standing earlier. Earlier, Huobie had scattered one of Xiao Yang's afterimages with one hand at that spot. However, at this moment, Zhuolin could clearly sense that the kai sound had originated from that spot. Don't tell me. Zhuolin's heart involuntarily felt a great shock when he thought of a certain possibility. At the same time, he also felt a wave of terror because of Xiao Yang's crazy action. However, a black figure flashed across the open ground like a bolt of lightning in the next moment. The direction it was heading was where Huobie was currently standing. Wherever the black shadow passed, the surrounding space did not stir up any abnormalities. Even the flowing wind in the air was not affected in the slightest. Young Master, Zhuo Bentang, who was standing beside Zhuolin, had naturally sensed the black light that had suddenly appeared. Such a frightening speed caused even his heart to involuntarily tighten. Immediately, the expression on his old face changed slightly. Do Qi swiftly surged out of his body as he prepared to attack. Although the relationship between their two clans was not friendly, they were currently standing on the same side. He could not just watch something happen to Huobie. Wait. Have you forgotten what I said earlier so quickly? Hua is a 3-star Do Di and is not so easy to deal with. If we don't attack, there will naturally be someone who is more anxious than us. Zhuo Lin stopped Shuo Bentang just as he was preparing to attack. At the same time, he faintly spat out a sentence. His gaze turned and looked at Hu Tianyi in the air. Zhuo Bentang finally understood when he saw this. His tightly knit brows relaxed. The turbulent Do Qi within his body also gradually calmed down at this moment. Compared to the two of them, Hu Tianyi was naturally the most anxious in his heart at this moment. Seeing that the black light had already arrived behind Hu in the blink of an eye, Hu Tianyi's expression suddenly changed drastically. His heart was incomparably anxious. Without thinking, the Do Qi within the vortex within his body wildly surged out as though it was free. Soon after, his body wildly flashed and rushed toward the black light. The latter had already arrived in the blink of an eye. However, it was also at this moment that the black light completely appeared. It was undoubtedly Xiao Yang. Only at this moment did Hu recover. He abruptly turned his head and saw Xiao Yang, who had suddenly appeared behind him. Xiao Yang. This sudden scene caused the expression on Hu face to suddenly become startled. However, before he could do anything, Xiao Yang's face was flushed red as his palm landed heavily on Hu back. Heart-shattering palm. Following the furious cry that was emitted from Xiao Yang's heart, a frightening Do Qi suddenly poured out from Xiao Yang's palm and wildly poured into Hu body. Soon after, it became like a wild horse that had escaped its reins as it wildly raged within his body. In the blink of an eye, Hu face quickly turned bright red. A blood color filled his entire body. His entire body suddenly felt cool. Soon after, he was forcefully sent flying by Xiao Yang's palm. At the same time, Hu Tianyi, who had finally arrived late, waved his large hand and similarly threw a punch that heavily smashed onto Xiao Yang's chest at this moment. Bang! 2 miserable bangs sounded at the same time. Soon after, everyone present saw 2 similarly black-robed human figures flying backwards in different directions. The auras of the 2 of them had also swiftly weakened at this moment. After the 2 of them stabilized their bodies with great difficulty, Xiao Yang and Hu involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Even their expressions had turned pale in an instant. Of course, compared to Hu Xiao Yang's condition was naturally even weaker. Although Xiao Yang's heart-shattering palm had completely landed on Hu body, it was just as Zhuo Lin had said. Hu was after all a 3-star Do Di. Even with the strength of Xiao Yang's palm, it was difficult to kill him. At the very most, it could only cause him to lose his fighting strength for a short period of time. On the other hand, Xiao Yang was different from the former. In order to unleash this attack, Xiao Yang had really paid quite a big price. Young master, why is Xiao Yang's attack so sudden? At this moment, Zhuo Bentang, who was in the empty space, had also discovered some clues. He frowned as he looked at Zhuo Lin in front of him. At this moment, he had been completely subdued by the latter. Although his age was far greater than the latter's, one's temperament was not something that could be judged by age alone. Have you finally discovered this point? Hearing this, Zhuo Lin also slowly exhaled a breath of air. His voice was somewhat solemn as he spoke. When these words were spoken, Zhuo Bentang could not help but frown. His heart felt incomparably uncertain. Although Xiao Yang's speed had caused him to be quite surprised in his heart, it did not seem to be sufficient to cause Zhuo Lin in front of him to reveal such an expression. Appearing to have sensed the emotions in Zhuo Bentang's heart, Zhuo Lin quickly tightened his brows. His eyes stared intently at the pale-faced Xiao Yang in the arena. He paused for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. Xiao Yang, since I made my debut, you are the first person that I truly admire. If it was not for Hu Tianyi or Hu something might have really happened to him. Genius 1 second. Remember this website address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 687. The beautiful fire lotus leisurely drifted toward Zhuo Lin in the empty air. The beautiful-looking fire lotus was just like a perfect piece of art. It gave people a feeling that they could not bear to part with it. However, when the people present focused their attention and looked at it, they would immediately discover that as this beautiful-looking fire lotus drew through the empty air, threads of a powerful destructive aura were being emitted from it. Wherever the fire lotus passed, the invisible empty space would be quietly torn apart, leaving behind a dark black endless empty space. Above this fire lotus, even these elite Do-Di present similarly felt a deep fear deep within their hearts. They did not doubt that if this fire lotus in front of them were to land on the body of any one of them, the result would undoubtedly be that they would be instantly killed. Such a powerful strength was not something that anyone present could endure. What class of Do technique is this? What a frightening strength. No wonder even the sect leaders of the 4 large sects are unable to do anything to him. Just based on this, even an elite Do-Di would not be able to endure it. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock and fear from the crowd stared intently at the beautiful fire lotus that was slowly drifting in the arena. At the same time, everyone began to manically maneuver the Do-Chi within their bodies. They did their best to agglomerate what they believed to be their strongest defense around their bodies, intending to use this to resist the threat that was about to arrive. At this moment, Zhuolin's expression was similarly solemn as he stared at the frightening fire lotus that was heading toward him. The shock and fear in his heart was not much weaker than those ordinary elite Do-Di outside of the arena. He had never expected that Xiao Yang would actually be able to completely agglomerate the 2 clusters of flames within such a short period of time. Moreover, from the looks of the result, the strength of this beautiful fire lotus was sufficient to threaten his life. This was the problem that Zhuolin was truly concerned about. Damn it! Why does this brat possess such a powerful Do technique? If I had known earlier, I would have killed him earlier. He won't even have the chance to use it. Zhuolin cursed in his heart. However, he could only helplessly shake his head. No matter what he thought in his heart, it was already too late. It was useless to think too much about it. Rather than grumbling, it was better to think of a way to deal with the current situation. If the fire lotus really exploded, he was not willing to be the first to die. The gorgeous fire lotus was like a leaf that slowly floated forward in the empty space. Zhuolin, who was opposite it, finally made a move. Shua. The golden cloud sword in Zhuolin's hand suddenly shook. Sword aura rippled as it emitted a soft sword hum in the air. Soon after, a thought passed through Zhuolin's heart and the Do-Chi within his body once again wildly surged out. It followed his arm and spread all the way before finally pouring into the golden cloud sword. The golden light on the golden cloud sword surged. Following the pouring in of Do-Chi, an extremely powerful and frightening aura was also emitted. After doing all this, Zhuolin still appeared to be uneasy. He frowned slightly and soon after, his teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. Immediately, Zhuolin's expression turned pale. A few drops of golden blood also flew out from Zhuolin's mouth. Under Zhuolin's control, they entered the golden cloud sword in his hand in a flash. These few drops of golden blood were the few remaining essence blood in Zhuolin's body. With the addition of these few drops of essence blood, an even more glaring golden light instantly shot out from the golden cloud sword. Looking from a distance, it was like a golden sun, causing one to be unable to look directly at it. However, after Zhuolin finished doing all this, the scene that everyone had imagined did not appear in front of their eyes. Instead, Zhuolin held the golden cloud sword in his hand and stood it in front of him. Under the illumination of the golden light, his entire body was buried in this cluster of golden light. Seeing that the beautiful fire lotus was about to arrive in front of him, Zhuolin calmed down. On the other hand, everyone outside the arena retreated to the edge of the arena in fear. Zhuolin slowly exhaled. At the same time, his heart moved. Soon after, a turbulent sword aura immediately swept out in all directions from within his body. Domain of the sword. As a circular golden light spread out from under Zhuolin's feet, the empty space where Xiao Yang and Zhuolin were was immediately filled and buried by Zhuolin's domain of the sword. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang on the opposite side frowned slightly. He violently shook his head and forcefully suppressed the giddy feeling that was transmitted from within his mind. At the same time, the heavenly flame within his body was also wildly refining the endless wild and violent Do-Chi. After a few rounds of fighting, Xiao Yang's spiritual strength was almost completely exhausted. In order to swiftly agglomerate the annihilation fire lotus earlier, Xiao Yang had exhausted all of his spiritual strength. At this moment, Xiao Yang had already broken his connection with the Annihilation Fire Lotus the moment it left his hand. Otherwise, he would have long since self-detonated the Annihilation Fire Lotus. Xiao Yang's heart also held a curious attitude toward this action of Zhuolin. He was certain that with the strength of the Annihilation Fire Lotus this time around, there was definitely no elite Do Di present who could forcefully resist it. Zhuolin also understood this in his heart. Since this was the case, what was Zhuolin's intention? Xiao Yang was naturally not the only one present who held such a curious attitude. However, the distance between the Annihilation Fire Lotus and Zhuolin was only a short 100 feet. Regardless of what they wanted to do, they would not be able to make it in time. Zhuolin, who had unleashed the domain of the sword, had a dense gaze. The sword intent in his eyes gathered, causing his eyes, which already possessed quite a deterrent force, to appear even more penetrating. Anyone who looked at them would feel as though there was a sword pointed between their brows, causing them to shudder. Imperial Sword Skill, 6th Form, Sword Seal, Fall. As the indifferent cry from Zhuolin's mouth sounded, the golden cloud sword in his hand suddenly fell at this moment. It heavily pierced the empty space in front of him. Bang! Soon after, the invisible empty space in the sky in front of Zhuolin suddenly collapsed. Soon after, an enormous golden sword, which was like a small mountain, fell from the sky. Immediately, it violently paused in the empty space in front of Zhuolin. Oh! This is the Imperial Sword Skill Her. It is also the 6th Form, Sword Seal. If I remember correctly, Jian Ming had once used it when he had just arrived at the Western region. It could be considered one of the Do skills that made him famous. It is unexpected that this Zhuolin is actually able to use it. Seeing this somewhat familiar enormous sword in front of him, Xiao Yang's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. His heart also felt some surprise at Zhuolin's frightening training talent. The Imperial Sword Skill was able to become Jian Ming's famous Do skill. Its strength would naturally not be weak. It was unexpected that Zhuolin was actually able to practice it to such a level at such a young age. This also went to show just how frightening his training talent was. It was likely that even in the entire Heavenly Sword sect or the 4 large sects, the number of people who could compare with him could be counted with one's fingers. A pressure involuntarily surged in Xiao Yang's heart when he thought of this. According to his understanding, the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Heavenly Sword sect was not a member of the Zhuo clan. It was also not anyone from the 4 large clans. Instead, it was the son of the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jian Ming. It was rumored that the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di at such a young age. This kind of training talent could truly be described as frightening. Just now, the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di. It was easy to imagine that once he truly matured, his strength would definitely rise to another level. The Heavenly Sword sect had such an exceptional person who could be described as heaven-defying. It was unimaginable that the other 3 sects would definitely not lack such a genius person. Moreover, these people were all formidable opponents for Xiao Yang in the future. While Xiao Yang was thinking in this manner in his heart, Zhuolin, who was in the air, once again waved the longsword in his hand. Ha! Another low cry sounded. Soon after, the empty space in the sky once again collapsed. Similar to the former, another enormous golden sword, whose strength was not the least bit inferior to the former, landed heavily in front of the first enormous sword. The 2 enormous swords formed 2 sword shields with each other, protecting Zhuolin behind them. 4 of these enormous swords with great strength fell one after another. The 4 enormous swords used the sword shield formation to block in front of Zhuolin. The instant the 4th sword shield fell, the gorgeous fire lotus also collided with it with a loud bang. At this moment, the world was silent and the entire place was silent. Everyone present held their breaths in concentration. Even Zhuolin, who was experiencing it personally, had a grave expression on his face. Buzz buzz buzz, a buzzing sound rang out where the gorgeous fire lotus collided with the sword shield. At the same time, the enormous sword shield also began to tremble violently at this moment. On the other hand, the light on the gorgeous fire lotus did not weaken in the slightest. Even the speed of its rotation did not change in the slightest. Every time it rotated, it would release a terrifying aura of destruction. The powerful force wantonly spread out, forming a huge wave of energy. Like a flood or a ferocious beast, it heavily bombarded the sword shield. Every time it collided, it would cause the sword and shield to tremble violently. At the same time, thumb-sized cracks began to rapidly spread across the surface of the sword and shield. After a couple of breaths, the first sword shield suddenly burst apart in front of the gazes of all the elite Do-Di present. The Fire Lotus' strength did not decrease as it continued to slowly fly forward. Soon after, it once again collided with the second sword shield. Buzz buzz buzz, a familiar scene once again descended. All the elite Do-Di present felt a wave of shock and fear at the strength of this Fire Lotus. It was likely that even these elite Do-Di present would not be able to easily break this sword shield when faced with it. However, at this moment, this sword shield actually appeared to be so weak in front of this Fire Lotus. Such a scene could not be said that this sword shield was too weak. Instead, it was Xiao Yang's Annihilation Fire Lotus that was too frighteningly strong. Although the second sword shield persisted for a much longer time than the first sword shield, it was ultimately still gently shattered by the Fire Lotus. Only at this moment did the gorgeous glow on the Fire Lotus gradually dim. At the same time, the Fire Lotus also paused in the empty space. It slowly rotated and no longer moved. The appearance of this scene caused quite a number of people present to quietly sigh in relief in their hearts. They did not expect that the Fire Lotus would actually pause in the air at this critical moment. This caused everyone present to cry out in surprise in their hearts. However, soon after, the moment when all the elite Do-Di present revealed a smile on the corner of their mouths, the outermost layer of lotus petals on the gorgeous Fire Lotus quietly fell off at this moment. This scene did not appear to be eye-catching. However, the moment the lotus petals fell, a terrifying aura that was filled with destruction swept across the open ground like a storm. Bang! The terrifying energy storm arrived one after another. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the sword shield that was facing it, Grug. The first to bear the brunt of it was Zhuolin. Under the extremely frightening energy storm, his expression had almost instantly turned pale. A large mouthful of fresh blood that was mixed with fragments of his internal organs was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. Zhuolin's body flew back uncontrollably. However, before the first wave of energy storm could scatter, the second layer of lotus petals fell. An even more frightening energy storm once again swept across the large open ground like a hurricane. Within a short couple of breaths, less than 20 of the dozens of elite Do-Di present were still able to stand. The remaining people were either dead or seriously injured. Under this energy storm, even though they were as strong as Do-Di, they were unable to change their fate of death. Buzz buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the third energy storm once again swept apart. The faces of everyone present had become incomparably pale. Even someone as strong as Bai Ingzhua Bentang, a 3-star Do-Di, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment. At this moment, Zhuolin was naturally quite seriously injured under the 2 waves of energy storms. However, he relied on his own ability to barely endure. After being struck by the 2 waves of energy storms, Zhuolin's body was repeatedly sent flying. When he once again landed on the ground, he turned his gaze and coincidentally landed beside Sun Shuo. At this moment, the aura within Sun Shuo's body was extremely weak after experiencing 2 waves of energy storms. The corner of Zhuolin's mouth was lifted into a dark and stern smile when he saw this. Before the third energy storm arrived, Zhuolin forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his body. He pulled the seriously injured Sun Shuo in front of him and used the latter's body to block the incoming energy storm. At the same time, on Xiao Yang's side, after experiencing 2 waves of energy storms, the current Xiao Yang was also covered with injuries. His aura was weak as he lay on the open ground. There was no telling just how many bones in his body were broken. The injuries within his body could not be any more serious. Xiao Yang's face was ashen when he saw the arrival of the third energy storm. If Yu really did not intervene, forget about blocking it, it would be difficult for the current him to even move his finger. This time around, it was likely that he would not be able to escape this calamity, Xiao Yang's eyes glanced at the narwhal snake, which was still wrapped by the energy cuticle with great difficulty. He helplessly sighed in his heart. Immediately, he slowly shut his eyes with an unwilling heart and waited for the moment of death to arrive. Chapter 688. However, this 1,000 feet distance was merely a blink of an eye in the eyes of a Do Di. As the Do Qi poured out from Zhuo Bentang's body, the current him was only a few hundred feet away from the narwhal snake. At this distance, he had complete confidence that he could stop the narwhal snake here. Kai, Zhuo Bentang's shriveled hand suddenly clenched. Immediately, Do Qi surged wildly in his palm. When he clenched it again, it had already agglomerated into a long spear. Zhuo Bentang's arm shook and the tip of the spear suddenly turned. It carried an incomparably sharp aura as it violently smashed toward the narwhal snake. However, at this moment, the sound of rushing air was suddenly transmitted. Before Zhuo Bentang could recover, a ray of light suddenly appeared and heavily collided with Zhuo Bentang's body. Soon after, a muffled bang was emitted. Zhuo Bentang's body, which was originally charging forward, had no choice but to stop in midair. Although it was only for a short instant, the current speed of the narwhal snake was enough to leave Zhuo Bentang far behind. In an instant, when Zhuo Bentang hurriedly came back to his senses and raised his head abruptly, he saw that the narwhal snake had already left him far behind. Even if he wanted to chase after it now, he wouldn't be able to catch up. When he thought of this in his heart, a fury rose in Zhuo Bentang's heart. A pair of old eyes that were filled with fire suddenly looked at the white-robed person not far away in the empty space beside him. It was Bai Ying. Bai Ying, what are you trying to do? Zhuo Bentang's eyes were about to crack. He did not expect that he would be obstructed by Bai Ying at such a crucial moment when he was only a step away from the narwhal snake. Swoosh. However, the instant Zhuo Bentang's words sounded, Bai Ying, who was in front of him, hurriedly turned his body. His body appeared somewhat miserable as he flashed across the empty space beside him. Immediately, a strange purple-gold lightning suddenly pierced through the spot where Bai Ying was standing. Soon after, its target changed to Zhuo Bentang. Its aura did not diminish as it charged toward him. Bang! Another sudden turn of events caused Zhuo Bentang's expression to change drastically. Before he could react, the strange bolt of lightning had already landed heavily on Zhuo Bentang's body. Only at this moment did Zhuo Bentang clearly see that the purple-gold lightning bolt that had arrived before him was actually the Northern King. Soon after, Zhuo Bentang finally regained his senses. His body was sent heavily flying. Finally, he was like a falling meteor as he violently smashed into the open ground below. Although it was not enough to seriously injure Zhuo Bentang, the North King's power was enough to make Zhuo Bentang temporarily lose his ability to fight. In the air, Bai Ying's face was completely red as he glared hatefully at the North King. Only then did he turn to Zhuo Bentang and roar furiously, "What are you doing here? Do you now know why I have coincidentally bumped into you? If it wasn't because your Zhuo clan refused to lend a hand, how would I be defeated by such a dead thing? Humph, you want to reap the benefits without doing anything? I'm afraid that you have underestimated this Xiao Yang." Bai Ying's face was filled with grievance. The roar from his mouth actually caused the face of this 3-star Do Di from the Zhuo clan to turn green. Zhuo Bentang did not truly sense the strength of the Northern King from the collision earlier. However, from the current situation, he did not dare to underestimate the Northern King. By being able to beat the clan head of the Bai clan, who was also one of the 4 great clans, into such a state, Zhuo Bentang was able to imagine the strength of the Northern King without thinking too much. Of course, if he were to know that all of this was done by Bai Ying, it was unknown just what kind of thoughts he would have in his heart. At the same time, without any obstruction, the narwhal snake's charging speed became even more terrifying. It opened its huge snake mouth and emitted a shocking roar. Its huge body suddenly shook and its charging speed became extremely frightening. At this moment, Zhuo Lin's body had already caught up with Huo Tianyi. Being a 2-star Do Di, the strength of a 1-star Do Di was no different from an ordinary Ban Di to Zhuo Lin. In the blink of an eye, Huo Tianyi had been overtaken by Zhuo Lin. Seeing Zhuo Lin suddenly charge forward, the expression on Huo Tianyi's face instantly changed. Earlier, he had focused his attention on Xiao Yang in front of him. Until this moment, he still did not understand what was happening around him. However, by the time he recovered, Zhuo Lin had already violently charged toward Xiao Yang. Bastard! Xiao Yang's life is mine. I should be the one to kill him. The expression on Hua Tianyi's face swiftly became ferocious. At the same time, his body suddenly shook and he used even more strength to charge toward Xiao Yang. At the same time, the narwhal snake was crazily charging toward them from the empty space to one side of the two of them. Zhuo Lin, move aside for this young master. The furious roar from Hua Tianyi's mouth sounded. He waved his arm and threw a heavy punch toward Zhuo Lin's face. Mph, do you really think that you have the ability to contend with a 2-star Do Di just because your strength has reached the advanced 1-star Do Di level? You really overestimate yourself. With regards to this, Zhuo Lin was even more disdainful. He waved his sleeve and a sharp sword aura instantly agglomerated into a substance. With just one attack, not only did it force Hua Tianyi back, it also forcefully broke the 4 finger bones on Hua Tianyi's right hand. If Hua Tianyi himself was not a Do Di, it was likely that Zhuo Lin's attack earlier would have been enough to cripple Hua Tianyi's palm. Hua Tianyi's heart was filled with dissatisfaction after his attack was thwarted. He wanted to charge forward once again. However, at this moment, an enormous shadow behind him, like a toppling Mount Tai, heavily pressed down on him. What? Only at this moment did Hua Tianyi finally discover the narwhal snake behind him. The expression on his face suddenly changed wildly. At the same time, the Do Qi in his body crazily surged out as if it was free of charge. His 2 feet hurriedly ran through the empty space. The corner of his eyes glanced at the enormous shadow behind him that was getting increasingly closer. Shock was written all over Hua Tianyi's face. In his heart, he even regretted not being born with 2 more legs. Of course, Zhuo Lin was similarly shocked in his heart. The narwhal snake, which should have been stopped by Zhuo Bentang, had actually suddenly appeared behind them. This was really frightening. In this way, the appearance of the narwhal snake had once again ruined Zhuo Lin's plan that was right in front of him. Damn it! I must kill Xiao Yang. Even if you are already a 4-star Do Di, you cannot stop me. Zhuo Lin viciously cursed in his heart. He even wished that he could kill Zhuo Bentang here and now. However, putting aside Zhuo Bentang's strength, just the current situation made it difficult for him to deal with it. Zhuo Lin, it's all your fault. You didn't make a move for so long and only wanted to be the fisherman. Now, you have finally failed miserably at such an easy task and have thrown yourself into it. With death at hand, Hua Tianyi's heart was filled with anger. At the same time that he let out a furious roar, his eyes revealed a sinister expression as he laughed out loud. Humph humph, die. The only one who will die is you. I will not die. The muscles on Zhuo Lin's face involuntarily twitched when he heard this. Soon after, however, the viciousness on Zhuo Lin's face became even denser. The gaze he used to look at Hua Tianyi was filled with killing intent. Soon after, his body, which was originally rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, suddenly paused at this moment. The two of them, who were originally only a short distance away from Hua Tianyi, were now less than half a meter away from each other in the blink of an eye. Ha ha! Zhuo Lin, just obediently die for me. Hua Tianyi let out a stern laugh. He waved his large hand and grabbed at Zhuo Lin's ankle. Humph! Get lost! A disdainful cold laugh was immediately emitted from Zhuo Lin's mouth when he saw this scene. He twisted his leg and Do Qi surged wildly. Soon after, he heavily stomped on Hua Tianyi's chest. Bang! A frightening Do Qi immediately poured out when this attack landed. Regardless of how Hua Tianyi tried to block it, it was completely useless. The Sword Qi method of the Heavenly Sword Sect was known for its powerful attacking strength. With Zhuo Lin's current strength of a 2-star Do Di, the golden-colored Do Qi instantly agglomerated into a sharp blade. Although it appeared ordinary, Zhuo Lin was already prepared. This attack was something that even a 2-star Do Di like him would not dare to underestimate, much less Hua Tianyi, who was merely a 1-star Do Di. Zhuo Lin was clearly unable to kill Hua Tianyi with just one attack. However, his aim was clearly not this. At the same time that his foot landed, Zhuo Lin borrowed the force from his feet and violently stomped on Hua Tianyi's chest. His body borrowed the force and once again shot out explosively. At the same time, Huotiani's body was sent into the shadow that covered the sky. Ah! A sharp, miserable cry was emitted from the shadow. Zhuo Lin's body had already taken the opportunity to escape from the area covered by the shadow. When he turned his head to look, the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrunk. Even his entire body could not help but tremble slightly at this moment. Looking over at this moment, the shadow was actually the narwhal snake's large mouth that was angrily opened. Huotiani had just been swallowed by it. His heart recalled the scene of Huotiani being swallowed into the narwhal snake's stomach. Even with his mental strength, his heart involuntarily felt like it was being overturned. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Even his breathing had temporarily paused. However, soon after, the enormous body of the narwhal snake suddenly began to twist. The body at its abdomen swiftly swelled. In the blink of an eye, the originally enormous body of the narwhal snake had swelled to more than double its original size. At the same time, waves of painful hissing sounds were emitted from the mouth of the narwhal snake. Even though it was a magical beast with the strength of a 4-star Dodi, it would still have to pay quite a big price to swallow a Dodi. Burp. A moment later, just when everyone present thought that the body of the narwhal snake would burst apart because of this, the narwhal snake suddenly raised its enormous snake head high. Its enormous body suddenly trembled intensely. Soon after, a long and loud burp was suddenly emitted from its mouth. The appearance of this scene caused the expressions on the faces of everyone present to instantly solidify. Everyone's mouth was wide open. Their faces revealed an extremely shocked expression. No one had expected that what they thought would burst apart and die would actually turn into such an awkward and humorous appearance. Cough cough. In the empty air, the still pale-faced Xiao Yang involuntarily coughed a couple of times intensely when he saw this sudden scene. His heart, however, was emitting a rejoicing laughter. Fortunately, the strength of the one-legged golden snake was actually able to raise to such an extent at this critical moment. If the narwhal snake had not been present during this trip to the remains, it was likely that Xiao Yang would not have been able to endure until now. Thank you very much. Lifting his head to look at the gradually recovering narwhal snake in front of him, Xiao Yang spat out sincere words of gratitude from his mouth. Upon hearing this, the huge body of the latter twisted slightly. A hissing sound was emitted from its mouth, as if it was rejecting and accepting at the same time. Xiao Yang smiled knowingly. His gaze slowly swept across the huge body of the latter. When his gaze shifted to the tail of the narwhal snake, he realized that a layer of crystal-like golden energy cuticle was gradually spreading on the entire body of the one-legged golden snake at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang could not help but exclaim in his heart. While his brows were tightly knitted together, he was both surprised and happy in his heart. It was not the first time that Xiao Yang had seen this strange energy cuticle. This was usually due to the excessive power in the body of the devourer, causing the energy to materialize. This also meant that the narwhal snake was about to enter a period of deep sleep. Once he lost the support of the narwhal snake, this powerful fighting force, it would be very difficult to face the 4 great clans again. Of course, putting all these aside, the appearance of this energy cuticle also meant that the strength of the narwhal snake could still continue to increase. After it had completely devoured all this energy, the strength of the narwhal snake would most likely be raised to the level of a late-stage 5-star Dodi. This kind of strength, even in the entire western region, could be said to be at the top of the pyramid among all the elite Dodi. This strength would undoubtedly become a great fighting force for Xiao Yang when he went against the 4 great sects in the future. But now, all of this was still unknown. At this moment, Zhuo Lin, who was in the sky, also discovered the little change on the narwhal snake's body. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from his eyes. His face, which was still showing a grave expression a moment ago, revealed a cold expression the next moment. Ha 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 ha. The heavens are really helping me. Xiao Yang, no matter how good your luck is, you will not be able to escape the fate of dying in my hands today. Zhuo Lin's expression was ferocious. His gaze focused on the energy cuticle that was rapidly spreading on the narwhal snake's body. A thought passed through his mind and a puff sound was heard. Surging Do Qi surged out from his body. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 689. The powerful aura was like a huge mountain that shrouded the space where Xiao Yang was currently standing. Zhuo Lin's figure stood not far away from Xiao Yang. His Do Qi surged and his 2-star Do Di aura pressed down heavily on Xiao Yang without holding back. Looking at his ferocious face, it was as if he wanted to swallow Xiao Yang alive. Under the pressure of the latter's powerful aura, even if the current Xiao Yang were to use all of his strength, he would be powerless. The current battle had yet to begin, but Xiao Yang had already been defeated. On the other side of the empty space, the narwhal snake was crazily twisting its body. Its snake mouth was wide open as it emitted waves of ear-piercing hisses. It tried its best to charge toward Zhuo Lin. If it could, the narwhal snake would not hesitate to swallow Zhuo Lin alive. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it struggled, it was still futile. Even Zhuo Lin's gaze when he looked at it had a mocking look in it. When everyone present looked over, they realized that there was a thick layer of energy cuticle on the narwhal snake's body. It was spreading at an incredible speed. Everywhere that was covered by the stratum corneum, it was as if it had been watered with copper water and could not move. Therefore, the narwhal snake struggled for a long time to no avail and Zhuo Lin was able to sneer at it. Xiao Yang, who had also witnessed this scene, felt his heart sink. He did not expect the positive energy cuticle to spread so quickly. If it continued to spread at this speed, he believed that the narwhal snake would be completely covered by the energy cuticle in no time. When that time came, even if it was unwilling, it could only helplessly enter a deep slumber. Xiao Yang would also have to face 2 elite Do Di. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang's heart immediately became serious. However, before he could think any further, the terrifying aura above his head came one after another. Humph humph, even at such a time, you still have the mood to be concerned about this beast. You should first think about yourself. Zhuo Lin's tone was dense as he laughed coldly. Soon after, he opened and closed his palm. A short sword immediately appeared in his hand. His feet violently stepped on the empty space. The terrifying strength caused the invisible space to ripple. At the same time, Zhuo Lin's body shot out. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Xiao Yang's head. Zhuo Lin's hand held the short sword tightly. His expression was fierce. A biting cold, killing intent surged out from his eyes. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a row of dense white teeth that contained a dense cold light, causing one to shudder. Xiao Yang. Die. Zhuo Lin's mouth was filled with coldness. Do Qi could be heard from the short sword in his hand as he ruthlessly swung it down toward Xiao Yang's head. Clang. Soon after, just as the short sword in Zhuo Lin's hand was about to land on Xiao Yang's head, an enormous black-colored ruler suddenly blocked the top of Xiao Yang's head. At the same time, it also blocked this fatal blow. Although this was the case, Xiao Yang's body flew back over 10 steps in a miserable manner. Finally, he borrowed the weight of the heavy Shen ruler to pull his body back. Zhuo Lin's figure suddenly stood at the spot where he had been standing earlier. His expression was not only not angry, but instead revealed a mocking smile. Humph humph, a trapped beast will still put up a fight. I want to see just how many times you can block. Zhuo Lin's body once again disappeared the instant his mocking laughter sounded. All that was left was an illusionary afterimage. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yang's face suddenly changed drastically. The hand that was holding the enormous ruler suddenly exerted force. His body moved and hurriedly rushed to the side. Ha ha. Suddenly, a dark and cold mocking laughter was transmitted from beside Xiao Yang's ear. At the same time, a sharp blade that contained a cold glint ruthlessly pierced toward Xiao Yang's back. Clang. The next moment, following the clear sound of metal colliding, Xiao Yang's body suddenly flew forward. Zhuo Lin's expression changed slightly. His body swiftly turned and swiftly dodged the enormous ruler that was pouncing toward him. When Xiao Yang once again stabilized his body, Zhuo Lin's body moved and once again charged toward Xiao Yang. In the next moment, Kai, an enormous Do Qi light cluster suddenly brushed past Zhuo Lin's face. It was only an instant away from violently smashing into Zhuo Lin's body. An instant later, Zhuo Lin's body gradually calmed down like a statue. When he recovered, he realized that his clothes were actually instantly drenched in cold sweat. What he did not know was that even his face had appeared extremely pale at this moment. Although most of the narwhal snake's body was no longer able to move, one should not forget that even though it was unable to personally move, it could still use its do qi to help Xiao Yang resolve the danger. Unfortunately, the final result was much worse than what it had expected. Otherwise, just that attack earlier would have been enough to cause him to lose all of his fighting strength. An attack from a 4-star do di was no joke. Just based on Zhuo Lin's current strength, it was as if he was facing a half-di expert. He could not even withstand a single blow. Zhuo Lin slowly exhaled with a heart full of fear. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around. The fear in his eyes disappeared in an instant. What replaced it was a gloomy and ice-cold expression that was as cold as the underworld. Zhuo Bentang, kill this bastard. An extremely low and deep voice was spat out one word at a time from Zhuo Lin's mouth. At the same time he said these words, everyone present could even sense that the empty space that everyone was standing in was trembling slightly. It was not difficult to imagine just how great the fluctuation in Zhuo Lin's heart was at this moment. When Zhuo Bentang heard Zhuo Lin's words, the expression on his old face suddenly stiffened. Until now, this young master of his had truly become angry. Yes. Although he knew that he was no match for the narwhal snake, he also understood that he would not have a good ending if he offended Zhuo Lin. The degree of his misery might even be more miserable than dying in the hands of the narwhal snake. Instead of the latter, he felt that he might have a chance if he went all out. Immediately, Zhuo Bentang's figure moved and quickly came in front of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the thick layer of energy keratin had already covered more than half of the narwhal snake's body. At this moment, the narwhal snake could only move part of the area below its head. At the same time, on Xiao Yang's side, Zhuo Lin's gaze once again fell on Xiao Yang. The expression in his eyes became colder and colder. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. His entire face looked abnormally twisted. Die. With a move of his body, Zhuo Lin's figure instantly disappeared above the empty space. Xiao Yang's expression changed again. At the same time, he did not dare to be negligent. His figure moved quickly and dodged in all directions. The dark heavy buster sword in his hand was also waved, barely blocking some of the attacks that came towards him. However, even so, Xiao Yang's body had suffered quite a number of injuries in a short period of time. Although he had avoided his vital parts, the piercing pain that came from his wounds when they came into contact with the air caused Xiao Yang's face to be distorted. HMPH. Zhuo Lin merely smiled ferociously in the face of this. A thought passed through his mind and numerous golden-colored short swords that contained a cold glow swiftly agglomerated in the air around him. Following a thought from Zhuo Lin, they instantly transformed into numerous golden glows that violently pierced toward Xiao Yang from different directions. Ding 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 ding, the densely packed sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. Most of the sword lights were blocked by Xiao Yang's dark heavy buster sword. However, there were still quite a number of them that forcefully broke through the corresponding defense. In just a short period of time, many thumb-sized holes were left on Xiao Yang's body. The holes were so deep that they reached his bone marrow and the pain penetrated his soul. Even so, Xiao Yang could only clench his teeth and endure the pain. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the spot where the narwhal snake was standing. However, he saw that the latter had already been completely wrapped up by the energy cuticle. Even though he was unwilling, he had to admit that the narwhal snake in front of him was like a fish on a chopping board. Even though its skin was thick, it could only be slaughtered. At this moment, Zhuo Bentang was displaying sets of powerful do techniques with a cold face. He was trying to break open the energy cuticle on the surface of the narwhal snake's body in order to completely kill it. Seeing this scene, the muscles on Xiao Yang's face could not help but twitch intensely. Although Zhuo Bentang's attacks were like stones sinking into the sea when they landed on the energy cuticle, if he continued to deplete it endlessly, the positive energy cuticle would be broken open sooner or later. Whether the narwhal snake lived or died was only a matter of time. Damn it! Immediately, Xiao Yang was furious. However, even if this was the case, it could not change the fact that he was also extremely weak at this moment. His body was constantly hovering on the edge of life and death. If he was already in such a state, how could he save others? Ha. Xiao Yang, what is it? Even at such a time, you still have the mind to care about the life and death of this beast. Don't tell me that you don't care about me at all. You are really courting death. Zhuolin shouted angrily. Immediately after, his body moved. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yang. With a twist of his wrist, the short sword in his hand revolved in his palm. With a flip of his hand, he slashed at Xiao Yang's throat. The sudden change caused Xiao Yang to be greatly alarmed. Although he managed to twist his body in time to avoid being hit in a vital spot, the short sword still left a shallow wound on his neck. As fresh blood flowed out, an icy feeling quickly surged up from the bottom of Xiao Yang's heart. Even his back felt icy cold. The breathing from Xiao Yang's nose became sluggish. He carefully used his hand to gently rub the spot where he had been injured. Immediately, pain was transmitted. Xiao Yang's heart paused at this moment. The muscles on his face could not help but tremble intensely. It was as though his soul had been touched. Immediately after, Xiao Yang's heart strangely calmed down. Don't worry, I promised you that I will definitely bring you out of here. Since I have said it, I will definitely do it. No matter what, Xiao Yang muttered in his heart. His originally hurried breathing also calmed down at this moment. Even his deathly pale face seemed to have recovered. Oh. Why, you want to make a final gamble? Then come, let us decide the victor with one move. Today, I will let these fellows see with their own eyes that Xiao Yang, whose name resounds throughout the entire western region, will die at my hands today. Zhuolin coldly snorted. His face was filled with ridicule. Soon after, Zhuolin waved his large hand. Golden dou qi spluttered out from his palm. It was like flowing water as it swiftly transformed and agglomerated. Finally, it turned into a golden long sword. Golden Cloud Sword. It's the Golden Cloud Sword. TSK, this is the weapon that made young Master Zhuo famous. It is said that it has been with young Master Zhuo since a long time ago. It is said that as long as young Master Zhuo uses this sword, he will definitely not be defeated. Looks like young Master Zhuo intends to use this sword to continue the legend this time around. At the same time that Zhuolin took out this sword, the crowd outside the window could not help but become restless. Clearly, this so-called Golden Cloud Sword was quite famous in the western region. Xiao Yang, it is worth it for you to die under my Golden Cloud Sword today. My Golden Cloud Sword has always only killed experts above the Dou Di level. It is your honor for a mere Ban Di like you to die under my Golden Cloud Sword. Zhuolin listened to the praises that were transmitted from the mouths of the crowd outside the arena. At the same time, the golden sword in his hand was pointed at Xiao Yang. At the same time, the majestic dou qi within the vortex in his body surged out as though it was free of charge. It followed Zhuolin's body and circled around his arm like numerous water snakes. Finally, it entered the Golden Cloud Sword in Zhuolin's hand. With the pouring of dou qi, the Golden Cloud Sword glowed brightly. An incomparably powerful overbearing aura also spread out from it. The faces of those who sensed this aura involuntarily became solemn. This Golden Cloud Sword was indeed extraordinary. By being able to become the weapon of the eldest son of the Zhuo clan, the head of the 4 great clans, its strength was really not something that an ordinary weapon could compare with. Compared to Zhuolin's sharp edge, Xiao Yang's actions caused others to feel disgusted and strange upon seeing him. Just as everyone thought that Xiao Yang was preparing to use his final dou skill, the following scene caused everyone present to be instantly stunned. Not only did Xiao Yang not use the heavy Shen ruler, he instead flipped his hand and put it away. Soon after, he spread his hands in front of Zhuolin's displeased gaze. Soon after, a glow flashed in his palm and a couple of jade bottles appeared in Xiao Yang's hand. Bang! With a slight shake, Xiao Yang shattered all the jade bottles in his hand. After which, what was revealed were the dozens of medicinal pills that were added together. In an instant, a rich medicinal fragrance quickly spread across the square, causing the faces of everyone present to change. These are Tier 3 medicinal pills? These are all Tier 3 medicinal pills. Even if he is a Tier 3 alchemist, It is likely that even the Alchemist Alliance does not have the ability to take out so many Tier 3 medicinal pills at once. At this moment, everyone present was shocked in their hearts. Everyone's gaze uniformly landed on the medicinal pills in Xiao Yang's hands. If he were to take out so many Tier 3 medicinal pills, it would attract countless number of elite Do Di to snatch them. Now that they were placed in front of them, it would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. However, they also knew Xiao Yang's ability. Since he dared to take out so many medicinal pills in front of everyone, he naturally had a way to protect them. However, in front of everyone's fiery hot gazes, Xiao Yang opened his mouth wide. At the same time, he suddenly lifted one of his hands and violently stuffed the medicinal pill in his hand into his mouth. From the looks of it, it seemed that he wished that he could stuff his hand into it as well. This sudden scene caused everyone's bodies to instantly stiffen. They were like numerous statues that were fixed on the spot. They watched as Xiao Yang lifted his second hand. Soon after, he took another big mouthful of medicinal pills and violently stuffed them into his mouth. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 690. Dozens of elite Do Di's in the large square were stunned as they watched Xiao Yang gradually swallow a large mouthful of medicinal pills with great difficulty. Other than the extreme shock in their hearts, there was also a craziness because of it. This action was really crazy. Even they did not dare to attempt it. Dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills were actually swallowed by Xiao Yang at one go. The powerful strength that they brought was sufficient to cause Xiao Yang's body to explode. This action of Xiao Yang was no different from committing suicide. This fellow knows that he no longer has any way to survive. Is he planning to risk his life for another? He is really crazy. It's just a pity. He has such great training talent at such a young age, but he just had to provoke the 4 large sects. He is really young and frivolous. He does not know the immensity of the world. Shocked and regretful voices quietly spread from the crowd. Everyone's eyes revealed a pitiful expression when they looked at the current Xiao Yang. Even if the entire western region was not filled with elite Do Di, there were still quite a number of them. However, even they did not dare to face the 4 large sects head-on. However, Xiao Yang in front of them was great. His strength was merely that of a 6-star ban Di. Yet, he was still active in the western region despite being searched by the 4 large sects. Although he had been lucky enough to successfully escape from the hands of the 4 large clans a couple of times earlier, it seemed that he would not have the slightest chance of survival this time around. This lunatic. Seeing that Xiao Yang had actually swallowed dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills at one go, even with Zhuolin's character, he could not help but curse softly at this moment. The expression on his face changed as he instantly withdrew the golden cloud sword in his hand. The Do Chi within his body also wildly surged out and swiftly agglomerated into a golden Do Chi light barrier around him. The strength that erupted from dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills was sufficient to turn Xiao Yang's body into an extremely large human bomb. Once it exploded, not only would Xiao Yang die, but even many of the elite Do Di present might not be able to endure the frightening strength that completely swept out. This was something that even someone as confident as Zhuolin did not dare to be careless in his heart. While Zhuolin flashed back, the crowd outside the arena also began to raise the Do Chi within their bodies. They were naturally able to see the imminent danger in the arena. For the sake of their own lives, these people did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. While everyone in the arena was moving, the dozens of medicinal pills within Xiao Yang's body were being refined at the same time. Immediately, an extremely frightening medicinal strength surged violently within Xiao Yang's body like a volcano erupting. The powerful and overbearing strength was like a group of wild horses that had escaped their reins as it swiftly swept through Xiao Yang's limbs and bones. At this moment, the cells all over her body appeared to be extremely hungry. The moment the medicinal strength of the medicinal pills surged over, she began to wildly absorb them. Within a short couple of breaths, the aura within Xiao Yang's body had already returned to its peak. However, the outcome was far from this. Even though the aura within Xiao Yang's body had already returned to its peak, the medicinal strength that had been exhausted was only a small portion of the amount that had been completely merged with the dozens of medicinal pills. The remaining strength was wildly colliding within Xiao Yang's body. It could not be controlled as it forcefully surged into every cell in Xiao Yang's body. At this moment, Xiao Yang was like a bucket that had already been filled with water. Even though the bucket was already full, an enormous amount of water was still wildly pouring into it. However, in the blink of an eye, the skin all over Xiao Yang's body had become boiling hot. Its color had also turned blood red. His entire person looked like a blood person, appearing extremely terrifying. Of course, this was merely Xiao Yang's outer appearance. At this moment, the inside of his body was even more chaotic. The frightening energy that had been agglomerated from dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills crazily shuttled back and forth within Xiao Yang's body, causing waves of intense throbbing pain to be repeatedly emitted from within his body. Damn it! I was careless. I never thought that the power of a Tier 3 medicinal pill would be even more terrifying than I had expected. Xiao Yang could not help but curse as he tried his best to control the rampaging energy within his body. Immediately after, Xiao Yang fiercely clenched his teeth as he suddenly let out a low roar in his heart. He suddenly clenched his fists tightly. The frightening strength caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. At the same time, Xiao Yang's heart moved. The remaining spiritual strength in his heart flowed downwards without reservation. It crazily invaded his body and forcefully gathered the scattered wild energy once again. Of course, this kind of action could only have a temporary effect. As long as Xiao Yang did not completely exhaust the energy within his body, this energy would sooner or later spread once again. When that time came, the energy that had been agglomerated would instantly erupt. The strength that erupted at that moment would be sufficient to instantly tear Xiao Yang apart. Xiao Yang was unwilling to cause his own death, so, after temporarily gathering the wild and violent energy within his body, Xiao Yang widened his mouth. Immediately, a couple of different colored wild and violent flames were spat out from Xiao Yang's mouth. They were suspended in the empty space in front of Xiao Yang. At this moment, the heavenly flames that were standing in front of Xiao Yang were the top 6 heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking. However, the purifying demonic lotus flame and the nihility devouring flame were missing. Hence, Xiao Yang used the other 2 heavenly flames to replace them. After summoning the heavenly flames, what Xiao Yang needed to do next was to gather these 6 types of heavenly flames and agglomerate the strongest Do skill that Xiao Yang had created himself, the Annihilation Fire Lotus. Xiao Yang did not hesitate when he summoned the 6 types of heavenly flames. 2 of his fat hands, which appeared large due to being filled with energy, slammed heavily in front of him. Immediately, these 6 types of heavenly flames were violently slammed together. At the same time, the wild and violent energy within them also collided in an instant. Sizzle, a fire light shot out and the wild and violent energy instantly invaded. Both of Xiao Yang's hands were immediately replaced by numerous scarlet wounds. Fresh blood dripped from them. Just looking at them caused one's heart to feel a pain. The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth involuntarily parted. While his mouth inhaled a breath of cold air, his hand did not dare to hesitate even a little. The remaining spiritual strength between his brows wildly surged out of his body. He used all of his strength to control the brilliant cluster of flames that was constantly emitting a slight explosion in his hand. Droplets of scarlet water swiftly fell from Xiao Yang's forehead. However, it was unknown whether it was sweat or blood. The pain arrived. However, at the same time that fresh blood was the price, the few clusters of flames in Xiao Yang's hands were swiftly merging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a short moment, the flames in Xiao Yang's hands had already vaguely reached an equilibrium point. There was a great trend of merging. At the same time that Xiao Yang did these actions, everyone outside of the battleground also used different gazes to observe the actions of Xiao Yang in the battleground. Immediately, the many elite Do Di, who had been shocked by Xiao Yang swallowing over 10 Tier 3 medicinal pills at one go, were once again shocked by Xiao Yang. This fellow, he is really capable of doing anything when he is about to die. Has he really gone crazy? He actually wants to forcefully merge the heavenly flames together. How is this possible? Lunatic. This fellow is a lunatic. If you want to die, you can die by yourself. The old me does not wish to die with you. Immediately, various voices were emitted from the crowd. Some were shocked, some were shocked. At the same time, there was also fear. The wild and violent nature of a heavenly flame was something that the entire continent acknowledged. The wild and violent nature of a heavenly flame meant that it was destined to be unable to coexist and merge with anything in this world. At this moment, this action of Xiao Yang was undoubtedly challenging something that the entire continent did not dare to confirm. How could this not cause them to feel shocked and terrified? Damn it! What exactly is this brat trying to do? The expression in Zhuolin's eyes also changed after seeing this scene. His heart was filled with respect for the heavenly flame and he did not dare to have any thoughts about it. After all, everyone in the entire continent knew that the heavenly flame in the world had already transformed into a spirit. They were existences that they could not afford to offend. How would he dare to have any thoughts about the heavenly flame? Even though this was the case, Xiao Yang's actions still caused him to feel a wave of fear from his heart. Puff. At the same time, a puff sound was suddenly heard in the empty space in front of Xiao Yang. Another cluster of dense white flames suddenly rose. This dense white flame was undoubtedly the bone-chilling flame. Xiao Yang was involuntarily stunned when he saw this sudden scene. Even the heavenly flame that was being forcefully agglomerated in his hand suddenly erupted. Firelight shot out and Xiao Yang's hands were covered by scarlet-red fresh blood, giving him a frightening appearance. Let's add this to the mix. Although the old me has already said that I will not fight for you, lending you the heavenly flame should not be considered as fighting for you. Jiuyu laughed as he spoke. Xiao Yang's heart was slightly startled when he heard this. He quietly thanked Jiuyu in his heart. Soon after, he did not say anything else. He was aware that this was not the time to joke around. Just these 6 types of heavenly flames might be able to deal with an ordinary elite Do Di, but those 3-star Do Di were not ordinary individuals. With Xiao Yang's current strength, he did not have a 50% chance of killing them with these 6 types of heavenly flames. However, if the bone-chilling flame was added into the mix, Xiao Yang would at least have a 50% chance of being able to rely on the extermination fire lotus to fight with those 3-star Do Di. Even if he could not kill them, he would be able to cause them to pay a great price. Bang! Both of Xiao Yang's hands slammed together. The brilliant flame and the dense white heavenly flame smashed together. Immediately, an even more wild and violent strength erupted from between the 2 clusters of flames. Even the surrounding empty space fluctuated intensely. At the same time, Zhuolin on the opposite side also stared intently at the 2 clusters of flames between Xiao Yang's hands with a pair of sword-like eyes. He sensed the frightening destructive aura that erupted from them. Without realizing it, the expression in his eyes gradually became sharp. From Xiao Yang's crazy actions earlier until now, Zhuolin was certain that this was not the first time that Xiao Yang had done something like this. Since this was the case, once the 2 clusters of flames in Xiao Yang's hands were completely merged together, just how frightening would the strength that would erupt be after the 7 types of heavenly flames were merged? Zhuolin's heart immediately tightened when he thought of this. Only then did he understand that Xiao Yang had not swallowed dozens of medicinal pills because he wanted to take them down with him. Instead, he wanted to rely on this trump card of his to finish off everyone present in one fell swoop. However, from the looks of it at this moment, in order to quickly agglomerate this Do technique, Xiao Yang seemed to need to focus all of his attention on the 2 clusters of flames in his hands. Since you have no time to be distracted, I want to see just how you are going to agglomerate this Do technique. If the Do technique is not formed, the only path left for you is death. Zhuolin let out a ferocious laugh in his mouth. His hand, which was retracted, slowly tightened. The golden cloud sword, which had originally been stored in his storage ring, once again quietly appeared in Zhuolin's hand at this moment. Swoosh! Soon after, when everyone's gazes were focused on Xiao Yang, Zhuolin's body suddenly disappeared from the empty space where he was standing earlier. At the same time, a sharp sound of rushing air suddenly sounded in the sky above the open ground. Soon after, a cold glint suddenly flickered in the empty space a short distance in front of Xiao Yang. Soon after, a golden-colored long sword with an extremely sharp aura appeared. It was the golden cloud sword. The invisible sword aura instantly pierced through the invisible empty space. Soon after, Zhuolin's body also appeared in the empty space. Soon after, his body had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang. Seeing that the golden cloud sword in his hand was about to pierce into the space between Xiao Yang's eyebrows, everyone present finally noticed Zhuolin, who had suddenly appeared. However, when everyone recovered, Xiao Yang, who was originally completely focused on merging the heavenly flames in his hand, suddenly lifted his head. A pair of scarlet eyes instantly stared at Zhuolin in front of him. The invisible overbearing aura actually caused the latter's mind to instantly tremble. His entire body could not help but be startled. After being absent-minded for a moment, when Zhuolin quickly recovered, Xiao Yang had already retreated explosively. When he saw the cold smile that was revealed on Xiao Yang's flushed face, the expression in Zhuolin's eyes instantly hardened. A bad premonition crazily surged in his heart. This is bad. The moment Zhuolin recovered, he suddenly waved the golden cloud sword in his hand. His body immediately pulled back. At the same time, Xiao Yang slowly lifted his hand. Dozens of elite Do Di in the open ground looked over in unison. At this very moment, there was a beautiful fire lotus, the size of a washbasin, slowly standing in the air above Xiao Yang's raised hand. Xiao Yang's retreating body slowly came to a stop. At the same time, the expression on his red face gradually became ruthless. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Zhuolin, whose expression had changed drastically. Immediately, he opened his mouth and said, "Annihilation Fire Lotus, go." Chapter 691. The beautiful fire lotus leisurely drifted toward Zhuolin in the empty air. The beautiful-looking fire lotus was just like a perfect piece of art. It gave people a feeling that they could not bear to part with it. However, when the people present focused their attention and looked at it, they would immediately discover that as this beautiful-looking fire lotus drew through the empty air, threads of a powerful destructive aura were being emitted from it. Wherever the fire lotus passed, the invisible empty space would be quietly torn apart, leaving behind a dark black endless empty space. Above this fire lotus, even these elite Do Di present similarly felt a deep fear deep within their hearts. They did not doubt that if this fire lotus in front of them were to land on the body of any one of them, the result would undoubtedly be that they would be instantly killed. Such a powerful strength was something that not a single person present could endure. What class of Do technique is this? What a frightening strength. No wonder even the sect leaders of the 4 large sects are unable to do anything to him. Just based on this, even an elite Do Di would not be able to endure it. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock and fear from the crowd stared intently at the beautiful fire lotus that was slowly drifting in the arena. At the same time, everyone began to manically maneuver the Do Chi within their bodies. They did their best to agglomerate what they believed to be their strongest defense around their bodies, intending to use this to resist the threat that was about to arrive. At this moment, Zhuolin's expression was also extremely solemn as he stared at the frightening fire lotus that was heading toward him. The shock and fear in his heart was not much weaker than those ordinary elite Do Di outside of the arena. He had never expected that Xiao Yang would actually be able to completely agglomerate the 2 clusters of flames within such a short period of time. Moreover, from the looks of the result, the strength of this beautiful fire lotus was sufficient to threaten his life. This was the problem that Zhuolin was truly concerned about. Damn it! Why does this brat possess such a powerful Do technique? If I had known earlier, I would have killed him earlier. I would not have given him the chance to even use it. Zhuolin cursed in his heart. Soon after, however, he could only helplessly shake his head. Regardless of what he thought in his heart, it was already too late now. It was useless to think too much. Rather than grumbling, it was better to think of a way to face the situation in front of him. If the fire lotus were to really erupt, he was unwilling to be the first person to die. The beautiful fire lotus was like a leaf that slowly drifted forward in the empty space. Zhuolin on the opposite side finally moved at this moment. Shua. The golden cloud sword in Zhuolin's hand suddenly shook. Sword aura rippled as it emitted a soft sword hum in the air. Soon after, a thought passed through Zhuolin's heart and the Do Chi within his body once again wildly surged out. It followed his arm and spread all the way before finally pouring into the golden cloud sword. The golden light on the golden cloud sword shone brightly. Following the pouring in of Do Qi, an extremely powerful and frightening aura was also emitted. After doing all this, Zhuolin still appeared to be uneasy. He frowned slightly. Soon after, his teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. Immediately, Zhuolin's expression turned pale. A couple of drops of golden-colored blood also shot out from Zhuolin's mouth. Under Zhuolin's control, they entered the golden cloud sword in his hand. These few drops of golden-colored blood were the few remaining essence blood in Zhuolin's body. With the addition of these few drops of essence blood, an even more glaring golden light instantly shot out from the golden cloud sword. Looking from a distance, it was like a golden sun, causing one to be unable to look directly at it. However, after Zhuolin finished doing all this, the scene that everyone had imagined did not appear in front of their eyes. Instead, Zhuolin held the golden cloud sword in his hand and placed it in front of him. Under the illumination of the golden light, his entire body was buried in this cluster of golden light. Seeing that the beautiful fire lotus was about to arrive in front of him, Zhuolin calmed down. On the other hand, everyone outside the arena retreated to the edge of the arena in fear. Zhuolin slowly exhaled. At the same time, his mind moved. Soon after, a turbulent sword intent immediately swept out in all directions from within his body. Domain of the sword. As a circular golden-colored light spread out from under Zhuolin's feet, the space where Xiao Yang and Zhuolin were was immediately filled and buried by Zhuolin's domain of the sword. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang on the opposite side frowned slightly. He violently shook his head and forcefully suppressed the giddy feeling that was transmitted from within his mind. At the same time, the heavenly flame within his body was also wildly refining the endless wild and violent Do Qi. After a few rounds of fighting, Xiao Yang's spiritual strength was almost completely exhausted. In order to swiftly agglomerate the annihilation fire lotus earlier, Xiao Yang had exhausted all of his spiritual strength. At this moment, Xiao Yang had already broken his connection with the annihilation fire lotus the moment it left his hand. Otherwise, he would have long since self-detonated the annihilation fire lotus. Xiao Yang's heart also held a curious attitude toward Zhuolin's action. He was certain that with the strength of the annihilation fire lotus this time around, there was definitely no elite Do Di present who could forcefully resist it. Zhuolin also understood this in his heart. Since this was the case, what was Zhuolin's intention? Xiao Yang was naturally not the only one present who held such a curious attitude. However, the distance between the annihilation fire lotus and Zhuolin was only a short 100 feet. Regardless of what they wanted to do, they would not be able to make it in time. Zhuolin, who had unleashed the domain of the sword, had a dense gaze. The sword intent in his eyes agglomerated, causing his eyes, which already possessed quite a deterrent force, to appear even more penetrating. Anyone who looked at them would feel as though there was a sword pointed between their brows, causing them to shudder. Imperial Sword Skill, 6th Form, Sword Seal, Fall. As the indifferent cry from Zhuolin's mouth sounded, the golden cloud sword in his hand suddenly fell at this moment. It heavily pierced the empty space in front of him. Bang! Soon after, the invisible empty space in the sky in front of Zhuolin suddenly collapsed. Soon after, a small mountain-like golden-colored enormous sword fell from the sky. Immediately, it violently paused in the empty space in front of Zhuolin. Oh! This is the Imperial Sword Skill her? It is also the 6th Form, Sword Seal. If I remember correctly, Jian Ming had once used it when he had just arrived at the Western region. It could be considered one of his famous Do skills. It is unexpected that this Zhuolin is actually able to use it. Seeing this somewhat familiar enormous sword in front of him, Xiao Yang's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. In his heart, he also felt a shock at Zhuolin's frightening training talent. The Imperial Sword Skill was able to become Jian Ming's famous Do skill. Its strength would naturally not be weak. It was unexpected that Zhuolin was actually able to practice it to such a level at such a young age. This also went to show just how frightening his training talent was. It was likely that even in the entire Heavenly Sword sect or the 4 large sects, The number of people who could compare with him could be counted with one's fingers. A pressure involuntarily surged into Xiao Yang's heart when he thought of this. According to his understanding, the number one person among the younger generation in the Heavenly Sword sect was not a member of the Zhuo clan. It was also not anyone from the 4 large clans. Instead, it was the son of the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jian Ming. It was rumored that the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di at such a young age. This kind of training talent could truly be described as frightening. Just now, the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di. It was easy to imagine that once he truly matured, his strength would definitely rise to another level. The Heavenly Sword sect had such an exceptional person who could be described as heaven-defying. It was unimaginable that the other 3 sects would definitely not lack such a genius person. Moreover, these people were all formidable opponents for Xiao Yang in the future. While Xiao Yang was thinking in this manner in his heart, Zhuo Lin, who was in the air, once again waved the longsword in his hand. Ha! Another low cry sounded. Soon after, the empty space in the sky once again collapsed. Similar to the former, another enormous golden sword, whose strength was not the least bit inferior to the former, landed heavily in front of the first enormous sword. The 2 enormous swords formed 2 sword shields with each other, protecting Zhuo Lin behind them. 4 of these enormous swords with unhindered strength fell one after another. The 4 enormous swords used the sword shield formation to block in front of Zhuo Lin. The instant the 4th sword shield fell, the gorgeous fire lotus also collided with it with a loud bang. At this moment, the world was silent and the entire place was silent. Everyone present held their breaths in concentration. Even Zhuo Lin, who was experiencing it personally, had a grave expression on his face. Buzz buzz buzz, a buzzing sound rang out where the gorgeous fire lotus collided with the sword shield. At the same time, the enormous sword shield also began to violently tremble at this moment. On the other hand, the light on the gorgeous fire lotus did not weaken in the slightest. Even the speed of its rotation did not change in the slightest. Every time it rotated, it would release waves of terrifying destructive aura. The powerful force wantonly spread out, forming a huge wave of energy. Like a flood or a ferocious beast, it heavily bombarded the sword shield. Every time it collided, it would cause the sword and shield to tremble violently. At the same time, thumb-sized cracks began to rapidly spread across the surface of the sword and shield. After a couple of breaths, the first sword shield suddenly burst apart in front of the gazes of all the elite Do Di present. The fire lotus strength did not decrease as it continued to slowly fly forward. Soon after, it once again collided with the second sword shield. Buzz buzz buzz, a familiar scene once again descended. All the elite Do Di present felt a wave of shock and fear at the strength of this fire lotus. It was likely that even these elite Do Di present would not be able to easily break this sword shield when faced with it. However, at this moment, this sword shield actually appeared to be so weak in front of this fire lotus. Such a scene could not be said that this sword shield was too weak. Instead, it was Xiao Yang's annihilation fire lotus that was too frighteningly strong. Although the second sword shield persisted for a much longer time than the first sword shield, it was ultimately still gently shattered by the fire lotus. Only at this moment did the gorgeous glow on the fire lotus gradually dim. At the same time, the fire lotus also paused in the empty space. It slowly rotated and no longer moved. The appearance of this scene caused quite a number of people present to quietly sigh in relief in their hearts. They did not expect that the fire lotus would actually pause in the air at this critical moment. This caused everyone present to cry out in surprise in their hearts. However, soon after, the moment when all the elite Do Di present revealed a smile on the corner of their mouths, the outermost layer of lotus petals on the gorgeous fire lotus quietly fell off at this moment. This scene did not appear to be eye-catching. However, when the lotus petal fell, a terrifying aura that was filled with destruction swept across the square like a storm in the blink of an eye. Bang! The terrifying energy storm arrived one after another. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the sword shield that was facing it, Grug. The first person to bear the brunt of it was Zhuo Lin. Under the extremely frightening energy storm, his expression had almost instantly turned pale. A large mouthful of fresh blood that was mixed with fragments of his internal organs was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. Zhuo Lin's body flew back uncontrollably. However, before the first wave of energy storm could scatter, the second layer of lotus petals fell. An even more frightening energy storm once again swept across the large open ground like a hurricane. Within a short couple of breaths, there were less than 20 of the dozens of elite Do Di present who were still able to stand. The remaining people were either dead or seriously injured. Under this energy storm, even though they were as strong as Do Di, they were unable to change their fate of death. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the blink of an eye, the third energy storm once again swept apart. The faces of everyone present had become incomparably pale. Even someone as strong as Bai Ingzhua Bentang, a 3-star Do Di, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment. At this moment, Zhuo Lin was naturally quite seriously injured under the 2 waves of energy storms. However, he relied on his own ability to barely endure. After being struck by the 2 waves of energy storms, Zhuo Lin's body was repeatedly sent flying. When he once again landed on the ground, he turned his gaze and coincidentally landed beside Sun Shuo. At this moment, the aura within Sun Shuo's body had become extremely weak after experiencing 2 waves of energy storms. The corner of Zhuo Lin's mouth was lifted into a dark and stern smile when he saw this. Before the third wave of energy storm arrived, Zhuo Lin forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his body. He pulled the seriously injured Sun Shuo in front of him and used the latter's body to block the incoming energy storm. At the same time, on Xiao Yang's side, after having endured 2 waves of energy storms, the current Xiao Yang was also covered with injuries. His aura was weak as he lay on the open ground. An unknown number of bones in his body had been broken. The injuries within his body could not be any more serious. Xiao Yang's face was ashen when he saw the arrival of the third energy storm. If Yu really did not intervene, forget about blocking it with his current strength, he would have difficulty even moving his finger. This time around, it was likely that he would not be able to escape this calamity. Xiao Yang's eyes glanced at the narwhal snake, which was still wrapped by the energy cuticle with great difficulty. He helplessly sighed in his heart. Immediately, he slowly shut his eyes with a heart filled with unwillingness. He waited for the moment of death to arrive. Chapter 692. When the final energy storm swept over this open ground, the open ground could be said to be covered with corpses at a glance. It was a tragic sight. Not long ago, the dozens of elite Do Di present had all died at this moment. The manner of each of their deaths was extremely miserable. Their faces also carried an endless amount of horror. None of the people present were able to escape alive under the fire lotus. Even though they were elite Do Di, they had difficulty contending with such a great strength. The open ground that was covered with corpses was completely silent. A dense bloody scent covered the entire open ground. Although the fire lotus had already scattered, its remaining might did not disappear for a long time. Smoke permeated the open ground as a bloody fog rose. Only the statue in the middle of the open ground still stood. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled explosion sounded from the pile of corpses. Soon after, a couple of corpses were sent flying. They forcefully exploded in midair, turning into a cluster of bloody fog that did not scatter. Cough cough. A human figure slowly stood up from the pile of corpses. His figure appeared somewhat miserable. His snow-white clothes were dyed red by fresh blood. The aura within his body was extremely weak. However, he was undoubtedly much better off when compared to these corpses around him. This person was Zhuo Lin. Finally, at the critical moment when the energy storm swept over, he had borrowed Sun Shuo's body and barely managed to block the energy storm. Sun Shuo, who was already seriously injured, naturally had no way to survive under the storm. Zhuo Lin, on the other hand, was also seriously injured despite having survived. Zhuo Lin's heart was filled with shock as he looked at the miserable scene on the open ground. A deep fear lingered within his heart. He had never seen such a frightening scene, nor had he seen such a frightening Do technique. He really had difficulty imagining that Xiao Yang was really only a Ban Di. A Ban Di was actually able to unleash such a great strength. Even a true elite Do Di had suffered countless deaths and injuries from this attack of his. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of weak existence a so-called elite Do Di would be in Xiao Yang's eyes once he stepped into the ranks of elite Do Di in the future. Zhuo Lin inhaled a deep breath of air. It was a long while later before he slowly recovered from the shock that filled his heart. He forcefully controlled the emotions in his heart. Zhuo Lin's entire body trembled as he lifted his gaze. His gaze scanned the open ground in front of him. A pair of spiritless eyes carefully searched the open ground, hoping to find Xiao Yang's corpse. However, after his gaze carefully swept across the square, the expression in Zhuo Lin's eyes involuntarily froze. His dry and white lips trembled as he opened them. An expression of disbelief involuntarily appeared on his deathly pale face. Zhuo Lin's voice was hoarse. Although he wanted to say something, in the end, he still sat on the ground with a plop sound while his heart was filled with fear. The fear in his heart was even greater at this moment. Just a moment ago, he had carefully swept his gaze over every corpse present. However, in the end, he did not see a corpse that matched Xiao Yang's description. He believed that he had definitely not missed anything. Xiao Yang's corpse had indeed disappeared. At this moment, Zhuo Lin could only place the greatest hope in his heart that Xiao Yang had been completely turned into ashes by that storm. Even his corpse was not left behind. Of course, this was the most beautiful fantasy in Zhuo Lin's heart. Faced with such a terrifying enemy, he did not wish for the other party to have any possibility of surviving. This was because once that happened, it meant that he might once again meet Xiao Yang in the future. He might once again meet the demon in the depths of his heart. In Zhuo Lin's heart, Xiao Yang was the first person in history to be regarded as a demon. On this point, even the other few geniuses from the four great sects were unable to pose such a threat to him. Xiao Yang's growth potential had already reached an extremely frightening stage. Only by truly destroying such an enemy would his heart be at peace. Otherwise, as long as Xiao Yang did not die, he would definitely become an eternal obstacle in Zhuo Lin's heart in the future. It might even cause his cultivation to stagnate and he would be reduced to an ordinary Do Di. This kind of thing was something that he could not accept. However, at this moment, Zhuo Lin also realized that not only had Xiao Yang's corpse disappeared from the open ground, even the narwhal snake that was wrapped by the energy layer had also disappeared. The appearance of this scene further confirmed the belief in Zhuo Lin's heart that Xiao Yang was still alive. No. Impossible. How could he have survived? This is not real. This is definitely not real. Xiao Yang. Where are you? Come out if you have the ability. What kind of hero are you if you hide your head and show your tail? Get out here. Suddenly, the pale white face of Zhuo Lin, who was trembling all over, swiftly turned red. His pair of spiritless eyes were immediately filled with fresh blood. He waved his large hand abruptly and the golden cloud sword appeared in his palm. He forcefully supported his seriously injured body, appearing as though he was going to fight with Xiao Yang, whose life and death was unknown. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, an intense coughing sound was emitted from a certain spot in the open ground. Zhuo Lin's gaze also abruptly followed it and looked over. Xiao Yang. Zhuo Lin's voice was extremely hoarse as he let out a furious roar. He forcefully supported his body and his feet violently stepped on a corpse in front of him. Then, he wildly dashed in the direction where the coughing sound came from. At the same time, a human figure covered in fresh blood climbed out of the pile of corpses with great difficulty. From the looks of his appearance, he was the leader of the Hue clan on this trip to the remains, Hue Ba. Although Hue Ba had temporarily lost his fighting strength in the previous battle, causing him to be unable to maneuver the Do Qi within his body, he had relied on some of his own tactics at the critical moment to endure those few waves of energy storms with great difficulty. Even though this was the case, the current Hue Ba was already extremely weak. The current him had great difficulty even crawling his body, much less standing up and maneuvering the Do Qi within his body. However, he had just climbed out of the pile of corpses and flipped over with great difficulty. His mouth was roughly breathing in the air that was filled with the scent of blood when he heard a hoarse, furious roar being transmitted from far away beside his ear. Soon after, there was the sound of heavy footsteps. By the time he recovered, Zhuo Lin had indeed arrived in front of him. Zhuo Lin's hand raised and the sword fell. Before Hua could recover, this 3-star Do Di's head had already been separated from his body. After killing Hua, the body of Zhuolin, whose heart was filled with madness, immediately softened. He heavily fell to the ground. Beside him, the golden cloud sword also fell to the ground uncontrollably. Coincidentally, the sharp tip of the sword was pointed directly at Zhuolin's throat. Bang! At a certain moment, a human figure climbed up with great difficulty on the open ground that everyone thought was empty. A pair of shady old eyes that were filled with fear looked at Zhuolin's current position. Forcefully enduring the intense pain in his body, the old man forcefully maneuvered the few remaining threads of Do Qi in the vortex. His feet heavily stomped on the ground. His body flickered a few times before he finally arrived in front of Zhuolin. In his weakened state, Zhuolin opened his eyes with great difficulty. Only a thin slit could be seen. In his blurry state, he was able to clearly see the person who had arrived. It was the leader of his Zhuo clan, Zhuo Bentang. As a 3-star Do Di expert, Zhuo Bentang naturally would not die so easily since Hua did not die. Zhuo Bentang looked at Zhuolin with a grave expression as he arrived in front of him. His heart was filled with worry. Zhuolin was the most talented genius in their Zhuo clan, and he did not wish for anything to happen to the latter. Otherwise, even without mentioning this, he would not be able to get past his father, the head of the Zhuo clan. Hence, he did not dare to slight the seriously injured Zhuolin in front of him. "Young master, don't worry. This subordinate will definitely not let anything happen to you." After muttering these words, Zhuo Bentang frowned and withdrew his gaze. After which, he hurriedly took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. After he swiftly opened it, a round medicinal pill rolled out from within. Immediately, a rich medicinal fragrance swiftly spread across the empty space of the deep region. Even the rich bloody smell in the air was washed away at this moment. This medicinal pill was a Tier 3 medicinal pill. It was something that Zhuo Bentang had specially prepared for this trip to the remains as a precaution. Originally, he thought that nothing would go wrong during this trip to the remains. However, he did not expect that he would actually end up using this medicinal pill. As he thought of this, Zhuo Bentang could not help but recall the Annihilation Fire Lotus that Xiao Yang had displayed in the end while he sighed emotionally. The strength of that thing was really so great that it was frightening. Even now, Zhuo Bentang's heart was still filled with an endless amount of fear when he recalled it. It was really difficult to imagine that such a great strength was actually unleashed by a Ban Di. This was really frightening. He did not even dare to imagine how frightening the strength of the Fire Lotus would be if Xiao Yang's strength was a little stronger, reaching the strength of an 8-star Ban Di or even a 9-star Ban Di. It was likely that even an elite 3-star Do Di like him would not have any chance of surviving. Zhuo Bentang only withdrew his thoughts after feeding the medicinal pill into Zhuolin's mouth. His pair of old eyes slowly moved. Finally, they landed on the golden cloud sword beside his feet. Letting out a deep sigh, Zhuo Bentang casually gripped the hilt of the gold cloud sword. His pair of gloomy old eyes carefully observed this gold cloud sword in front of him. At the same time, the medicinal pill that had just been swallowed by Zhuolin in front of him was also emitting waves of warm medicinal strength. It swiftly healed the injuries within Zhuolin's body. While Zhuo Bentang was focusing his attention on the golden cloud sword in his hand, he did not see that Zhuolin was currently narrowing his eyes. His gaze was firmly staring at Zhuo Bentang in front of him. There was a dense killing intent quietly flashing deep within his eyes. A couple of minutes later, Zhuo Bentang finally put down the golden cloud sword in his hand. His body moved and he sat cross-legged beside Zhuolin, who was lying flat on the ground. After consuming a medicinal pill, he also began to quietly recover from the injuries within his body. At the same time, in a place where the two of them did not notice, a white-clothed Bai Ying was quietly standing on the statue that stood in the middle of the plaza. However, from the looks of his expression, he did not appear to be in a much better state than Zhuo Bentang. A pair of dense eyes stared at Zhuolin and Zhuo Bentang, who were lucky enough to survive. A solemn expression involuntarily flashed across his pale face. It was unexpected that the Zhuo clan had not lost a single person. In this way, he could not take the risk and recklessly attack. It was fine if he was facing Zhuo Bentang alone. However, Since there was an additional Zhuolin, he had no choice but to be extremely careful. A 2-star Do Di was enough to turn the tide of the battle at a critical moment. Even though Zhuolin was quite seriously injured at this moment, he was still in the same situation. Thinking of this, Bai Ying frowned as he looked at the two people in the plaza. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze and sat down cross-legged. He circulated the qi method within his body and began to recover from the injuries within his body. Bai Ying did not bring any medicinal pills with him when he entered the remains this time around. Those things had already been handed over to Bai Zhon before he entered the remains. This time around, the father and son had entered the remains separately, one in the open and one in the dark. As a 3-star Do Di, Bai Ying naturally did not doubt his own strength. He did not think that there was anyone who could truly hurt him during this trip to the remains. Of course, the current situation had caused him to miscalculate. As for Bai Zhon's side, the father and son had already discussed it. Bai Zhon would not enter the depths of the remains. In order to obtain some of the treasures within the ancient forest, Bai Zhon would definitely take quite a big risk. As a safety precaution, Bai Ying had given all the medicinal pills he had on him to Bai Zhon. As a result, Bai Ying did not have any medicinal pills to consume at this moment. However, at a certain moment, Bai Ying, who was quietly training, suddenly heard the sound of a long sword piercing through a body. When he hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, he saw a scene that caused him to be extremely shocked. At this moment, Zhuolin's body, which was originally lying on the ground, had unknowingly stood in front of Zhuobentang. At this moment, Zhuolin was holding the golden cloud sword in his hand and had ruthlessly pierced through Zhuobentang's chest. The appearance of this scene caused Bai Ying to be instantly stunned. In his heart, he had never imagined that as a member of the same clan, Zhuolin would actually try to kill Zhuobentang. It should be known that Zhuobentang had saved his life earlier. It was unexpected that in such a short period of time, Zhuobentang had actually turned around and killed him. This Zhuobentang could be said to be extremely pitiful. Forget about Bai Ying, it was likely that even Zhuobentang himself would not have imagined that the person he wholeheartedly wanted to protect would ultimately become the person who killed him. Why? Before he died, Zhuobentang's pale face revealed an expression of disbelief. A pair of shady old eyes stared intently at Zhuolin in front of him. His tone was filled with sorrow and despair. I never need a reason to kill. Zhuolin's tone was indifferent as he withdrew his gaze. At the same time, the golden cloud sword in his hand was also abruptly withdrawn. Immediately, Zhuobentang's body could not help but twitch. His body softened and fell to the ground. At the same time, the color of life in his eyes rapidly disappeared. At this moment, the two remaining 3-star Do Di had been reduced by 1. Bai Ying, who was on the statue, could not help but coldly laugh in his heart when he saw this scene. He was just about to reveal himself and intervene when his body quickly paused in the same spot. Zhuolin's coldness was not something that he could imagine. Although his strength was only that of a 2-star Do Di, Bai Ying did not dare to act rashly based on his character. Zhuolin was able to be so heavy-handed even to his own family, much less to an outsider like him. Zhuolin would only unleash an even more frightening strength under the pressure of his aura. This was not something that Bai Ying was willing to see. In order to be safe, he needed to plan everything carefully. This was not only for himself but also for the clan behind him. While all of this was happening within the remains, a couple of human figures were slowly standing outside of a snowy mountain on the other side. Even the narwhal snake, which had disappeared from the open ground, had also appeared at this place. The cold wind was desolate and snowflakes danced in the air. The thick snow under one's feet was like mud. Each time one's foot landed, a deep pit would be formed in the snow. At this moment, Xiao Yang was standing in this place. Moreover, Tianying's group was also standing beside Xiao Yang. In front of these 4 people was an icy beauty. Her pretty face was cold and indifferent as she stood steadily in the empty space where the cold wind was blowing. A pair of long pretty eyes stared at Xiao Yang in front of her. The iciness in her eyes was so dense that even the cold wind in this world could not compare with it. Standing on the snowy ground, the cold air of the world seemed to have helped Xiao Yang suppress the violent energy within his body. This caused Xiao Yang's expression to become a little better at this moment. However, when he looked at this absolute beauty in front of him, a surprise involuntarily surged into his dark black eyes. Xiao Yang had never imagined that this person would actually lend a hand at such a critical moment when he was in a situation where he was certain to die. Moreover, she had even brought Xiao Yang out of the remains. Of course, Xiao Yang was not the only person present who had such thoughts. Tian Ying's group of 3, who were not far away from him, were also looking at the beauty in front of them with faces filled with surprise. Faced with the latter, they did not dare to reveal the slightest trace of disrespect. Instead, they were as carefree as they were in the past. Their expressions were filled with respect. To be able to cause the 3 great beast kings of the Shalin mountain range to treat her so respectfully, and she was also a woman, there was naturally no need to mention the identity of this person. This woman was the overlord of the Shalin mountain range, the true ruler of the Shalin mountain range, a super expert whose strength had reached the origin transformation stage. Lungbing Shuang. Genius remembered this address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 693. This was a world of ice and snow. Cold snow swirled down from high up in the vast sky. It was like a dancer dancing in the wind in the void. Its movements were light and agile. When the large snowflakes flew together, they danced along with the biting cold wind, forming a beautiful scroll in the void. The wonderful combination between the wind and the snow made this world look quite artistic. Thick snow covered the land. No one knew what was hidden under this snow. They only felt that at a glance, this world was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was like a piece of white paper that was not tainted by a speck of dust. It was also as elegant and pure as the snow lotus on the heavenly mountain. It was likely that no one would be willing to disturb such a beautiful place. This place was like an uninhabited fairyland. Perhaps, it was the only pure land in this continent. At least in this place, one would not see blood everywhere, nor would one see killing intent. The smoke would be blown away by the cold wind, and anger would be extinguished by the flying snow. However, even though it was an extremely pure and cold land, a couple of human figures were shockingly standing on it at this moment. Beside the human figures was an enormous being. Its body was covered by a layer of materialized energy cuticle. This group of people was surprisingly Xiao Yang's group. Standing in the empty space in front of them was Lungbing Shuang. She was the one who had brought the 4 people in front of her and the narwhal snake out of the remains. Junior Xiao Yang thanks Elder for lending a hand to rescue me. Xiao Yang looked carefully at the peerless lady in front of him. He finally cupped his hands together and bowed respectfully to the latter. At the same time, his tone did not dare to be negligent as he said. This time, regardless of whether it was emotional or reasonable, Lung Bingshuang had saved him. Xiao Yang naturally felt grateful to the latter. What he did at this moment was only reasonable. Seeing Xiao Yang act in this manner, the 3 Tianying brothers did not dare to show even the slightest carelessness on their faces. Even Xiao Yang acted in this manner. How would they dare to continue standing here in this manner? The status of the magical beast world was clearly defined. Compared to humans, the strictness of the status between magical beasts was even more well known. When a weak person faced a strong person, they must completely submit. This was the case for the Sky Eagle trio. After glancing at Xiao Yang, the 3 of them looked at each other and knelt down on the snowy ground without hesitation. HMPH, get up. Lung Bing Shuang faintly said when she saw the 3 people prostrating on the ground. Immediately, she turned her gaze towards Xiao Yang. When the 3 of them heard this, they stood up from the snow. At this moment, Xiao Yang also lifted his gaze and met Lung Bing Shuang's gaze. HMPH, we meet again. Lung Bing Shuang's long and narrow eyes stared at Xiao Yang. Her pursed red lips lifted slightly as she spoke in a cold and indifferent tone. That's right, Elder. We meet again. However, this time around, this junior really needs to thank Elder for saving my life. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would already be a corpse now. When he saw the smile that was lifted from the corner of Lung Bing Shuang's mouth, Xiao Yang felt a chill in his heart. He smiled awkwardly as he spoke. At the same time, he hurriedly cupped his hands together respectfully towards Lung Bing Shuang. When they heard the conversation between the two of them, the expressions of the Sky Eagle trio beside Xiao Yang immediately changed. Many pairs of eyes looked towards Xiao Yang. Only then did they understand that the reason why Lung Bing Shuang had brought them out of the remains was because of Xiao Yang. When they thought of this, a surprised expression immediately appeared on the faces of the three of them. They did not expect that with Lung Bing Shuang's status, she would actually personally intervene for Xiao Yang. However, when the three of them thought about it in their hearts, they attributed all of this to Murong Qianqian. It was likely because of the latter's status that Lung Bing Shuang would intervene for Xiao Yang. Otherwise, a mere human, moreover a half-emperor expert, was no different from grass in Lung Bing Shuang's eyes. If there was no reason, Lung Bing Shuang would definitely not intervene for him. "Ah, I don't care about your life or death. You should know what I want in your heart. Where's the bodhisattva pill?" When she heard Xiao Yang's words, Lung Bing Shuang smiled coldly. A cold light surged in her pair of bright and beautiful eyes. She slowly raised her slender jade-like fingers. With a thought, ice immediately condensed on her fingertips. The ice-cold air that was emitted from it caused Xiao Yang's heart to tremble slightly despite the distance. When he heard Lung Bing Shuang's words, the expression on Xiao Yang's face immediately became somewhat awkward. He did not expect that the woman in front of him would actually ask about the bodhisattva pill. This was really troublesome. After nearly half a year, he had finally found the soul condensation fruit with great difficulty. He had not even swallowed it yet. His soul strength had yet to break through to rank 3. How was he going to refine the bodhisattva pill? When he thought of this, Xiao Yang could not help but carefully glance at the cold light condensed on Lung Bing Shuang's fingertips. His heart immediately turned cold. His emotions, which had just calmed down, immediately became nervous again. At this moment, he was not in his best condition. The violent energy in his body would be dealt with. If he was casually hit by Lung Bing Shuang, he would most likely not be able to keep his life. Sigh, he helplessly laughed bitterly in his heart. He had really just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's mouth. If this woman in front of him really wanted to kill him, even if the current Xiao Yang could immediately return to his peak, it was absolutely impossible for him to be the latter's opponent. Seeing Xiao Yang's difficult expression, Lung Bing Shuang could not help but gently knit her brows. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared intently at Xiao Yang. Her tone deepened as she said, "Why, it seems that you did not bring the bodhisattva pill to me." As Lung Bing Shuang's words fell, the originally cold temperature between the heaven and earth instantly plummeted. The bone-chilling cold caused all the muscles on Xiao Yang's body to involuntarily stiffen. Even the expression on his face quickly became grim. A thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind. He forcefully controlled the energy within his body that had already gone berserk. Although his strength was no match for the latter, if this Lung Bing Shuang wanted to kill Xiao Yang here and now, Xiao Yang would definitely tell her that he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. "Cuckoo, you still want to use your Do Qi in front of this queen. Why, you want to fight to the death. Do you think that you have that possibility?" At this moment, the corner of Lung Bing Shuang's mouth revealed a disdainful cold smile. Soon after, she pointed her finger directly at Xiao Yang. Immediately, an invisible force shot out. Before Xiao Yang could recover, it had already heavily struck his chest. Bang! Soon after, a muffled bang sounded. Xiao Yang, who was standing in the snow, immediately flew back uncontrollably. Finally, he violently smashed into the snow. The snow collapsed and buried Xiao Yang's entire body. After which, there was no longer any movement. The sudden appearance of this scene caused the expressions of the Sky Eagle trio to change drastically. No matter how they thought about it, they did not expect that Lung Bing Shuang would actually suddenly attack Xiao Yang. Given Lung Bing Shuang's strength, even if Xiao Yang did not die from that attack, it was likely that he would be seriously injured. The Sky Eagle trio looked at each other and raised their heads when they thought of this. The three pairs of eyes looked towards Lung Bing Shuang, who was currently standing in the air. Most of the respect in their eyes had also disappeared at this moment. After interacting with Xiao Yang a couple of times, the relationship between them could already be called friends. Moreover, Xiao Yang had intervened and saved the lives of the three of them not long ago. Their hearts were filled with gratitude toward Xiao Yang. Now that they saw that Lung Bing Shuang was actually going to attack and kill him, the hearts of the three of them were naturally unwilling. In the air, the corners of Lung Bing Shuang's mouth slowly lifted into a smile. She withdrew her finger and smilingly looked at the spot where Xiao Yang was buried by the snow. "Milady." However, at this moment, three voices were suddenly transmitted into Lung Bing Shuang's ears. From the sound of it, it seemed that they were complaining about her. "Oh!" Lung Bing Shuang knitted her eyebrows and looked towards the direction of the voices. Her eyes were looking at the Sky Eagle trio. "Is there something the matter?" Lung Bing's voice was indifferent as she asked. As the ruler of the Shilin mountain range, she had the qualifications to look down from above and face any magical beast in this mountain range. A mere 3 9-star half-emperors were nothing in her eyes. When the three of them heard Lung Bing Shuang's words, the invisible aura from her caused their hearts to suddenly sink. As the ruler of this mountain range, just this aura alone was already not something that they could easily resist, much less her strength. "Milady, may I know how Brother Xiao Yang has offended you? Please let him off on account of Miss Murong." In the end, it was still the elder brother of the three. Sky Eagle took a step forward. Even though he was extremely terrified in his heart, he still braced himself and spoke. Hearing these words, Lung Bing Shuang's eyebrows immediately lifted slightly. However, she quickly understood. Her eyes swept over the three of them one by one. She emitted a soft laugh from her nose and said, "Who told you that I want to kill him?" The expressions of the Sky Eagle trio immediately changed after these words were spoken. The three of them looked at each other and involuntarily frowned. After which, they once again looked towards Lung Bing Shuang. A doubtful expression surfaced in their eyes. Logically speaking, just the aura of Lung Bing Shuang's earlier attack was already sufficient to announce Xiao Yang's death. However, the three of them also believed that as the ruler of the Shilin mountain range, the proud and arrogant Lung Bing Shuang would definitely not lie. Since this was the case, it also meant that it was indeed as Lung Bing Shuang had said. Xiao Yang was not dead. Moreover, the aim of her earlier attack was not to kill Xiao Yang. In the blink of an eye, the Sky Eagle trio suddenly turned around. Their gazes simultaneously looked towards the location where Xiao Yang was located. At the same time, a muffled sound was suddenly emitted from a certain part of the snowy ground that had clearly caved in. Soon after, snowflakes flew in all directions like meteors that could easily be seen. The thin snowflakes shot out like darts at this moment. The expressions of the Sky Eagle trio changed once again. Soon after, the three of them clearly saw a black figure suddenly leap out from the snowy ground. The figure shot into the sky. After circling a few times in the air, it landed heavily in front of the Sky Eagle trio. The figure stepped on the air and the snowy ground below suddenly collapsed, forming a huge depression. The faces of Tian Ying and the other two immediately revealed a joyous expression when they saw that Xiao Yang was fine. 3 pairs of eyes carefully sized up Xiao Yang's body. After sensing that the latter was completely fine, the large stone that had been suspended in the hearts of the three of them finally landed heavily. "Brother Xiao Yang, it's great that you're fine. We were really worried sick earlier." The flame lion walked forward and gave Xiao Yang a huge bear hug. At the same time, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief in his heart as he laughed heartily. The moment these words were spoken, Sky Eagle and Xiong Gang by the side also laughed heartily in succession. Although their voices sounded heroic, one could not detect the suppressed worry within them. Sensing this point, Xiao Yang immediately laughed out loud and agreed. He said, "You are right. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I have an agreement with this elder. She naturally won't harm me." At the end of his words, Xiao Yang's gaze turned and looked at Lung Bing Shuang in the air. The corners of his mouth parted into a smile. Soon after, he once again bowed respectfully towards the latter and said, "Junior Xiao Yang thanks Elder for resolving the energy in my body." Although the attack just now appeared to be terrifying, after it entered Xiao Yang's body, it swiftly suppressed the wild and violent energy in Xiao Yang's body. In this way, Xiao Yang was able to borrow the strength of the flame mantra to swallow and refine all the energy in the shortest time possible. After refining the energy, the aura in Xiao Yang's body had recovered by more than half. Although it was not at its peak, it was still much better than his previous weak appearance. Mitch, alright, there's no need to say or do such useless things. If you really want to thank this king, it's best that you bring the body-returning pill to me as soon as possible. Seeing the body-returning pill will be the best way to thank this king. Seeing this scene, Leng Bingshuang's tone was still unusually indifferent. However, at least at this moment, a rare smile surfaced on the latter's delicate and pretty face. It was like a snow lotus that had just bloomed on an ice mountain and was exceptionally fragrant. Haha, this junior promises elder that within 2 years, I will definitely bring the body-returning pill and personally hand it over to elder. Xiao Yang once again cupped his hands towards Leng Bingshuang as he spoke in a firm tone. Now that he had obtained the soul condensation fruit, Xiao Yang was confident that he would be able to raise his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 3 alchemist within half a year. At that time, he would be able to prepare to refine the body-returning pill. As for the other 1.5 years, Xiao Yang was merely taking precautions. He did not dare to make any guarantees regarding the matter that Leng Bing had mentioned. Oh, 2 years her. Alright, I'll give you this final deadline. Otherwise, don't blame this king for not showing mercy. At that time, even Qianqian will not be able to protect you. Leng Bingshuang's tone was indifferent as she spoke. Of course, even though she said these words, only she knew the reason behind it. According to Leng Bingshuang's expectations, it was likely that Xiao Yang would need at least 3 more years to reach the level of a rank 3 alchemist. However, Xiao Yang's words had indeed caused her to be extremely shocked. She had never expected that Xiao Yang would actually be able to say such words that ordinary people would not dare to imagine. Despite this, Leng Bingshuang was rather happy in her heart. She had been looking forward to the body-returning pill for a long time. Since Xiao Yang himself had said it, she naturally had no objections. Chapter 694. Since we have temporarily put aside the matter of the medicinal pill, shouldn't we talk about this fellow now? Leng Bingshuang lifted her pretty eyes after hearing Xiao Yang's guarantee. She looked past the 4 people in front of her and at the enormous being behind them. Narwhal snake. Since we have temporarily put aside the matter of the medicinal pill, shouldn't we talk about this fellow now? Leng Bingshuang lifted her pretty eyes after hearing Xiao Yang's guarantee. She looked past the 4 people in front of her and at the enormous being behind them. Narwhal snake. Xiao Yang and the other 3 also turned their gazes over after hearing the words that were emitted from Leng Bingshuang's mouth. Xiao Yang was still all right. He clearly understood everything that had happened on the narwhal snake. His expression did not change much. On the other hand, the 3 of them had placed all their attention on Xiao Yang and Leng Bingshuang. They did not pay much attention to this big fellow behind them. Only when Leng Bingshuang spoke did the 3 of them turn their heads and look over. However, the expressions on the 3 of their faces were immediately startled when they saw the narwhal snake. Soon after, their expressions turned into shock. The thing that caused them to be shocked was not the identity of the narwhal snake. Instead, it was the powerful aura that was being emitted from the energy cuticle on the surface of its body. That aura was so frightening that it was likely that the 3 of them would not be able to contend with it even if they were to join hand. This fellow is actually a Do Di? Only after a couple of breaths did the 3 of them gradually recover. They faced each other and saw a deep shock in each other's eyes. Being the strongest people in the Shilin mountain range with the exception of Leng Bingshuang, they naturally had some understanding of this narwhal snake that had appeared in front of them at this moment. The 3 of them clearly remembered that when the narwhal snake had broken through to become a 9-star band DI, Xiao Yang had just entered the Shilin mountain range. However, in the blink of an eye, the strength of the narwhal snake in front of them had already reached the Do Di class. On the other hand, the gap between them was really unbelievable. Not only is he a Do Di, but he is also a 4-star Do Di. It is likely that his strength should be around that of a 6-star Do Di once he swallows all of this energy. Leng Bingshuang once again spoke in an indifferent tone while the Sky Eagle trio involuntarily exclaimed in surprise. His indifferent words sounded like he did not care at all. However, when these words reached the ears of the 3 of them, it was like a huge rock had been tossed into a calm lake. Immediately, a storm rose in the hearts of the 3 of them. 4-star. Do Di. Expressions of disbelief appeared on the faces of the three of them. The instant they heard these words, even the breathing from their nostrils abruptly turned sluggish. The shock in their hearts was even harder to describe with words. Isn't this too much of an exaggeration? How long has it been since he broke through to the 9th star half-martial emperor realm? Yet, he actually. My 3 brothers, you don't have to be so surprised. It's not that the narwhal snake's cultivation is too fast, it's just that it's gotten a lot of opportunities. Xiao Yang smiled faintly while the flame lion's mouth involuntarily let out a surprised sound. Soon after, he gave the 3 people in front of him a general description of what had happened in the remains earlier. After hearing Xiao Yang's description, the emotions in the hearts of the 3 sky eagles finally stabilized. If the narwhal snake had really relied on its own training talent to train all the way up, it would be a little too unbelievable. Xiao Yang's words caused the hearts of the 3 of them to feel a little better. Even though this was the case, a surprised expression still surfaced on the faces of the 3 of them at this moment. It was unexpected that the narwhal snake would actually have such a lucky chance. This caused them to be extremely envious. Although the narwhal snake has inherited the inheritance of the inheritance, it is still extremely powerful. Although it has obtained the Do Chi inheritance from the owner of the ruins, the energy is far too powerful. That is why it has turned into its current state. Fortunately, I have sensed a powerful devouring power from within its body. From the looks of it, the process of the narwhal snake's breakthrough does not require the intervention of an external force. This is also the best. Letting nature take its course will allow it to raise its strength to the greatest extent. Therefore, we should patiently wait for it to completely absorb all this energy and awaken from it. Xiao Yang smiled as he looked at the narwhal snake in front of him, which was wrapped in an energy cuticle. His words were filled with joy for the latter. Hearing this, the 3 sky eagles nodded slightly. Their gazes slowly shifted away from the narwhal snake's body and landed on Xiao Yang in front of them. The expressions in the eyes of the 3 of them were clearly a little surprised. Xiao Yang's own strength was merely that of a 6-star ban emperor. However, the people he came into contact with seemed to be experts of the Do Di class and above. This point caused them to admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, the strangest thing was that there seemed to be no lack of various experts by Xiao Yang's side. First, it was the puppet. Then, it was the narwhal snake. These 2 were one thing, but the thing that they did not expect the most was that because of Xiao Yang, even the boss of the Shilin mountain range, Lung Bingshuang, would take action for him. This was really somewhat inconceivable. If this was in the past, not mentioning whether Lung Bingshuang would take action for a 6-star ban emperor, just Xiao Yang's identity as a human was enough for Lung Bingshuang to mercilessly kill him. However, the scene that had appeared in front of them had instantly overturned their understanding of Lung Bingshuang in their hearts. Was it because Lung Bingshuang's attitude had changed, or was it because Xiao Yang was too special? As a result, this king of the Shilin mountain range, whose strength had reached the origin transformation stage, would not act as decisively and swiftly as before when facing him. Brothers, the narwhal snake and I can be considered friends. Previously, it had even risked its life for me. Now that it is in the midst of a breakthrough, it will definitely take a long time. Moreover, I also have other things to do. Therefore, I hope that I can hand it over to the 3 of you to help take care of it. Just as the 3 of them were lost in thought, Xiao Yang suddenly cupped his hands towards the 3 in front of him and spoke in a serious voice. The sudden words were like the sound of a gong, instantly breaking the thoughts in the hearts of the 3. They hurriedly recovered. However, before the 3 of them could nod and agree, an extremely cold aura was faintly transmitted from behind the 4 of them, causing their bodies to involuntarily tremble. Leave this little fellow to this king to take care of. With its current strength, once it breaks through and goes crazy, the 3 of them will be no match for it. It is better to leave it to this king to protect it. On one hand, I will help you look after it. At the same time, it can be considered as leaving a hostage with this king. Let's see if you dare to go against the agreement. Lung Bingshuang laughed coldly. Her words contained a cold smile. The expression on Xiao Yang's face involuntarily became a little sluggish when he heard these words. Soon after, he bitterly laughed helplessly in his heart. Since this person had already spoken, it was likely useless for him to say anything more. He might as well just let her be. In any case, as long as he could ensure that the narwhal snake could safely absorb the energy, Xiao Yang really did not care about anything else. Xiao Yang shrugged his shoulders gently, indicating that he had no objections. Seeing this, Lung Bingshuang pursed her red lips slightly, revealing a beautiful smile that could topple the world. However, the three of them did not dare to look any longer and hurriedly lowered their heads. After settling the matter of the narwhal snake, Xiao Yang finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his head and looked at Lung Bingshuang again. At the same time, he cupped his hands respectfully towards the latter and said in a respectful voice, "This junior will repay the favor of saving my life today in the future. Now, this junior still has some matters to attend to. Please forgive this junior for leaving first." Once these words were spoken, Lung Bingshuang, as well as the three of them in the void, turned their gazes over at this moment. Lung Bingshuang frowned slightly, but soon relaxed again. Her beautiful eyes stared at Xiao Yang. After a few breaths, she slowly said, "You can go now. You may leave, but don't forget what you said just now. If I don't see the body returning pill within 2 years, I will not only kill you, but I will also not let this narwhal snake off." Although her words were spoken slowly, anyone could hear the overbearing meaning within them. Xiao Yang nodded heavily. Soon after, he did not say anything else. After cupping his hands together towards the three of them by the side, he turned his body and swiftly flew out of the Shilin mountain range. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the sight of the three of them. It was a long while after Xiao Yang's figure had disappeared into the distance. Only then did the three of them slowly recover. They lifted their eyes and carefully looked at Lung Bingshuang in the empty space in front of them. They cupped their hands together and bowed respectfully. After which, they turned around and left. "Wait." At this moment, an icy and indifferent voice was suddenly transmitted over. Immediately, the three of them, who had just turned around, were like wooden pillars that were instantly rooted to the ground. Even the expressions on their faces froze in an instant. Gulp. The three of them swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. Their bodies were just like machines as they forcefully turned around. 3 pairs of eyes were somewhat empty as they looked at Lung Bingshuang in the void. "This king has not allowed you to leave and you actually dare to leave." The soft and lively voice sounded a little magnetic, causing one to be mesmerized. However, at this moment, the three of them did not have any other thoughts in their hearts as they faced Lung Bingshuang in front of them. Lung Bingshuang could be courteous to Xiao Yang, but she might not be courteous to them. She could tolerate Xiao Yang, but she would not show any mercy to them. The actions of the three of them had likely angered this person in front of them. Cold sweat swiftly surged out from the pores of the three of them as they thought of this. Their bodies involuntarily trembled slightly. The strong bodies of the 3 men caused an ordinary person to not dare to underestimate them. However, they actually revealed such an expression in the face of a woman who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. It was indeed unbelievable. Of course, if someone knew the true strength of this woman in front of them, it was likely that no one would have such thought. The strength of this seemingly frail woman was enough to cause the entire western region to tremble. Soon after, a plop sound was heard as the three of them knelt in the void and prostrated themselves towards Lung Bingshuang. "All right, get up. This king does not wish to kill all of you and is also too lazy to do so." Lung Bingshuang curled her lips in response. She gently shook her head and quickly said, "Bring him back and place him in the Flame Lion's cave. That place can help him refine the energy faster." The three of them were immediately startled when they heard Lung Bingshuang's words. They were unable to recover for a moment. It was clearly Lung Bingshuang who wanted to keep the narwhal snake. Why did she throw it to them in the blink of an eye? "Humph, do you really want this king to use him to threaten Xiao Yang?" Lung Bingshuang snorted coldly and said. The three of them immediately frowned when these words were uttered. Lung Bingshuang stared viciously at the 3 people in front of her and said in a deep voice, "He is just a half-emperor. If this king really wanted to kill him, why would I need to use him as a threat? Bring him away from this place. Otherwise, this king will throw him into an ice cave and he will definitely die." The expressions of the three of them changed when these words were uttered. Only then did they understand. Immediately, they hurriedly moved while they were secretly surprised in their hearts. The three of them lifted the narwhal snake, which was already wrapped in an energy layer. Only then did they respectfully say something to Lung Bingshuang. Their bodies moved and they swiftly flew towards their territory. Lung Bingshuang withdrew her gaze when she saw the three of them leaving. She once again looked in the direction that Xiao Yang had left. Her pair of intelligent pretty eyes slowly narrowed. Immediately, her lovely body, which was suspended in the air, slowly became distorted. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from this snowy land. At the same time, on the other side, Xiao Yang, who was swiftly flying, also involuntarily turned his head to look behind him. His eyes rotated and he ceased thinking about it. The moment he recovered, he activated the sky extinction steps at full speed. Immediately, he transformed into a wild wind and swiftly flew towards the outer regions of the Shilin mountain range. 3 days later, on the peak of a certain mountain, Xiao Yang, who was wearing a black robe, was seated upright. Both of his hands gradually formed a seal. As Xiao Yang breathed through his nose, waves of turbid natural energy swiftly gathered towards Xiao Yang. They followed the pores on Xiao Yang's body and entered the meridians within his body. After which, after being refined by the heavenly flame, it followed the route of the flame art chi method and finally returned to the vortex space. Although Lung Bingshuang had intervened and helped the wild and violent energy within Xiao Yang's body calm down, it was ultimately only able to suppress it. The mottled energy within it was still not pure enough. After leaving the inner regions of the Shilin mountain range, Xiao Yang randomly found a place to temporarily settle down. After 3 days of continuous refinement, the energy within his body was finally completely refined. Following Xiao Yang's thoughts, it completely poured into the vortex space. Until a certain moment, Xiao Yang's eyes slowly opened. While his eyes flickered, there were also traces of excitement surging out. Immediately, Xiao Yang flipped his palm and an exquisite-looking jade box appeared in Xiao Yang's hand. What was contained within was the spirit condensation fruit. Genius remembered this address in a second. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 695. The bright golden sun was like a cluster of flames. It emitted a scorching heat that mercilessly sprinkled onto the vast continent below. The deep blue sky was like a calm ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was not even a single cloud in sight. This caused the world that was already filled with high temperatures to appear even hotter. There was very little moisture in the dry air. An ordinary person would become even weaker with every breath they took. However, in this extremely hot world, there was a black-robed human figure who was calmly sitting on a mountain peak. The mountain peak that he was on was definitely the place where the sun was the fiercest in the world. Moreover, in this kind of terrible weather, even some half-emperor experts would not choose to stay here. The appearance of this black-robed human figure naturally appeared extremely strange. Of course, no matter how strange it was, in this Shilin mountain range where almost no one would come to, there would naturally be no one who would discover it. The bright sun hung high in the sky. The trees in the mountain range were pitifully drooping their heads. However, at this moment, Xiao Yang was full of energy. After 3 consecutive days of training, not only had Xiao Yang completely refined the energy in his body, even his aura had completely recovered to its peak. Even though there were still some injuries left in his body, there was no longer any fear. Feeling the powerful fire-type energy that filled the world, Xiao Yang's face revealed a smile. He randomly extended a hand and casually clenched it in the empty space in front of him. Feeling the scorching heat that was transmitted from his palm, a different expression involuntarily surfaced in Xiao Yang's eyes. He did not expect that the fire-type energy in this world that he was currently in would actually be so strong. If he were to use this place to train, wouldn't it be twice the result with half the effort? Of course, even though this was the case, Xiao Yang did not plan to train here. Currently, his strength had temporarily reached a bottleneck. It was clearly unrealistic for him to want to raise his strength again within a short period of time. At this moment, Xiao Yang's vortex had difficulty containing even the slightest bit of do qi. He sighed in his heart. Such a good place for cultivation did not exist all the time. It would only appear coincidentally at certain times. Moreover, such a strange place existed for a limited time. It could last for a few months, or it could only last for a few days. It was even possible that it could last for only a few hours. Seeing that he could not use such an excellent training place, Xiao Yang involuntarily felt some regret in his heart. He helplessly sighed. Xiao Yang gently shook his head and withdrew his thoughts. Only then did his gaze return to the jade box in his palm. Seeing the jade box in his hand, the expression in Xiao Yang's eyes gradually changed. His face involuntarily revealed an excited expression. After searching for a few months, he had finally obtained it. Soul-gathering fruit. With you, I will definitely be able to break through to a rank 3 alchemist. Xiao Yang spoke in a fervent tone. He could not wait to open the jade box. Immediately, a dense milky white fog spread outwards the moment the jade box was opened. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, Xiao Yang felt as though a hot spring had poured into the depths of his soul. His entire body felt relaxed from inside out. His mouth involuntarily emitted a comfortable moan. It was as though the fatigue that had accumulated over a long period of time had been completely washed away at this moment. His entire body felt refreshed from inside out. Immediately, Xiao Yang's eyes widened. He swiftly recovered his senses. When he looked at the interior of the jade box in his hand, the expression in his eyes was incomparably excited. This was merely the spiritual strength that seeped out from the soul-gathering fruit. It was actually powerful to such an extent. Moreover, its purity could allow anyone to easily swallow it. It must be said that this soul-gathering fruit was truly worthy of being called a spiritual medicine that surpassed the soul baby fruit. It was even more valuable. Huff. It was a long while later before Xiao Yang slowly exhaled. His throat involuntarily moved. There was no need to say more about the fiery expression in his eyes. Rank 3 alchemist. I'm coming. Xiao Yang cried out in excitement. Immediately, he no longer hesitated. A thought passed through his mind. Vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his eyebrows and swiftly wrapped around the soul-gathering fruit within the jade box. It was just like a pair of invisible large hands that carefully lifted it up. Immediately, Xiao Yang opened his large mouth. Immediately, a magnificent heavenly flame gushed out and similarly carefully wrapped around the soul-gathering fruit. After which, he slowly sent it into his mouth. The moment the palm-sized soul-gathering fruit entered Xiao Yang's mouth, it swiftly melted. Like milk, it followed Xiao Yang's throat and instantly entered Xiao Yang's body. Bang! In the next instant, Xiao Yang's body, which was seated on the mountain peak, suddenly shook. Immediately, an invisible energy storm suddenly swept across the sky above the mountain range with Xiao Yang as the epicenter. At the same time, an extremely frightening spiritual pressure instantly filled the area. At this moment, all the magical beasts within the mountain range were heavily pressed to the ground by this aura. All of them were crawling on the ground while their hearts were filled with fear. Their enormous bodies did not dare to make the slightest movement. Of course, in the face of this frightening spiritual strength pressure, forget about not daring to move. Even if they really dared to move, under this pressure, they were completely unable to move even if they wanted to. At this moment, Xiao Yang, who was seated on the mountain peak, was also observing his own body with shock. The wild joy in his heart was difficult to describe with words. At this very moment, the soul-gathering fruit that had entered Xiao Yang's body was suspended within Xiao Yang's vortex. It was coincidentally right above the vortex space. As a milky white light was released from the soul-gathering fruit, waves of majestic and boundless pure spiritual strength continuously swept through Xiao Yang's body. After passing through Xiao Yang's body, it spread in all directions. The expression on Xiao Yang's face involuntarily changed when he saw this scene. Although he had the intention of using his spiritual strength to merge with it, the enormous spiritual strength that was emitted from the soul-gathering fruit passed through his body regardless of what Xiao Yang did. It appeared to have ignored him as it continued to spread into the distant empty space. Damn it, why is it like this? The appearance of this scene caused Xiao Yang to feel incomparably shocked in his heart. He did not expect that the soul-gathering fruit that he had painstakingly found would end up in such a manner. From the looks of it, if he was unable to retrieve the spiritual strength that had spread out, it was likely that the spiritual strength within the entire soul-gathering fruit would completely disappear in this manner. Using a sieve to draw water was an outcome that Xiao Yang could not accept. Old bone, what's going on? Could it be that I can only watch as this soul energy continues to spread? Hee, brat, the spiritual strength contained within the soul-gathering fruit is indeed the purest and strongest. However, it is naturally impossible to easily swallow and refine it using ordinary methods. After all, it is an item of nature. How can it be so easily swallowed by you? Jiyu chuckled when he heard Xiao Yang's request for help. He explained to Xiao Yang, if you really want to devour these spiritual energies, it's best to use the heavenly flame to do a simple refinement before devouring them. Although this will more or less consume some of the spiritual energies, you will still be able to devour most of the spiritual energies. There are gains and losses. Don't be delusional in thinking that there is a perfect method. Xiao Yang finally understood in his heart when he heard these words. It seemed that the spiritual strength of this soul-agglomerating fruit was not so easy to obtain. Being able to easily swallow it was merely because the soul-agglomerating fruit was unable to cause any harm to an ordinary person. However, if one really wanted to swallow it, it would really be difficult to do so without a certain amount of exhaustion. There are gains and losses, Xiao Yang softly muttered what Jiyu had said earlier. He involuntarily nodded. Most things in this world were like this. If one wanted to obtain something, one had to lose something. Everything was proportional. Gains and losses were interdependent. Thank you, old Jiyu, for your guidance. Xiao Yang did not hesitate after thanking Jiyu in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the enormous do qi within the vortex swiftly rotated like a windmill. The brilliant heavenly flame also rose and agglomerated into a beautiful fire medicinal cauldron. The soul-gathering fruit was placed within it. Clang, clang, clang. As expected, with the heavenly flame blocking it this time around, the spiritual strength that had originally spread outwards was indeed restricted by the heavenly flame. The enormous and pure spiritual strength collided back and forth within the medicinal cauldron. The fire medicinal cauldron emitted waves of intense dang-dang sounds. The entire medicinal cauldron involuntarily trembled. It must be said that the spiritual strength contained within the soul-gathering fruit was frighteningly powerful. Fortunately, this thing did not possess any destructive strength to an ordinary person. Otherwise, with the strength of this spiritual strength, it was likely that it would be enough to shatter Xiao Yang's spiritual strength after a countless number of attacks. Refine it. A stern cry was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yang's mouth after a short moment of surprise in his heart. At the same time, the turbulent heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron that was suspended within Xiao Yang's vortex also surged up like an ancient magical beast. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced toward the soul-gathering fruit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, the soul condensation fruit also seemed to have an independent reaction. After the milky white fruit buzzed and trembled, a large amount of pure spiritual energy swiftly surged out from the soul condensation fruit. In the blink of an eye, a layer of seemingly invisible spiritual energy condensed on the surface of the soul condensation fruit, tightly protecting the soul condensation fruit within it. Kai. With the cover of this layer of spiritual strength, the attack of the heavenly flame was temporarily blocked. The spiritual strength on it was being refined at an extremely slow speed under the frighteningly high temperature of the heavenly flame. Although this method was indeed effective, it was likely that Xiao Yang would have to spend quite a lot of time on this soul-gathering fruit if he were to really do it this way. It is unexpected that this thing actually has an independent defense. It is indeed worthy of being the soul-gathering fruit. However, if it is only like this, you should obediently allow me to refine it, Xiao Yang exclaimed in surprise in his heart. Soon after, however, a cold smile surfaced on his face. At the same time that his mind looked inside, he controlled the enormous do qi within the vortex within his body. It surged out like a furious yellow river, agglomerating into a huge do qi dragon within the vortex. After which, it charged into the medicinal cauldron. Roar! A low and deep dragon roar was suddenly emitted from within the medicinal cauldron the instant this enormous do-chi was poured in. Soon after, the brilliant flame became even more violent as it charged toward the soul-gathering fruit. Kai kai kai. Compared to a moment ago, under the powerful might of the heavenly flame, the layer of spiritual barrier on the surface of the soul condensation fruit was like ice that had met fire as it swiftly melted. Within a short moment, the spiritual barrier was about to shatter. Buzz 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 buzz. At this moment, another wave of dazzling intense light flickered on the soul-gathering fruit. A powerful spiritual strength immediately surged out from within and swiftly poured into the spiritual barrier. Humph, you still want to condense it? Break it. Xiao Yang immediately let out a loud cry in his heart when he saw this scene. At the same time, the ferocious heavenly flame that was surrounding the soul-gathering fruit within the medicinal cauldron transformed into a large heavenly flame dragon in the blink of an eye. The dragon twisted its body. The moment the enormous spiritual strength was about to surge into the spiritual barrier, the enormous dragon widened its large mouth and violently bit the spiritual barrier, which was already on the verge of shattering. Bang! The spiritual barrier could not endure for even a short instant before it shattered with a bang. Soon after, the soul-gathering fruit below was swallowed by the huge dragon. Bang! The instant the soul-gathering fruit was swallowed by the huge fire dragon, an even more ferocious flame within the fire medicinal cauldron immediately swarmed forward. It was just like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey as it crazily refined the soul-gathering fruit that was heavily surrounded by the heavenly flame. At this moment, no matter how much spiritual strength surged out from the soul-gathering fruit, it would be swiftly torn apart by the surrounding heavenly flame. It would be broken down and swallowed one by one. As the spiritual strength was continuously refined by the heavenly flame, wisps of even purer spiritual strength slowly rose from the vortex within Xiao Yang's body. Finally, they poured into the soul bead deep within his mind. After breaking the spiritual barrier, the refinement of the soul-gathering fruit naturally became much easier. From now on, the refinement of the soul-gathering fruit would no longer face any difficulties. At this moment, Xiao Yang only needed to have sufficient patience to use the remaining time to slowly refine it with the heavenly flame. He was neither anxious nor impatient. He believed that it would not be long before the spiritual strength within the soul-gathering fruit would be completely swallowed by him. At that time, Xiao Yang's spiritual strength would be able to undergo a breakthrough, allowing him to step into the level of a rank 3 alchemist. Chapter 696. The process of swallowing the soul-condensing fruit lasted for a total of 3 months. During these 3 months, the spiritual strength contained within the soul bead in Xiao Yang's mind grew stronger by the day. The spiritual strength within the soul-condensing fruit was continuously transferred to the soul bead in Xiao Yang's mind. After 3 months of continuous refinement, the size of the soul-condensing fruit within the vortex had undergone a huge change. The soul-condensing fruit, which was originally the size of a palm, was now only the size of a soybean. Even so, if one were to carefully examine it, one would discover that the spiritual strength contained within it was still terrifyingly powerful. Around the soul-condensing fruit, the surging heavenly flame was like a wild lion roaring furiously. The beautiful flame released a terrifyingly high temperature that could melt mountains and break seas. It condensed into a medicinal cauldron that surrounded the soul-condensing fruit. As the heavenly flame rose, the high temperature was released. Threads of milky white qi slowly floated up from the soul-condensing fruit. Then, following the guidance of the heavenly flame, it passed through the channels and internal organs within Xiao Yang's body. Finally, it reached the soul bead in the depths of his mind. Such a careful and meticulous refinement process was like spinning silk from a cocoon. An ordinary person would not be able to imagine it and would not be able to calm down to do it. If it was someone else, it was likely that they would choose to give up in less than 3 days and use an even more violent method to directly refine it. However, Xiao Yang's mental state did not change in the slightest during the process of refining the soul-condensing fruit. Instead, he persisted for a total of 3 months. Just based on this point, it was enough to prove just how tough Xiao Yang's mental state was. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another week had passed. At this moment, The size of the condensing soul fruit in Xiao Yang's cyclone was reduced to the size of half a grain of rice. It would not be long before it was completely refined by Xiao Yang. Day after day, the cycle repeated itself. As night fell, the pitch-black night sky was densely covered with stars. The entire area was enveloped by a scorching aura. The magical beasts in the mountain range were unable to sleep in peace. Occasionally, irritated roars would resound across the mountain range. These fellows had not had a good rest for a long time. This damned weather had caused them to suffer quite a bit. If they could break through the sky above their heads, they would definitely not be stingy. At this moment, Xiao Yang's heart was calm. The expression on his face did not change because of the environment. He, who had been bitterly training outside for many years, had long adapted to any environment in this world. Even if it was a hopeless situation in the eyes of ordinary people, in Xiao Yang's eyes, there would definitely be a chance of survival. Unknowingly, a fish-belly white color faintly rose from the horizon. Soon after, a dense light gradually spread across the entire land. The sun was high in the sky. When the last wisp of spiritual strength, which had been refined until it was extremely pure, entered the soul bead in Xiao Yang's mind, Xiao Yang's originally calm-seated body suddenly shook at this moment. His body, which had been seated cross-legged for over 3 months, would have been treated as a statue if no one paid attention to it. However, at this moment, this statue, which had been completely isolated from the outside world, finally woke up from its long slumber. Hum hum hum. Soon after, a pair of clear eyes suddenly opened. At the same time, an invisible, vast spiritual pressure rapidly swept out from Xiao Yang's body like a tsunami. With Xiao Yang's body as the center, a circle of invisible energy ripples rapidly formed around Xiao Yang. It was like an invisible wall that was several hundred meters tall and possessed a shocking aura. Rumble. The instant the invisible energy ripples swept out, the entire mountain range violently shook at this moment. Huge rocks rolled down from the cliffs, and rumbling sounds exploded in the mountain range like muffled thunder. The mountain peak that Xiao Yang stood on violently shook, and huge cracks appeared on it. The cracks rapidly spread, and in the end, those dense cracks even enveloped the entire mountain. It was as if it would instantly collapse with a gentle push. Slowly raising his pitch-black eyes, Xiao Yang's gaze seemed to be empty as he stared at the empty space before him. At the same time, the enormous spiritual strength that swept out also rapidly swept towards the depths of the mountain range. Along the way, all kinds of powerful magical beasts within the mountain range appeared within the range of Xiao Yang's spiritual strength's probing. First, there were some 7-star half-emperor level magical beasts. Then, there were 8-star magical beasts. In the end, Xiao Yang's spiritual strength arrived at a rather hot volcano. The size of this volcano was absolutely at the forefront of the entire Shalin mountain range. As his spiritual strength spread out, Xiao Yang could not help but smile in his heart. This was the residence of the flame lion. Smiling faintly in his heart, Xiao Yang's mind moved, and the enormous spiritual strength continued to penetrate, directly entering the volcano. He wanted to observe the flame lion's current movements. However, after a short moment, Xiao Yang could not help but be slightly startled in his heart. In the depths of the volcano, he actually felt a rather powerful energy. Moreover, within that energy, there was a somewhat familiar aura. Carrying the curiosity and doubts in his heart, Xiao Yang controlled his spiritual strength to continue to penetrate deeper. At the same time, he was also thinking about the answer in his heart. When Xiao Yang's spiritual strength arrived at the bottom of the volcano, in the stone room where magma was surging, Xiao Yang's spiritual strength discovered that the flame lion and the other two were there. At the same time, in the sky above the magma, there was a huge beast that was wrapped in a powerful energy layer. It was also entrenched in the air. As waves of scorching aura rose from the magma, the energy layer on the surface of the huge beast's body emitted a lustrous light. Soon after, Xiao Yang could clearly see traces of energy flowing along the huge beast's body. After circling for a while, it flowed into the latter's body. Narwhal snake. Xiao Yang's heart was suddenly startled. He had never imagined that he would actually see the narwhal snake here. Logically speaking, this fellow should have been taken away by Lung Bingshuang. Why was it now? Who is it? How dare you act so presumptuously in the Shalin mountain range? Just as the emotion within Xiao Yang's heart had changed, the flame lion and the other two, who were seated cross-legged around the magma, appeared to have sensed something. Numerous pairs of eyes that were filled with solemnness instantly lifted their heads and looked above their heads. After being discovered by the three, Xiao Yang hurriedly withdrew his spiritual strength. The powerful spiritual strength that had spread out over 1,000 miles was withdrawn in the blink of an eye. Soon after, Xiao Yang regained his senses. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He had never imagined that the narwhal snake would actually appear in the flame lion's cave. However, after a rough guess, Xiao Yang came to an understanding in his heart. All of this was probably Lung Bingshuang's idea. She said that she would take the narwhal snake away in order to put pressure on him so that he would pay attention to the matter of the body-returning pill. In reality, she had never planned to kill the narwhal snake from the start. Otherwise, she would not have asked Tian Ying and the rest to place the narwhal snake at the bottom of the volcano in order to speed up the narwhal snake's devouring and refining of the energy stratum. After understanding this point in his heart, Xiao Yang's face immediately revealed a smile. It seemed that this Lung Bingshuang was not as cold as she seemed on the surface. On the other side, Tian Ying and the other two had grave expressions on their faces. The frightening spiritual strength that had suddenly appeared earlier had caused their minds to tremble. The strength of that spiritual strength was far from what they could compare with. What a frightening spiritual strength! Who exactly is that fellow? Yang Shi wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with a lingering fear. Even though he had a fiery temper, his heart involuntarily trembled in the face of that powerful spiritual strength that had suddenly appeared earlier. As a magical beast, his sensitivity towards powerful auras was far superior to that of an ordinary human. When that spiritual strength had descended on this place earlier, he had clearly sensed just how powerful that spiritual strength was. The owner of that spiritual strength is either a rank 3 alchemist or a fellow with frighteningly powerful strength. Tian Ying's expression was gloomy. It could be said that it was a disgrace for someone to spy on their territory. However, they also understood just how frightening the strength of the person who was spying on them was. Regardless of whether that person's identity was the former or the latter, he was a frightening existence that they could not easily offend. Currently, even though they had 10,000 dissatisfaction in their hearts, they could only grit their teeth and swallow it. Be careful. Inform those brats in the Shalin mountain range to be alert. Once a strong enemy attacks, they must inform this place immediately. Otherwise, if anything happens to that fellow, forget about the Lord, we will also have difficulty explaining ourselves to Brother Xiao Yang. Tian Ying's tone was solemn as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the two beside him nodded their heads repeatedly. Soon after, they each moved and left the bottom of the volcano. As for Tian Ying, he stayed behind to guard the narwhal snake. After withdrawing his thoughts, Xiao Yang also turned his gaze back and it landed on his spiritual strength, which had soared. As he sensed the surging spiritual strength contained within the soul bead in his mind, Xiao Yang could not help but feel excited. Ever since he had obtained the pill formula for the ice spirit pill, Xiao Yang had been thinking day and night about when he would be able to raise his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 3 alchemist. After nearly 3 years, he had finally managed to do so today. Now that his spiritual strength had reached rank 3, the current Xiao Yang had finally met the first requirement to refine the ice spirit pill. However, even though the problem of his spiritual strength had been resolved, there was still another problem that was placed in front of Xiao Yang. If he was unable to resolve this problem, he would still be unable to refine the ice spirit pill. Fire plume flower. Besides the ice spirit liquid, there was still one more ingredient missing to refine the ice spirit pill, and that was the fire plume flower. The fire plume flower was one of the more precious fire attribute medicinal ingredients. According to Xiao Yang's knowledge, not only was this fire plume flower extremely valuable, even the environment in which it grew was extremely strict. Ever since he had come to the Yuanwu continent, Xiao Yang had never heard of any information about this medicinal ingredient. Right now, this fire plume flower had become Xiao Yang's final problem. If he was unable to find the fire plume flower, even if Xiao Yang obtained the ice spirit liquid, he would still be unable to refine the ice spirit pill. As such, Xiao Yang would also be unable to devour the bone-freezing fire and raise his strength. Helplessly shaking his head, Xiao Yang withdrew his thoughts. Even though the fire plume flower was not easy to find, now was not the time to be anxious. He could naturally slowly search for the fire plume flower. However, right now, there was another thing that constantly reminded Xiao Yang. With a flip of his palm, a ray of light flashed and an ancient scroll appeared in Xiao Yang's hand. This scroll was the ancient scroll that he had obtained from the desolate ancient ruins. Even though he did not know what exactly was inside this scroll, Xiao Yang had a faint feeling that this scroll would bring him quite a pleasant surprise. With a trace of joy in his heart, Xiao Yang's hands slowly unfurled the scroll. The first thing that entered his eyes was a golden parchment. The parchment was made of a special material, and even with Xiao Yang's eyesight, he was unable to discern what exactly it was. However, Xiao Yang did not care about this. Immediately after, what appeared in front of Xiao Yang's eyes were 5 large characters that were written in flowing calligraphy. 4 Saint manifestation skill. The instant he saw these 4 words, Xiao Yang's entire mind was immediately startled. The instant Xiao Yang turned around, a strange feeling gushed out from the bottom of his heart. While carrying that strange feeling, Xiao Yang slowly unfurled the scroll in his hand. The instant the scroll was completely unfurled, a bright ray of light was released from the scroll and transformed into 4 figures in front of Xiao Yang. The 4 figures were all human and were only the size of an ordinary person's palm. Their bodies were slightly illusory and their entire bodies flickered with a dazzling golden light. Numerous mysterious symbols were formed around the human figures, and each of them wrapped around the bodies of the 4 human figures. Seeing the 4 human figures that had been formed in front of him, Xiao Yang could not help but frown slightly. Such a strange scene caused him to feel somewhat suspicious in his heart. After observing for a long while, he still could not tell what exactly these 4 human figures were. He could not even tell whether they were Do skills or Qi methods. What the hell is this? Xiao Yang's face was at a loss. The golden light that was projected flickered for a moment before disappearing. At this moment, the only things that appeared in front of Xiao Yang's eyes were these 4 somewhat illusory human figures. Even the scroll in their hands appeared ordinary and did not have any reaction. A stunned expression was revealed on Xiao Yang's face. He could not just stare at the 4 illusory human figures in front of him, could he? Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment in his heart. A long while later, he finally raised his hand with a stomach filled with doubt. He carefully extended a finger and gently pressed it on one of the 4 human figures. Genius remembered this address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 697. The instant Xiao Yang's finger touched the figure in front of him, the soul bead in the depths of Xiao Yang's eyebrows began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Soon after, an enormous amount of spiritual energy surged out from the soul bead and rapidly surged into the 4 figures in front of Xiao Yang. After this enormous amount of spiritual energy was forcefully absorbed, Xiao Yang's mind was also forcefully sucked in. All of this happened in the instant Xiao Yang's finger touched the golden figure. When Xiao Yang regained his senses and was about to let out a cry of surprise, he discovered that he had actually appeared in another space. Xiao Yang's slightly opened mouth slowly closed. His gaze gradually lifted up and looked at the world in front of him. A pair of dark black eyes reflected a golden bright glow. The boundless world was filled with enormous golden-colored symbols. They were like numerous enormous metal chains that penetrated the sky. Looking from a distance, these symbols were faintly agglomerating into the shape of a circular ring. Xiao Yang did not really understand what was going on. Every golden symbol would emit a faint golden brilliance. Most of the golden light in this space was also emitted from these symbols. Like water vapor, it transformed into tiny golden particles that scattered throughout the entire space. When Xiao Yang continued to focus his eyes and look, he could clearly see that there were some huge contours within these enormous golden rings. They were like arcs, but they would suddenly twist and turn. They were like straight lines, but they could also suddenly fold and transform into arcs. The entire huge contours did not have the slightest bit of logic, and there was no trajectory to follow. One could not find the starting point and did not know where it ended. What exactly is this place? Looking at this somewhat strange scene from a distance, Xiao Yang could not help but feel a little suspicious in his heart. His flat forehead could not help but frown slightly. After carefully observing for a moment, Xiao Yang's eyes were only able to see 4 extremely large golden light rings. Moreover, those light rings appeared to be continuing to expand without him realizing it. Even the strange outlines within them were also expanding. Xiao Yang's body appeared just like a tiny ant in this place. He raised his head high but was unable to see any part of this world. However, this kind of situation was actually becoming even more serious. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Carrying the anger in his heart, Xiao Yang could not help but let out a low roar. A thought passed through his mind and he was about to raise the Do Qi in his body. Only then did he recover. His current state was only his consciousness. He was completely relying on his spiritual strength. It was impossible for him to have the slightest Do Qi to be used. Damn it! Xiao Yang cursed softly. Although he had the intention of withdrawing his mind from this space, he quickly realized that his consciousness had actually been cut off from the outside world. Based on the current situation, unless Xiao Yang was able to discover the strangeness of this space, it was likely that he would never be able to leave this place. Just as Xiao Yang was feeling extremely anxious in his heart, the space in front of him suddenly distorted intensely. Immediately, an old man wearing a long golden robe appeared in front of Xiao Yang. The moment he saw the old man, Xiao Yang's expression suddenly changed. He was greatly shocked in his heart. At the same time, his feet involuntarily took a few steps back. After which, he carefully looked at the other party. Currently, being in this strange space, Xiao Yang did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Who knew if this old man in front of him had any tricks up his sleeves that were waiting for him? Ha ha, kid, don't worry. This old man is just a remnant soul. I'm just struggling at death's door to wait for the person who obtained this scroll. I won't be able to hurt anyone. Seeing that Xiao Yang actually kept retreating, the old man could not help but chuckle softly. He gently stroked his beard with one hand. His old face was full of smiles, appearing rather amiable. Hearing the old man's words, the expression on Xiao Yang's face gradually relaxed. He gently exhaled, but his gaze was still carefully staring at the old man in front of him. After a few breaths, he gently frowned and opened his mouth to ask. Senior, you said that you're waiting for someone. May I know who that person is? Haha, a fated person. The old man replied with a chuckle. Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly focused, but he did not dare to be careless in his heart. The person Senior is referring to, it's you. Before Xiao Yang could finish speaking, the old man quickly opened his mouth. The expression on Xiao Yang's face also suddenly became stern. Senior, I'm afraid that you've got the wrong person. This junior is currently trapped within this scroll and my consciousness is unable to leave. How can I be considered a fated person? Don't tell me that being trapped here means that I'm a fated person. If that's the case, this junior would rather withdraw and be an idle person. Xiao Yang's tone was cold. Not only did this so-called Four-Saint manifestation skill not bring him any benefits, it had even trapped him here for a long time. How could this be considered a treasure? From Xiao Yang's point of view, this was a trick to harm others. Haha, young man, you're not young at all. Cuckoo, little child, you are young but your character is extremely impatient. You can't just look at the surface of things and you can't just rely on the naked eye to summarize everything. If you want to obtain strength, how can you not experience hardships and tribulations? Moreover, this Do technique itself possesses a special characteristic. If you want to practice it, you will naturally have to pay a price. Otherwise, do you think that you can easily practice all the Do techniques after obtaining them? The old man seemed to have already prepared a countermeasure to Xiao Yang's words. Moreover, looking at his familiar manner, it was likely that this was not the first time that he had said such words to someone. Hearing this, Xiao Yang finally knit his brows tightly together and calmed down. Although he was unwilling to admit it in his heart, the old man's words were correct. When one obtained something, one would also have to pay a corresponding price. Only by paying a price would there be a reward. There was no free lunch in this world. Currently, to Xiao Yang, a low-class Do technique might be easy to practice, but at the same time, the increase that it brought to Xiao Yang was pitifully little. Similarly, a high-class Do technique might be unceasingly practiced, but its strength was similarly something that an ordinary Do technique could not compare with. Perhaps, this space in front of him was Xiao Yang's greatest test before he obtained this Yi-class Do technique. However, although he had this thought in his heart, Xiao Yang really did not know how to find a method to break this vast space in front of him. This space was so vast that it was likely that he would have to spend an endless amount of time just to walk through it, much less find a method to practice this Do technique. Cuckoo, brat, sometimes, the eyes can deceive people. If you overly rely on your eyes, perhaps what you will obtain will only be an even bigger lie. The old man faintly opened his mouth. His words contained some caution. When these words were transmitted into Xiao Yang's ears, it caused the expression on the latter's face to change slightly. Immediately, he lowered his head and carefully pondered the old man's words. A moment later, when Xiao Yang once again raised his head, he saw that the old man who was in front of him a moment ago had already disappeared. The space in front of him was still slowly expanding. In Xiao Yang's eyes, everything gradually became further and further away. He was just like a speck of dust in this space, tiny and invisible. Overly relying on one's eyes can also deceive people. Eyeing the vast and boundless space in front of him, Xiao Yang repeatedly muttered these two sentences in a soft voice. His dark black eyes repeatedly swept across the space in front of him. The breathing from his nose had unknowingly become rough. It was a long while later that Xiao Yang finally hardened his heart. Both of his eyes were tightly shut and he forced himself to no longer look at the space in front of him. He threw away all the distracting thoughts in his heart and no longer thought about anything. He tried his best to forget about the space in front of him. Even the scroll was also suppressed by Xiao Yang in the bottom of his heart. He acted as though all of this had never happened. He did not open the scroll nor did he obtain it. He calmly recalled his appearance when he was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. He recalled the cool breeze that brushed past his ears and felt the hot fire energy in the air. The emotions in his heart also gradually stabilized. His agitated heart slowly returned to calmness. It was like the surface of a lake after a hurricane. The storm had scattered and it was as quiet as a mirror without any ripples. The breathing from his nose gradually returned to calmness. Every inhalation and exhalation was orderly, steady, and powerful. His aura was thick. From this, one could tell that this person was definitely not an ordinary person. It was a long while later that Xiao Yang, who had his eyes tightly shut, finally slowly opened them. His heart was completely calm. The matter of the four-saint manifestation skill seemed to have been completely forgotten by him and was completely thrown out of his mind. When the first ray of light shot into the depths of Xiao Yang's eyes through the slits of his eyes, the scene that was reflected in his eyes was an azure sky that stretched as far as the eye could see. The instant Xiao Yang completely opened his eyes, what appeared in front of him was a vast mountain range. The sky was azure while the land was lush and lush. The mountain range was like a cluster. Looking at this scene that was brimming with life, it was naturally the Shilin mountain range that Xiao Yang was in. Ah! His throat could not help but emit a cry of surprise. The expression on his face could not help but change. However, it was quickly and perfectly restrained. Regardless of whether the previous incident had happened or not, Xiao Yang's mental state had been raised by quite a bit. When Xiao Yang slowly withdrew his gaze and looked in front of him, the corners of his mouth revealed a happy smile. In front of this smiling expression, the ancient scroll had been completely unfurled in the air. It was suspended in mid-air. Rays of golden light shot out from it and condensed into 4 human figures in front of Xiao Yang. Compared to before, these 4 human figures were undoubtedly more solid. The runes on the 4 halos that were originally suspended around the human figures had also completely condensed on their bodies. Looking at the 4 human figures in front of him, Xiao Yang's heart was calm this time around. He was no longer as nervous as before. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Yang raised his hand. Boundless spiritual strength surged out from his palm and extended out like branches. Soon after, it poured into the 4 human figures in front of him. Buzz buzz buzz, the instant the spiritual strength poured in, The surface of the 4 golden human figures flickered with waves of golden light. A thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind and his consciousness poured into the 4 human figures. Soon after, the familiar scene from before once again appeared in front of Xiao Yang's eyes. It was still a space filled with golden light. However, compared to before, this space appeared extremely small. It could only fit a dozen people. At this very moment, 4 human figures were standing in this space. In front of these 4 human figures, Xiao Yang's somewhat illusory figure was also standing leisurely. The size of the 4 human figures was no different from an ordinary person. Their bodies even looked stronger. Their faces were expressionless. However, they revealed a stern aura that caused one to not dare to look directly at them. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yang's heart was calm as he faced the other party's gaze. That murderous aura, which possessed a deterrent force to an ordinary person, was broken by itself in front of Xiao Yang. 4 Saint Manifestation Skill, Middle-Level Spirit Class Do Technique. It mainly relies on one's physical strength. It is divided into 4 parts: Wing Elephant Skill, Golden Elephant Skill, Strength Elephant Skill, and Giant Elephant Skill. Within the space, the old voice that he had heard earlier was once again transmitted. The expression on Xiao Yang's face involuntarily changed slightly. Soon after, he followed the latter's words and carefully listened. Wing Elephant Skill represents speed. Practicing it can greatly increase the explosive strength of one's physical body. Within a certain limit, one can rely on one's physical body to erupt with an unusually fast speed. Once practiced to perfection, one can collapse mountains and rivers with a single step and take one's life. All it takes is a single step. Golden Elephant Skill represents defense. With the body of a diamond, it is indestructible and unbreakable. Once practiced to perfection, one can rely on one's physical body to block Do Qi. One's physical body is like a saint. Strength Elephant Skill represents offensive strength. One's fist can shatter the world. One's strength can collapse mountains and rivers. No one can block the might of one's fist. Giant Elephant Skill can use this to change one's body shape. Once the giant elephant is unleashed, the world is like an ant and all living things are beneath one's feet. Under full strength, its strength is comparable to an Yi-class Do technique. However, if one wants to practice it, one must first master the first 3. After a long-winded general explanation, Xiao Yang also had a general understanding of this so-called 4 Saint Manifestation Skill. Although the description was exaggerated, its general meaning was not only speed, defense, strength, and body shape. Overall, these 4 skills also had their own unique characteristics. Being able to concentrate on one point to practice would undoubtedly greatly increase one's control over one's physical body. Under normal circumstances, choosing one of the 4 skills would undoubtedly leave the other 3 behind. However, now that these 4 skills had been merged into one, there was naturally no need to worry about anything else when practicing it. At the very most, it was just a matter of order. As long as Xiao Yang focused on practicing, he had the ability to completely master the 4 Saint Manifestation Skill. At that time, once he used it, in addition to other methods, it was likely that he would also have the ability to fight against a Do Di. Even defeating him would not be a problem. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 698. A respectful expression appeared on Xiao Yang's face as he stared at the 4 figures in front of him. According to what he had heard from the old man's voice, the 4 golden figures in front of him were not ordinary people. The 4 of them were super body tempering experts whose names had once shaken the continent. Their body tempering techniques had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Just by relying on the strength of their physical bodies, even the super strong Origin Emperor and Origin Sect experts would not be their match if they went all out. It was even said that the old man who specialized in the giant elephant skill had once fought with an Origin Venerate without being at a disadvantage. His strength could be said to be terrifying. The so-called 4 Saint Manifestation Skill was a Do skill created by combining the strengths of these 4 individuals. They complemented each other and complemented each other. Xiao Yang's eyes involuntarily revealed a fiery expression as his gaze landed on the old man who represented the giant elephant skill. According to the introduction of this Do skill, The giant elephant skill was naturally the strongest among the 4 figures. If he was able to cultivate the giant elephant skill to its peak, Xiao Yang would have the ability to fight even an origin venerate expert. At that time, why would he need to worry about the 4 great sects of the Western region? However, although this idea was good, Xiao Yang also understood that the giant elephant skill was clearly a fusion of the first 3 skills. If he wanted to cultivate the giant elephant skill, Xiao Yang would first have to master the wing elephant skill, the golden elephant skill and the force elephant skill. Otherwise, no matter how strong Xiao Yang's physical strength was, he would still be unable to cultivate the 4 saint manifestation skill to its true peak level. Hence, it could be said that Xiao Yang only had 3 skills to choose from when he first started cultivating the 4 saint manifestation skill. Moreover, in order to raise his strength as much as possible within a short period of time, Xiao Yang could only choose from these 3 skills. He would first cultivate one of them before cultivating the others one by one. Xiao Yang could not help but curl his lips crazily when he thought of this. He had never imagined that he would end up in such a state after obtaining such a treasure. He just did not know how powerful each of the 3 skills would be. After hesitating for a moment in his heart, Xiao Yang's gaze finally swept over the 3 golden human figures in front of him. The one standing on the far left was the wing elephant spell. After using it, it could increase the explosive power of one's physical body. Relying on one's physical body to erupt with a powerful force in an instant, it would greatly increase one's speed. Xiao Yang stared at the first figure for a long time. In the end, he shook his head slowly. With the addition of the sky extinction step, Xiao Yang was confident that in terms of speed, even some elite Do Di might not be able to compare with him. Therefore, it was likely that Xiao Yang did not need this wing elephant skill for the time being. While Xiao Yang was thinking in this manner in his heart, his footsteps also paused in front of the second human figure. His dark black eyes stared at the golden human figure in front of him as Xiao Yang's heart quietly hesitated. The golden elephant skill was known for its defense. After practicing it, one's physical defense would be invincible and indestructible. One could even rely on the strength of the golden elephant skill to forcefully receive Do skills. The toughness of one's defense was something that even some elite body refiners would not be able to compare with. Looking at the golden elephant skill in front of him, Xiao Yang's heart could not help but move slightly. The strength of those elite Do Di was terrifyingly strong. Xiao Yang was already extremely fearful of them. If he had the golden elephant skill, he might be able to increase his chances of survival. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Yang was about to choose the golden elephant skill. However, Xiao Yang's hand, which had just been lifted, suddenly shrank and was withdrawn. Turning his gaze, Xiao Yang's gaze landed on the third golden figure. The force elephant skill was known for its offensive strength. If he were to practice it, it would definitely be able to greatly increase Xiao Yang's fighting strength. From there, he would have a greater chance of defeating his opponent in battle. Looking at the force elephant skill in front of him, Xiao Yang could not help but look at the golden elephant skill in front of him. One for offense and one for defense. Although both were extremely good, it was a pity that the current Xiao Yang could only choose between the two. Looking at the 2 figures in front of him, Xiao Yang's calm state of mind could not help but fluctuate once again. The force elephant skill could suppress the enemy while the diamond body could protect one's life. These kinds of choices were often the most difficult to make. His gaze swept back and forth between the 2 figures in front of him. Some sweat involuntarily appeared on Xiao Yang's forehead. In the end, Xiao Yang simply closed his eyes once again. Out of sight, out of mind. He was making a difficult choice in his heart. Buzz. After nearly 10 minutes, Xiao Yang, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. This time, Xiao Yang's gaze unwaveringly landed on the force elephant skill. And this was the choice that Xiao Yang had made. As the saying goes, offense is defense. Offense is the best defense. Since that is the case, I will choose you. Xiao Yang let out a low cry in his heart. Soon after, his palm slammed onto the body of the third golden human figure. Kai. Following the emitting of a low and deep Kai sound, the golden-colored human figure immediately burst apart, transforming into a golden light that swiftly surged into Xiao Yang's palm. Within this golden light, The cultivation method of the Force Elephant skill was recorded. Buzz buzz. Immediately, in the outside world, Xiao Yang's body trembled slightly as his consciousness withdrew from the scroll in front of him. With a look of joy in his eyes, Xiao Yang raised his head. At this moment, there were only 3 other figures that appeared in front of Xiao Yang. With regards to this, Xiao Yang understood in his heart. The Force Elephant skill on the scroll was now firmly imprinted in his mind. Naturally, there would be one less figure. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Soon after, Xiao Yang clasped his hands together and kept the scroll that was spread out in front of him. The 3 figures in mid-air also disappeared along with it. After carefully keeping the scroll, Xiao Yang finally withdrew his thoughts. With a thought, the majestic spiritual strength in his mind swiftly spread out. After carefully investigating the nearby mountain range, Xiao Yang withdrew his spiritual strength. At the same time, he flicked his finger and a purple-gold flowing light immediately shot out. It transformed into the appearance of the Northern King in the empty space beside Xiao Yang. After doing all this, Xiao Yang was finally completely at ease. Both of his hands formed the training seal as the thoughts in his heart swiftly surged into his mind. He carefully flipped through the Force Elephant skill that he had just obtained. As a middle-level Spirit Do technique, the Force Saint manifestation skill naturally had its unique points. Just the initial comprehension of this Force Elephant skill alone had already taken Xiao Yang quite a lot of time. It was naturally not difficult to practice a Spirit Do technique. However, the important thing was to comprehend it. If one was unable to understand the essence of the Do technique, even if one practiced it, one would definitely not be able to unleash its full power. Xiao Yang had always had high expectations of himself. When practicing a Do technique, it was naturally impossible for him to understand half of it. He had to reach the stage where he could understand it thoroughly before he could give up. As expected, in order to be able to unleash the true power of the Force Elephant skill, Xiao Yang sat on the mountain peak that was on the verge of collapse for another half a month. During this half a month, Xiao Yang was like an old monk in meditation. His entire body did not move at all. Even the breath from his nose was merged with the sky. If one did not carefully observe, one would really think that the person sitting there was a dead person. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yang, who had been sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak for nearly 4 months, finally opened his eyes once again. The instant Xiao Yang opened his eyes, a sharp golden light shot out from deep within Xiao Yang's eyes like 2 sharp arrows. It pierced through the empty space and disappeared into the empty space 1,000 feet away in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yang slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest for half a month. Immediately, the corners of his mouth were slowly lifted into a smile. The heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. After half a month of bitter searching, Xiao Yang had finally grasped the essence of this Force Elephant skill. The Force Elephant skill emphasized the use of one's physical strength. It emphasized the use of one's physical strength. Every inch of strength had to be unleashed with several times the strength. Only in this way would one be able to obtain the final victory on the battlefield. The physical strength itself was not comparable to Do Qi. Regardless of whether it was the latter's endurance or the strength of the strength, the physical strength could not be compared to the latter. However, the advantage of the physical strength was its explosive speed. Any action could be completed with a thought and did not require a certain amount of time like using a Do technique. This also gave the former the opportunity and time to obtain victory. However, regardless of how fast one's speed was, one's physical strength was ultimately just one's physical body. One would never be able to erupt with a terrifying might like Do Qi, where even the slightest trace of it could shake the world. This had always been the weakness of those who trained their physical bodies. This was something that even Xiao Yang had to admit. However, the Force Elephant skill was different. The Force Elephant skill coincidentally made up for this weakness of the physical body practitioners. Thus, it reduced the gap between the physical body practitioners and ordinary Do Qi practitioners. At the same time, it also caused the strength of the physical body practitioners to soar. Thus, in the process of fighting with others, one would be able to rely on the strength of one's physical body to suppress the opponent even if one did not use Do Qi. The Force Elephant skill could be said to have truly achieved the goal of increasing one's strength by an inch. Once it was successfully practiced, Xiao Yang's strength would definitely soar. He dared to guarantee that by relying on the Force Elephant skill and his other techniques, he would definitely have the ability to fight against a one-star Do Di in the future even if the Northern King did not appear. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang's heart involuntarily became fiery hot. It seemed that he was already anticipating the arrival of that day. He also hoped to see just how strong the strength of this Ling-class Do technique that he had painstakingly practiced would be. At this moment, since he had already grasped the practice method and essence of the Force Elephant skill, it was time for him to truly begin practicing this Force Elephant skill. Xiao Yang smiled in his heart. He did not stand up from his seated position. Instead, he once again slowly closed his eyes. His heart carefully recalled the practice method of the Force Elephant skill. His mind looked inside and he used his entire body to control every part of his body. Xiao Yang's mind was scattered over every muscle in his body. It even covered every inch of his skin and every muscle cell. Between heaven and earth, a gentle breeze blew past Xiao Yang's body. Although his eyes were tightly shut, Xiao Yang seemed to have clearly sensed the feeling of the breeze sliding past the surface of his body. His mind was highly focused, causing Xiao Yang's entire body to become exceptionally sensitive. Xiao Yang, who was quietly sitting cross-legged, appeared to be like an old monk meditating without moving. However, if one were to carefully observe, one would be able to discover that the current Xiao Yang's seated body was occasionally trembling. However, due to his subtle movements, one would definitely not be able to detect this if one did not carefully observe. Each time Xiao Yang's body trembled slightly, it would cause the surrounding empty space to shake. This was not simply the flow of air. Instead, the entire space was like a bell that emitted a silent vibration. While Xiao Yang was doing his best to train the Force Elephant skill, in the distant mountain range, deep within the bustling human cities, there was another mountain range that stood proudly like a pine tree. The Shilin mountain range and this mountain range stood opposite each other. One stood at the southernmost part of the Shilin region, while the other was like a proud lion that stood proudly at the northernmost part of the Shilin region. The north and south were mountain ranges that stood opposite each other from a distance. Although the distance between them seemed to be millions of miles apart, smoke had already filled the air and the flames of war had already soared. Green Hunchback Mountain. The mountain mentioned here was not really a mountain, but a mountain range. Green Hunchback Mountain was the tallest mountain in this mountain range. The mountain range in front of them was the place where the four great sects had jointly stationed themselves to deal with the Chaoyang sect. Now, this mountain range had become a territory that the four great sects jointly occupied. Of course, on the surface, it was said that they jointly occupied it, but in reality, they were very distinct. Even though they were not far from each other, they rarely interacted with each other. Of course, it was unavoidable for them to secretly visit each other. At this moment, at the place where the Heavenly Sword sect was stationed, there were many buildings on top of a majestic mountain peak. The majestic buildings on the mountain peak towered into the clouds. Regardless of whether one looked at it from afar or close up, there was a kind of majestic and magnificent appearance. At a glance, one could not help but feel a sense of pride and emotion surging in one's heart. However, compared to the scene from the outside, at this moment, in the Heavenly Sword sect, there were many people standing in the majestic main hall at this moment. At this moment, among the people in the main hall, the people of the four great clans were seated separately. However, there was a considerable distance between each other. Even at this moment, the eyes of this group of people who had forgotten about each other were filled with hostility. Smoke permeated the air. From the looks of everyone's expression, it was as though they would start a fight if there was any disagreement. However, each time there was someone who could not help but want to attack, their eyes would involuntarily look toward the golden-robed old man on the main seat with his eyes tightly shut. Below this golden-robed old man, there were four white-haired old men seated. The distance between the seats of these four people was quite close. However, they similarly did not look at each other. The expression on each of their faces appeared gloomy. The atmosphere in the hall continued in this silence for a long time. Everyone felt as though there was an enormous rock pressing on their heads, causing their breathing to become somewhat hurried. The irritation in their hearts became even more intense. It was a long while later before the golden-robed old man on the main seat finally slowly raised his head. At the same time, a pair of turbid old eyes that had been tightly shut for a long time slowly opened at this moment. From the looks of it, this old man was the 8-star Do Di who had seriously injured Xiao Yang in Green Jade City back then. At the same time, he was also the chief of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Jian Ming. Genius 1 second. Remember this address. Mobile version website.